All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye bye. Happy TGIF Friday. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. So, today is going to be I like today. I like Fridays because Fridays should be a day of where you can have free time to do what you want to do. And what Oh, yeah. Today is going to be a good day because I've decided that on Fridays, it's just going to be, we're going to follow the markets, we're going to follow our trades, we're going to see what's going on. Fridays are usually a not very active day. Sometimes. I can't say it's active all the time. But I want to welcome all of our guests. Thank you for showing up today. Thank you for the comments. I'm just learning this YouTube thing, this trading thing, this you know. Granted, I've been diligently at this thing for quite a while now, but when you really think about it, it takes a lot to prepare and get used to this, and I appreciate each and every person that takes the time to go through the videos, likes, subscribes, maybe even share it. It may not be for you, but maybe it could be for somebody that that might like this type of content or may need something to do in their spare time to make money. And I'm telling you, with the things I have prepared and the attitude and the excitement and everything that I can look forward to in doing this endeavor, I want you to be a part of that. I want to thank you for being here. Today we're going to switch gears and look mainly in my favorite part of the field of network marketing. I hope I don't lose my viewers, but stay tuned because this is where I teach you how to make that money while you sleep. Because don't think of it as network marketing as going out and asking somebody to join something. I'm not asking you to join anything. I'm asking you to look at the affiliate side, okay, of all the products that the Living Legacy has to offer. And I'm I'm offering this through word of mouth. I'm offering this through a link. Okay? I'm not asking you, I'm not telling you to go out and do this or do that. I'm doing my due diligence by doing it on Facebook, on YouTube. I'm going to get back onto TikTok. I haven't been on TikTok in a while. Wow, what a move for Bitcoin. I just seen that. It's 8 o'clock and it jumped. Sorry. But look, we're going to have a great day today. We're going to learn a lot. We're going to go through the motions and do the weekly overview. We're going to go to Trader TV Live. We're going to go to the opening bell, and at 11 o'clock, things are going to change up. That's when we will go into the network marketing portion of the day. There'll be a lot of videos from my mentors, my coaches. There is going to be assignments that are going to be going on. And this tonight, hey, get your email address into me at the Living Legacy Group at gmail.com, because we're going to have a special, I call it 2-day, because tonight's going to be the meet and greet. We're going to get everybody acclimated with their trading account, get those trading account opens, because I'm going to show in its entirety Oliver Velez, one of the leading traders on the planet. And I say that because he's been on the trading floor when there was no internet, when there were passing pieces of paper, like you see on TV. Yes, he is my coach, and I want to build the living legacy so we can actually, this is what I want to do. I want to be able to get us together so we can use his money. He says it right in the video. We can use his money to trade his style, his strategy. So if I can get enough people to gather together, maybe we can get him on live. Hey, I'm putting it out there in the universe. So you stay tuned. We'll be right back after this message from my brother. Delano, love you. We got to come see you this weekend, next weekend. We got to cook. All right, here we go.
Welcome to P&D Uniforms and Accessories, where we treat all of our customers just like family. Your one-stop shop for all things uniforms. We carry a wide selection of top-quality uniforms from school to medical scrubs, plus church and choir gear. P&D Uniforms and Accessories have been in business for over 15 years. We are centrally located at 20936 Kelly Road in East Point, Michigan. Open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. Give us a call today, 586-777-3801. P&D Uniforms.
Not this one. Sorry. Hold on 1 second. I will be right there. Display capture. There we go. Now, we're back to welcoming all the guests. It's still 8 a.m. And we're going to just hope people will join. And we're not hoping anything. I know people will join. We're going to prepare ourselves to go into the overview. If you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe and put your name, where you're from, and we will welcome you. We'll have a little music going. We had a pretty good move last night in the market. It did trigger a sell, which this is the sell that it triggered. I put it down there, and the thing that really irks, it doesn't irk me, but I want you to look at this. I don't know if it's luck or I don't know what it is, but how come, let's see if I can do this, show my, it's not showing position. Oh, maybe we have to go out. We have to zoom out. It hit right on my line. I think this is, where is it at? 44,358. So we look here, 44,3, 44. No, wait. wait, that's the wrong one. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on, 43,299. Oh, that's right here. I made that line. Bam! It touched it, okay? And then I set my stop, my take profit at 42,810. So I set my take profit at 48 or 42. 42, right, 810, right about here. So I took my and that take profit was going to be like maybe $4 or $5. So I gotta put myself up here. You guys want to see me, right? There I am. Hey. So yeah. So I learned something that it's starting to click now. That psychology thing. The more I watch this, the more I sit here and I prepare myself for you, because you don't have to sit here. You can come back. You can watch it any time. But my thing is to get the education, get the information out there to you. So when you find yourself snowed in or out of work or can't work or hurt or whatever the case may be, get something working in the background for you. I'm gonna hold on one second. You guys, I do a lot of reading, There's a little backstory and why I do so much reading, and we may go into that one day. But this book, I do recommend you get this book, The Cash Flow Quadrant, okay? This is going to open you up to what is really going on if you don't know. If you know by now, then this is your great reference to go back and read and read and read and read. Because now you'll see that it's your choice to be on the 4 quadrants. It's not up to me. I wish it was up to me. But I can only, what did it say? Lead a horse to water or to feed or whatever. To water, because you have to put a bag over. Well, no, horses eat off the ground. But anyways, thank you for joining me today. Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Cash Flow Quadrant. That should be in your arsenal. Another book that this is going to be Network Marketing Day. So there's going to be a lot of references that I'm going to be using to open yourself up to be free from the things that are inhibiting you from being that person that just wants to bust out. There is somebody in there that knows a better way. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over, because what's going to happen when you don't have any choice and they take that from you? I'm just telling you, out of 59 years of being here, this is what I can give to you as a gift. And I'm not charging for this, because I've been there wanting to know, how do you do it? Mostly they give you a pamphlet or something, and they give you some instructions and go say, make a list of 100 people and blah, 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 which are good fundamental things to do. Don't get me wrong, because look, I'm going to show you some papers where I put everybody down. I was making phone calls, and this is when I was promoting Carrot Bars. But I've always promoted things. I promoted Amway. I promoted Herbalife. I promoted what was that one dental thing? It was a dental package. I have friends that now do what is that supplement, you guys? I can't think of it right now, but I still have some time to shoot with you. It's just now 8:13, we're going to go into the weekly overview of what's been going on in the news. But I'm trying to get to know you guys, to get to know me, and to know that this is for real. I'm not doing this just to make money for myself. I'm trying to help build a community, to build wealth for ourselves, man. We have to be our best and only cheerleader. We need to get behind ourselves and push forward. I see a lot of this going on in the Detroit area. Man, I love Detroit. I don't care. That's where I want to be. Preferably on the east side, but I'll be in Detroit. That's where I will plant my seed. I'm getting closer. See, I started in Ann Arbor, and then I ended up in Ypsi. Now I am in Romulus, and I'm inching my way towards being a Detroit resident, to help each and every Detroit resident become financially independent on their own accord, not depending on anyone for anything. That's my soapbox. Thanks again for joining. We're gonna wait for a couple minutes, and I'll be back. 8:30.
Beaten out of them by reality, by this paycheck, by these responsibilities, and by having to live for this job to
welcome back, welcome back. Thank you for joining me here. This is Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group live, and today we are going to be going through the daily routine of checking the weekly overview. All the information that I gather here at the Living Legacy Group is free for you. It's on the net. In the description, you'll see all of the links that I use, and I encourage you to do the research. If you're waiting on that application to get approved, if you're sitting there waiting for your kids to, or you guys drop them off to school or not, I used to, have to do that. Whatever you're doing, if you take a little drive time and you put in a book, what do they call those things? Those audio books. You can absorb so much information that's gonna be useful. It may not be useful, right then and there, but I guarantee you something that you were taught way back then, or something you heard way back then, it'll click. You'll see everything in a new light, in a new perspective. So, thanks again for joining me. Today is going to be an exciting day. We're going to get abreast of what happened overnight through the news here on Cointelegraph. So most of these I will actually I will have them played through the audio. I won't read them, but just listen. And if you want to research it, here it is, Cointelegraph, right there. Just go to this website. This is where you want to be, because what the whole premise of me developing this community is we have to make money. I'm going to keep saying it. We got to make money while we're sleeping, while you're working, while you're playing, while you're on vacation, while you're using a bathroom. I don't care what it is, okay? If you have multiple streams of income coming into your bank account, this is your edge. This is how you can relax at work. Because if you were to do your job and then you didn't have to worry about all of the other things outside your job, you could be a lot more efficient. You could get promotions. The whole world is brand new, because now you're in this mind state of no worries. And this Sunday, we're going to have a special guest on the segment I call the Manifestation Scrolls, because I'm teaching you how to do it. The only way you're going to learn how to do it is through the mind. And once you physically, consciously learn it through the mind, the subconscious will take over. And boy, I'm telling you, this stuff works. I get excited. I get so excited talking about it, So it is 8:28, and let's go ahead and get right into the overview. All right. So let's start with, let's start with the biggest thing. Here we are. There we go. This is the biggest news ever, because there's a lot of things that have been in controversy with the SEC being backed into the corner on BTC approval. So they have to fine tune and read and reread and lawyer up and do all these things for this coin, this stable coin, to have its own ETF on the New York, I think it's the New York Market Exchange. So here we go. It's going to be a 3-minute article. Sit back. We got a half hour before Trader TV Live comes up, and we'll check those guys out, and we'll start at the opening bell. Once we get through the opening bell, and at 11 a.m., we'll go straight into our network marketing side, because there's a lot I want to show you, and I want to show you how just being a part of this, you can, if you don't want to do this, I can show you how to do it with one application or one product, where you can set it and you can forget it and you won't have to do anything. But if you're excited and you want to plant some seeds, because that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be planting seeds, and these seeds are going to grow, and they're going to turn into money trees. They're going to turn into money trees. So here, sit back. We're going to listen to this article, and then once the Trader TV Live comes on, then we'll switch to Trader TV Live. Thanks for joining. Hold on.
SEC has been backed into a corner on BTC ETF approval, Bloomberg analyst. The United States Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has been backed into a corner to approve a spot Bitcoin exchange-traded fund, ETF, in the opinion of Bloomberg analyst James Seyffart. During a private webinar with CryptoQuant on January 4, Seyffart said the investment vehicle has a 90% chance of receiving the green light next week, although challenges may still arise. The SEC is either going to have to come up with a new reason, because you've been denying these ETFs for all these reasons. Court said those reasons don't matter anymore, and now you're coming out with new reasons. I don't think that's an option for the SEC. The other option is get them to withdraw, in which case, again, I don't think that's likely because the SEC is backed into a corner here. I think they have to approve. Seyfart's comments refer to the latest developments following BlackRock's filing for a spot BTC ETF in June. Since then, SEC officials have held dozens of meetings with asset managers in line for approval, addressing concerns and requesting adjustments. In addition, the regulator lost a court battle in August with one of the firms in the race, Grayscale, over the conversion of its over-the-counter Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, GBTC, into a listed BTC ETF. Also, the analyst shared his thoughts on Matrixport's latest report on a potential rejection of all proposals. "We just completely disagree, to be honest," he noted, clarifying that concerns about the approval requirements or Coinbase's role in surveillance agreements have been addressed over the previous months through amendments made by asset managers. And then the third option, which is the one I'm kind of worried about at the back of my mind, is like somebody going nuclear, like Gary just kind of doing. I guess denying would be going nuclear, which I don't think that's going to happen either. This is a super huge tail risk event. A go-ahead in the coming days could bring $10 billion in inflows to Bitcoin ETFs in the first year, according to Seyffart. I do not think we're going to get over $100 million in the first year or two. To put in perspective, gold ETFs have about $100 million in the US in total. Furthermore, Seyffart warned that a widespread adoption could take weeks or even months, since institutional investors will likely carry out due diligence before adding the cryptocurrency to their portfolios. A lot of the big institutions, these warehouses, these platforms where brokers or advisors work, they can't just buy anything they want. There's like an approved list and a not approved list, the analyst explained. You got to realize these are some of the most sophisticated traders in the world. It's not like some random person in their basement clicking buy on Coinbase. These are sophisticated people getting exposure. The final decision by the SEC is due by January 10. Seyffart anticipates a collective approval for all the applicants, noting that Grayscale's conversion might require a few additional days compared to the others' proposed funds. Magazine, Are DAOs Overhyped and Unworkable? Lessons from the Front Lines.
I forget to turn my mic on. So you see that there is a lot of things that I just said that I didn't even read the article. It's just, listen, folks, once you learn the human psychology. There is, I'm going to put my earphone in so that way if my phone rings, it's not going to disturb us. So, once you learn how to read people and read the way things have been ran in the past, you feel it. Listen. There's one of my mentors. He's my number one mentor, Bob Proctor. He said you can feel people's vibrations. I've got to that point. I can do that. I can feel it. And when you feel something like that, that's that inner man that's telling you either fight or flight. That's something else that we're going to be getting into. So let's go back and see the next article. Here we go. And this one is rumor mills goes into overdrive for a spot BTF approval on Friday. So people are okay. Remember that site I showed you? The Poly Market site where they bet on what's going to happen. This is real because you can come to this site and you can look at the BTF. People are betting yes, 81 cents, 19 cents no. There is that right? Is that 106,050 or is that $1 million in this pool? Look at this one. This is the type of news that moves the market, believe it or not. Believe it or not. So let's listen to this article.
Rumor mill goes into overdrive for a spot Bitcoin ETF approval tomorrow. Speculation that the SEC is set to approve a spot Bitcoin, BTC, exchange-traded fund, ETF, on Friday has reached a fever pitch on social media. A tweet from Grayscale's legal chief that he was just filling out some forms, in addition to a widely shared tweet from a reporter, has fueled speculation that approval could come through within the next day. Several analysts still expect potential approvals to come next week, however. In a January 4th post to X, formerly Twitter, TechCrunch reporter Jacqueline Melinek cited sources extremely close to the matter to suggest multiple ETFs would be approved and is expecting something tomorrow. Heard from sources extremely close to the matter that the Bitcoin spot ETF is going to be approved by the SEC for multiple firms and number 39 applications. Jacqueline Melinek, at Jacques Melinek, January 4, 2024. Others have taken particular interest in a cryptic tweet from Grayscale's chief legal officer stating he was just filling out some forms, which has garnered 1.9 million views and 6,700 likes since it was posted. Meanwhile, the hashtag BTCETF and the term Bitcoin ETFs is currently trending on Twitter, and the price of Bitcoin has also been climbing since its sharp January 3 drawdown, up 3.4% in the last 24 hours, per TradingView data. Bitcoin ETF tomorrow? Dusty BC Crypto, at the Dust High BC, January 5, 2024. The rumor mill is going full steam, trader Scott Melchor said in response to the back-and-forth speculation across social media. Analysts splash cold water on rumors. However, Bloomberg ETF analyst James Seyffert has described the speculation around a January 5 approval as noise and said he still expects approval will arrive between January 8 and January 10. Senior Bloomberg ETF analyst Eric Balchunas says the SEC is currently providing final comments and that issuers will soon file their final 19B4 and S1 forms soon afterward. SEC is giving final comments as we speak, then issuers will submit final 19B4s and S1s soon after. So I mean this is def as close to done as we and number 39, they've been, but no official approval as far as I know. Eric Balchunas, at Eric Balchunas, January 4, 2024. Both forms need to be approved by the SEC before an ETF can start trading, though an approved 19B4 form is required for the spot Bitcoin ETF to be effectively approved. Related, spot Bitcoin ETFs could be rejected if the SEC wants more time, analyst Scott Johnson, the general partner at VB Capital, said he was still skeptical that an ETF approval would be issued before next week. Unless there are 19B4 applications that are already all clear and the SEC doesn't care about simultaneous approval, seems a stretch, wrote Johnson. There are 14 issuers vying for a spot Bitcoin ETF, including BlackRock, Valkyrie, ARK Invest/21 Shares, Bitwise, and Fidelity Magazine, which Gaming Guild positioned itself best for the bull market. March banking crisis rerun risks 40% Bitcoin price crash. Arthur
I
Hayes.
had just been talking and the microphone's
Bitcoin,
been off.
BTC, trading OG
Crazy.
Arthur Hayes now predicts an up to 40% BTC price crash in March. In a blog post on January 4th, the former CEO of crypto trading giant BitMEX warned readers of a week of turmoil due to hit financial markets. Hayes on BTC price, I could easily see a 30% to 40% correction. Bitcoin bulls are feeling broadly confident this year as the United States' first spot exchange-traded funds, ETFs, are slated to get regulatory approval. Combined with the block subsidy having in April, the events constitute what could be a landmark year for BTC price expansion thanks to institutional money and wider adoption. That said, for Hayes, All is not destined to go up in a straight line. The reason, he says, lies with the U.S. Federal Reserve and its attempts to steady an economy that is cutting inflation but saddled with instability. In particular, March will see the Fed's Bank Term Funding Program, BTFP, a facility set up in response to last year's regional banking crisis, come to an end. 1 week later, the Federal Open Market Committee, FOMC, must decide whether to hike, hold or lower interest rates. The BTFP expires on March 12, and the Fed rate decision is announced on March 20. There are 6 trading days between these two crucial decision points, Hayes noted. If my forecast is correct, the market will bankrupt a few banks within that period, forcing the Fed into cutting rates and announcing the resumption of the BTFP. Bitcoin and crypto are highly sensitive to changes in macro liquidity, and a Fed bailout would certainly help their cause, but only after an initial shock caused by a rerun of the 2023 volatility. Bitcoin initially will decline sharply with the broader financial markets but will rebound before the Fed meeting. That is because Bitcoin is the only neutral reserve hard currency that is not a liability of the banking system and is traded globally, Hayes continued. Bitcoin knows that the Fed always responds with a liquidity injection when things get bad. He added that Bitcoin knows printed money in whatever guise is always printed money, and that it would thus rise sharply before and into the Fed's eventual capitulation to restarting money print or go BRRR. The kind of drop on the cards lies between 20% and 30% from the level at which BTC/USD trades when March begins. The halving, Hayes explains, will then serve as the ultimate catalyst for upside continuation. He summarized. I could easily see a 30% to 40% correction due to a dollar liquidity rug pull. This is why I cannot buy Bitcoin until these March decision dates have passed. Bitcoin analysts stay split on ETF impact. Closer to the present, ETF approval narratives continue to induce BTC price volatility of their own. Related, Bitcoin bull market metrics almost reset as BTC price hovers at $43,000. Concerns over a potential rejection sparked a near 10% rout this week. At the same time, various commentators believe that Bitcoin is already due a more substantial correction, even if the ETFs become a reality. Arguing against this is John Bollinger, creator of the Bollinger Bands Volatility Indicator, who predicts a positive reaction based on his tool's readings. I think it breaks higher, it concluded on X, formerly Twitter, about BTC/USD. BTC/USD chart with Bollinger Bands data. Source, John Bollinger/Trend, Spider. This article does not contain investment advice or recommendations. Every investment and trading move involves risk, and readers should conduct their own research when making a decision.
Wow, yeah. I was running my mouth earlier and I forgot to put the microphone back on. But yeah, so this is why I want to employ you to join us for this weekend's training stream, because this is the market that you can gain the most money, because these techniques that are going to be explained with Oliver Velez is going to be the you see how that boat is doing? This is going to be the perfect storm for you to, really make an impact on your finances through trading in the market. Now, if you're a avid trader or advanced trader, listen, this 40% rerun risk, that means that the market may risk in running 40% below the Bitcoin price crash. That's one thing with Bitcoin. You're going to find that we go through these crashes. Nobody really knows why. A lot of speculation is out there. A lot of whales that have Bitcoin. You got to realize that when these guys started accumulating Bitcoin, when it was $10 a coin or $20 or even $100 a coin, and they have millions of these currencies, in Bitcoin, they can tend to move the markets. You're going to learn that the market don't care. about me, about you, about Oliver, about anybody. The market is just the market. So it's just like that boat. You can ride the riptide. You can ride the wave of this thing, this money tsunami. Because that's what it's going to do. It's going to turn it from a tsunami to a rocket. Because that's what everybody used to say. It's going to the moon. Going to the moon. That's just an inside joke. Hope you got it. Okay, let's check out this next article. We got about 12 minutes before we're going to be going to... no, we don't want that. How do we do that? We want to go back this way. We want to go through Coin Telegraph. And let's see what's the next one. Oh, it's got to catch up with itself. Boy, my little computer is just like, I got all these windows open for you guys today because there's going to be a lot. Here we go. We're going to, well, I guess it's going to take us there. I don't know if we're going to be able to read this, but it says Pixel's top chart in the first days of 2024. Normally, you'd expect the popularity of Web3 gaming. Is that something we're new to? Okay. To have a linear relationship with its money inflows. However, the early days of 2024 have shown that this is not always true. The massively multiplayer online game, MMO. So let's write that down. Put that. We always want to put these things on our watch list because we want to be abreast of all the other markets. But my thing is that everybody's in that market. Everybody's doing that. We want to do something different. We want to do something that's new. We want to do something that we believe that's going to be, changing the future. So here's my watch list page, and we're going to put down here MMO. Watch list. MMO. All right. MMO Pixels crushed it on the charts this week, pulling in 123,100 unique active wallets. Oh, that's your abbreviation. So, unique active wallets. I wonder if there is... Okay. I wonder if there is a unique active... We're going to write that down. We're going to write down... Web3 games, and we're going to take this information and we're going to do some research on it. Okay, we're running up. We got 5 minutes to go. Let's keep going. This is interesting because this could be. It says, however, despite the decent wallet numbers, it's a green token. Berry. It's in-game token Berry. It's practically pocket change at zero. Look at that price. 0.0002. So the total in the game trading volume for this period amounted, wow, $6.51. Guys, do your research. We're going to be switching up here to Trader TV Live. Here, let me get this ready for us. Wow. Yeah. And what I can do, I believe that these might be okay. Let's check real quick. We got 5 more minutes, so we'll go to CoinMarketCap. That's the place to go, and we go here to search, and you put in MMO. And is it called MMO coin? What is it called again, guys? Pixels. Berry. Let's try berry. Let's try what it says when we put berry in. Berry. We're going to open this one more time. I know we're running out of time here, but we got to check. Oh man, let's check this out. This is berry. Let's see if it, now to verify if this is, it says the home page address has changed to Berry Store Home. I don't know if this is the right one, because we're gonna the way we check it out is we go to the website, and once we click on the website, no, see, this isn't the right one. This is a Berry store, so this is something with your celebrities. So we go back. At what this article was saying. Let's find this coin. However, despite the decent UAWs, MMO Pixels. Oh man, my OBS is checking out and checking in. Dang it. OBS. Now let's try it again. We're going to go back to CoinMarketCap. And we're going to search. Where's the search key? Where'd it go? $102 days for the halving. Where did my search key go? What happened, guys? We lost the search key. Like, see all these pages I got open? This is for today's stream. Oh, here's the search key. All right. And we said MMO. MMO. And it's pixels, I guess. See all 100 results. Okay, MMO. We're going to wait, buddy. MMO. All right, it is almost coming up the 9 o'clock hour. Let me run this quick little commercial, and we will be right back.
Hey there, iTrust community. iTrust Capital Rewards is a program that lets you refer friends and family to earn unlimited rewards. Today, we're here to give you the lowdown on how it works. Referring a friend. Log into your account and navigate to your profile dashboard. You'll see a prompt to refer a friend with a button that says Referral. Go ahead and click it. Now enter your friend's email address and you'll receive a pop-up telling you more details. Now they're ready to set up their new account and begin the process of funding. Receiving your reward. Once your friend's account is funded, you'll receive an email from iTrust Capital explaining how to collect your reward. you should receive your reward within 45 days of when your referral funded their account. More referrals equals more rewards. And it doesn't stop there. You can refer more friends and claim more rewards. There is no limit on the number of invites that you can send, and every funded account that you refer will net you more rewards. It's that easy. Visit our website at the link below for more details. Cryptocurrency is a speculative investment. iTrust Capital doesn't give investment advice, so consult your investment advisor.
Always consult an investment advisor. I have an investment advisor out, guys. Her name is Jasmine, and she does your taxes. Okay, I'm gonna run her. Let me run her stuff here. Let me get her going. Here we go. This will give me a chance to reset myself. This is Jasmine, and she is a tax consultant, tax advisor. You can get a hold of her here. I thought I had the. I thought I had it. Had her little recording, but yes, this is Jasmine. You guys, you can contact her at 734-606-4085. 4085. If you're self-employed, if you're a hairdresser, if you own a lawn service, this is your go-to gal, and she will hook you up with your taxes and any other thing that you. This is what I liked, right here. She says right here, you can get $7,000 in cash advance, and this one right here, $25 for referrals. So this is a part of what the Living Legacy is about. It's about referral. That's how we make our money. That's how you make your money while you sleep. It's $25 a person. All right, guys, we're going to get right into TradingView Live or Trading TV
Let's just
Live.
see. I like that downgrade.
Wait for
I
the
feel
opening
that,
bell.
We'll be able to short this name. I was going to, what did I write down on here? I wrote down 59, so I wanted to see if we can get back to yesterday's levels. I wrote down all these levels because we had non-farm payrolls come through. So it was very, very shaky on where some of the levels may or may not be.
I'm going to keep my eye on NVIDIA.
So I feel like you could short into yesterday's close. Like
trade
maybe start it at 58.50 and then watch out for 59. The reason why we talked about 59 is we had the high there yesterday, midday, $59, right? So it's like I'm looking at that level there and thinking if we're getting downgraded and the market is southbound, which it's not right now, then possibly a area of concern to short. Like PayPal's not going to get green, I don't think, today. If it does, the market's really rallying, and then we're not going to short it anyways. So if the market's flat, I like the downgrade, play relative weakness right here. The market just tested some of those highs as we are short again. Well, we're still short the same trade here. The TQQ is waiting for that level to break. So we're short now at 44. It just touched the 200 period. Let's see if we fall from here. It's the TQQs, and we're short against, I was going to use 80s. I feel like we can even just go a little bit higher. We could just use 46 flat. We don't have a lot of shares. I don't really want to mess around too much with this. So let's use 46 flat as our out here for the TQs and just continue to watch what happens.
Yeah, it was KeyBank, Sean, with a note on AMD today, maintaining an overweight with price target increase to go along with that. That's the note there on AMD. Let's get a look at the overall market here to kick things off at 9 o'clock with Sharif.
47.29, that's where we closed out yesterday. The overnight low that we just touched right now, 47.02. So let's go ahead and say 4,700 resistance. Let's see if we can stay above there. The overnight high, 47.36. If we can clear that, let's look at the 50-point area as a possible resistance level, 47.50.
If you have not done so yet, I have a free thing for you. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, or scan that QR code, and then you get that. Everything you need to know every single day in the pre-market from us to you for absolutely nothing. 1.6 million vehicles in China getting quote-unquote recalled again for Tesla, so a bit of a gap to the downside here. I mean, I feel like this is an overall just extension of the move. This story going to be a nothing, as similar ones in the US lately have been a bit of a nothing burger, but Tesla right now trying to break session highs here.
Yeah, Brendo, it's essentially a problem with the driver assistance feature that could increase the risk of crashes, and it's basically an over-the-air update, much like the one that was in the United States. 1.6 million vehicles, as Brendo mentioned, the Model Y, Model 3, Model S, and X, for all cars built between August 2014 and last month, will receive an update.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that we talked about last month in the US. If you remember, they were called 120,000 in the US for essentially the same thing. So now a little bit more in China, but as we said, this is not a big deal, guys.
No, well, you said air quotes with the whole recall thing, because you know how it works with them in Tesla, so I won't get into that too much. But a fun thing is happening on Tesla, and maybe it'll give a better opportunity to trade this today. So the last 2 days, pretty much the same close. The 2 previous days, pretty much the same close. Now, I like that level. It was 248.5 that it closed twice in a row to end the year, to start the year. And I was looking for fades off that level. It never got there. That's a bad wick. It didn't come within $2 at the open to short in front of that level or to break it out. And today you have the same thing 2 days in a row. It's about 238, give or take 10 cents in either direction. If this thing can take out the quarters, like 238 and a quarter, I think it's a breakout zone for Tesla, with room to that other 248 level. Maybe the 242 is more realistic for a near-term target, but then you've got a big gap between 42 and 48. Like, I think that gives you a couple of trading opportunities off of a key level. I can't remember the last time I saw that happen specifically, where you have a stock just continuously closing 2 days in a row at one price, move to another price, close 2 days in a row at that same price. I doubt it repeats that pattern, but it does mean that's an area of interest for me on Tesla. And the market's trying to break out these highs. It's might be taking this L on Amazon, which I will still in Apple, but Tesla over 238 is one that I am looking for some longs here. I think, we've had so many down days in a row. At the end of the day, there's usually going to be bounces at some point. You just look for those key signs here, and breaking out a price like that is a good one for Tesla.
Yeah, I'm trying not to mess with it too much in and around that area, but I do. We've talked about closing prices before, in 238. I mean, that's going to be a good one there. Closed yesterday 238. So if the market does go green today, you're going to want to pick on names that have the ability to really get going. I went the other way just as far as looking a little bit higher on the stock, and I was just thinking that yesterday we had this short at the end of the day. So that was off 240. We had $2 right there at the end of the day, and it was a great trade, and thankfully we had it, because we were going long Tesla, which was fine, and then we started going short, and then eventually it broke. The dam broke, and we fell down through 240, and we were ticking these tops. I just want to try that again. The market right now, to me, I'm not convinced is a long yet here today, although if it goes green, then, which it's very, very close to doing that, completely different story. But no matter what happens here, Tesla doesn't have good stories today. I agree that recall might be a nothing burger, but I don't really, that's not a positive catalyst. So I'm going to keep going short. We will be hearing at some point this person eventually will be coming in and probably buying some. I feel a couple days ago they bought a couple million shares as well. So yeah, downside move, and you are falling right into the 50-period MA again, which is a fantastic buy opportunity, generally speaking. Look at this thing, really respect this 230 area. So if you're long Tesla, and I talked about this with Danielle Shea on the market recap show yesterday, and how much fun did we have with her, you know, this 230 area definitely would be something where you'd think if you dip down a little bit more, which could be today and then maybe Monday, I could see some buyers coming through around 230. So for me, I'm going to stay net short this name, and it's going to start at 240, no earlier.
Just reading an interesting story on Google right now. Apparently, Google's first smartphone was 13 years ago. If you can believe that, that seems like a long time.
Used to be called the Nexus, right?
Yeah, and then they went to the
Pixel.
Pixel. Yeah, after that initial. But this was just one of those stories that if you invested $1,000 in Google back then, it would be worth $9, I guess now.
Wow.
Not bad. Anyway. What were we talking about? All right, Apple. Yeah, nice look for Apple here, right back to almost positive off of what happened yesterday. There we go. 181, 182 coming into play. I was just telling Sharif I threw out a bid lower this morning, but I didn't get any.
You might get it. Who knows?
There's time.
Look, no specific Apple news today, more about Foxconn, Apple's biggest supplies distributor or manufacturer. Look, they had a weaker December 2023 than what analysts were expecting. However, it is their slow time of the year. Here's what they say. Basically, said the overall operations of the first quarter of 2024 are supposed to be their traditional off-peak season. However, you know, 2023 revenue was also down compared to 2022. So said company's revenue for December 2023 declined 26.89% year over year. That could have something to do with interest rates and demand for iPhones, but nothing was specified.
Oh yeah, as well. If you remember, Goldman Sachs and Apple came out, I think it was November, and said they were going to phase out the card and the banking agreement they had. Until they do that, you can now get 4.35% yield for savings accounts that are linked to your Apple card from Goldman Sachs until it is no longer a thing. So good luck for Apple.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can get good returns just about everywhere. Like we're discussing with Mr. Buffett and the cash that he's rolling in every time he gets these dividends. So Apple, hey, Apple is relatively okay. Fine, it's relatively strong, but only by a really small margin. I just double checked the Nasdaq's like
Buffett is really big on Apple.
And it's like basically the same thing, but it did bounce when the Nasdaq was making lows. It's fallen every single day this week. It's been a short to pop that worked every single day this week. The only difference for me today is it finally got to the 200 period moving average on the daily. I use a simple moving average, so that's what the dark blue line is, and it's right at the 180 level. That's the reason for the trade. I probably, no, I'm not going to cancel it. I was about to cancel a bid in front of 180 if it comes down there again, but I'll leave that one in there. It's 910. We're getting to the open. It's a defensible level on the daily chart. It bounced when the market made a fresh low on the NASDAQ, on the ES, when we got that NFP number. Apple held 180. So that's the reason I like the long, scalped it into 81 or in front of 81, and now looking for a reentry. I think it can be a long off the 180 level. That doesn't necessarily mean I want to be long at like 182 in the pre-market. So I'm going to stick to that level until it shows me a reason it's strong enough to take the stairs up. And if you're looking for resistance, I like to keep it simple. You had a bit of a top yesterday at 183 and just above it, pre-market highs around there, and then the previous day's low was 183.5. So that's the short zone for me, like 83 to 83.5. I know I'm going to like some resistance if it starts to curl at a level that was previous support 2 days ago and resistance yesterday. But the 180 level, we said that's the first place we'd look for a long this week, and that's the first place it's made a good bounce, at least early anyways.
Yeah, for me, I again, you know, like yesterday we made the mistake of going long Apple. I just don't want to make it again today. I don't think the market's a long. Apple was actually the worst performing out of all the Mag 7s last year. Now you're heading into possibly a worse year for the Mag 7 and for all these big cap tech names. I think 180 continues to be sold off on Apple here. I put 182 also as a jump spot there for if we get that move to the upside. And again, I wrote all these pre NFP, right? So there's 182. It's yesterday's close. That's what we're looking at. I don't want to short rate off the jump. Like I said, I feel that there will be some buy coming in to start the day, possibly. That's just my feeling. So what I'm going to do is I'm sitting here at 182.50 to short Apple. And then again here at 183. And then I was just going to use something up here, 183.20, 183, in order to be wrong. I just, let's get aggressive and be wrong, somewhere up here, 183 and change, the same kind of levels that Neil was talking about. That's what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to be trying to build a short in here. Let's see if it pops up right now for Apple. I don't like the story here. I'd rather fade Apple right now than go long. And if it gets down into 180, then we'll have another decision spot as well. But for me, I feel like I'm just going to wait short. Like, I probably won't even go long 180. I mean, I wrote down 180 break short on this name. So let's just wait to see. Obviously, we got a nice bump up there off of that number, like, the whoosh down and then just bought right back up. So now we'll have to wait to see. Like, you're still underneath 16,500. I'd like to see that level be tested at some point as well, as we just continue to hold on to this TQQ trade as well. So yeah, I'm still red in the market. And when you've got dead red, you can't buy Apple. So I'm just going to wait. I could be wrong. Yesterday was my worst trade off the open. We went long, we went short, got stopped out, and I just don't want to do that again here today. So let's just wait to see what Apple wants to do. And yeah, Benton, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about oil a little bit, and I was looking at it earlier and what oil's doing off this kind of a number. USO is kind of just straight up to the upside. I don't have on this platform. Well, we do have, I just can never remember the symbol, so I always go over here to the continuous contract. So crude oil right now, light crude, light sweet, is up to $74, looking to take out some levels here on crude. So as you can see, we're still trying to get above that 76. When we do that, then I think we can see 80, but we got to get above the 50-period moving average here on crude, and we've danced around that a couple times, but a great bottom over the last little while as this starts to go back up to the upside. As I said, man, this is that inflation story. If oil can start to tick back up, that's not going to be great for people's pocketbooks, and the Fed will definitely should be looking at that. So USO up another 2%.
Not one, but two interesting downgrades to look at this morning. The first one here from Jeffries on Palantir. I had to zoom out a little bit here, but you got to go all the way back to December 1st, or I guess it was the middle of December. We were above 20 bucks, all the way back to 15.50 here this morning now. Jeffrey's thinking 13 is more appropriate for PLTR.
Yeah, analyst Brent Hill at Jefferies basically expressing concern, saying that the rally is unsustainable. They're riding on an AI euphoria with no monetization strategy. Also saying longer than expected demand recovery in the company's commercial and government business will weigh down its growth in 2024. So he has a couple of negative notes on it. It should be noted, Palantir was up 167% in 2023.
High on the relative volume scale this morning as well, already 1+. So just a heads up, 4% though, guys, for Palantir, Sean.
Look, I mean, lower interest rates means, if we get lower interest rates, should mean that, a company that's a tech company like this should be able to invest a little bit more capital into figuring out exactly how they're going to use and monetize with AI. They've got 4 straight quarters of EBITDA profitability. Once they hit the 5th one, you're going to get this included in the S&P 500. I just don't believe that this is a short. Now, has it come back in? Of course, we talked about this again. Where do we want to buy Palantir? Very, very soon. I mean, we thought this could happen. We've been watching Affirm, we've been watching DraftKings. All of these high-flying names, they go up when times are great, and then they get hit when everybody's worried again. I mean, everybody wanted to buy the IWM. Everybody wanted to buy all of these smaller names, right? And then when they fall out of bed, they fall out of bed. So look, Palantir got their Army contract from the U.S. Reinstated. They're going to get all their Army contracts, Navy, everything is going to be re-upped. I like the name. I just think that, yeah, it's got to fall back in. And every time it has, once, twice, thrice, quarters, it's going to happen again right now. Falling back into these levels, I don't think it's probably not time to pick up that falling knife yet. But at some point, I feel like you're going to want to sit here and buy some Palantir. With that being said, I like Palantir, but I am waiting for a short today. it's a downgrade, and I'm not going to mess around with that. So I'm looking for a short up here into 16. If we break 16 and get through like 16.20, then we can get out of that short. But I am sitting up here right now with an offer at 16 bucks. If we rally upside, I want to take that and then fade it off of this little level 16.20. So I still like Palantir. I think you got to hitch your wagon to some of these lower stocks. And, you know, on any beatdown names, this would be the number one name for me to buy if I'm buying lower. I think it's a high quality name. It's just, it's not like that tech wow name that we have here. So I like to buy Palantir. I do think there's a lot of opportunity here for them to grow, especially if they get the consumer figured out, then it's smooth sailing. But Palantir in for a little bit of a rough ride today, I think.
That's a big step for them. Like going from those big commercial contracts to getting that next step. And it's, look, Palantir, we always talk about like how do we find things, like how do we find a level on the mix. This morning, zoom out, and if you look at the daily chart, only one big level marked off, and that's the support at about 1365. But notice the 200 period moving average is coming in. So if most stocks on this pullback have been getting there, did we come all this way not to test 15 bucks? I don't know. I don't think so. But I could be wrong. And might not I like the double bottom. I like support to resistance. So if it double bottoms at 16 and it comes back into 16 and it's got a bad catalyst, I'm looking to fade that price. And if it gets to the previous close, 2 days ago it closed at like 10s or so, and then yesterday's close is at 25. That's a short. To me, it's a shorting zone, and it has to. I needed to break the quarters before I like the long, just because it happened to close at 16.25. That could be a distinction without a difference of 5 cents. But that's just what I'm looking at for Palantir. If it does get to the 50 period on the daily, yeah, I'd look for a bounce play there. The same way Apple bounced off. If it's all the way testing, this is about 14.80. If we drop 80 pennies on Palantir, another 5%, would I look for a bounce as a day trader? Sure. But it has to get there first.
All right, PayPal, the other one we were mentioning early on this morning, BTIG with a downgrade on PayPal. Another chart that looks very similar in that of Affirm or SoFi even, we were talking about earlier in the week, just stair-stepping to the downside here. We're all the way back to 58 after a nice move into the end of the year. So yeah, BTIG now jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah, reducing from buy to neutral, basically saying, Brendo, returning PayPal to a consistent and profitable revenue growth is a multi-year initiative rather than a 2024 story. They say, we think there is a fair amount of cleanup that needs to take place first. In the more immediate term, they go on to say they believe the cost-saving opportunities for PayPal to pursue to drive EPS growth. So we'll have to wait and see how they do. Should be mentioned, 23 of 45 brokerages have this as a buy or higher, and 22 have it as a hold. So,
just for some perspective, if you zoom out a little bit, we're still firmly in this downtrend on the daily chart. That's a weekly, still on a huge pullback now, guys, for PYPL.
This is the kind of stock where if I was looking to buy PayPal, instead of trying to catch a bid, I'd only be buying it when it shows me signs of breaking the trend. Like on the daily here, like if it's not closing, I'd probably pull up a weekly instead of a daily because it's broken the 200 period moving average for like a day or two and then falling back under.
That's exactly what I said.
So I pretty much would need this thing to, I'd need this to close above on a weekly, above the 200, above this 200 period on the daily. So if it breaks 64 and consolidates above there for more than 2 or 3 days, hopefully like a week, I think that's a stronger look for a long. Until then, the trend is to the downside, and if the trend's down, I favor shorts. And if I'm favoring shorts, previous close, previous resistance, now we're bouncing pretty decently. You're already through yesterday's bottoms. So I guess you have the yesterday's close at 58.50, and then you've got 59 and change to the upside on PayPal. So observe the trend, join the trend. This is a stock that needs to do something to get some kind of relief. Like it didn't get the bounce that Square did, basically because of crypto. And it's been in the doldrums, and there hasn't been that much.
Hey, thanks
sign
for
of
joining.
strength. It's just been sell off.
Make sure you get yourself a pad of paper, take your
what happened
notes.
to your barber?
This is today, Friday.
Okay.
It's probably going to be
we
can save it
bearish day.
Market's
Probably going to go down. We're waiting for this market to crash.
This is the short for me. Let's
Small
let it go
one.
to the upside again. I mean, it might be a short a lot earlier than that, but PayPal's still red here. Look at 59. It comes into 1, 2, goes back 2 days. That $59 top there. I don't think we break it today.
Map.
Could be
While
completely
they're
wrong. If
talking,
this is the update that I'm not expecting,
look
then
at
this
the
is the
heat
update that
map.
I'm not expecting. I mean, You know, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a free fall anything today. So let's just wait to see what happens. I'm not overly bearish or bullish now. But yeah, PayPal, you got to watch out for it, man. I mean, this has been really a hit. Like we talked about Affirm. Remember when we were talking about being short Affirm, $51 north of 50, and I called the 3-handle, and everyone was like, it's not, you know, 3-handle. Well, I mean, we almost got a 3-handle today. We got down to 41 and change. As Affirm comes all the way to the downside, if stocks like this, PayPal, are getting hit, you know, then Affirm is going to get pulverized. So just watch out here. You're down to again, a lot of these names are down to the 50-period moving average. We've charted a lot on this show. When you get 50-period moving averages, a lot of the time there is going to be some support there, just like there's resistance when you're breaking it to the top side. So, you know, could be a buy spot here. I don't think so. I think it's a fade. I think PayPal probably rests its head somewhere.
Yeah, we don't want to be trading today.
And to me, that's where you buy it. Get this garbage down here, down near 50. Try to buy near 54 and see if it holds. But for right now, if you buy 58s, you know, and it gets back in, this is a 20% hit once you break $50. So you got to watch out for PayPal and catching this falling knife, especially if they're getting downgraded, because it's just like we've seen what happened, man. Barclays started it all a couple days ago with that downgrade on Apple, and since then, you know, now you're right back into 180, and that's a high quality company. What are you going to do with PayPal here, right? There's a lot of traders that have made a lot of money trying to buy that bottom, but the question is, did you sell? Because right now you're back down into $58. That's the question we have with all of these trades. You guys all made, and we all did, everybody made a lot of money going long in October, November, December.
Going long.
Right? But it's
going
like,
long
did you
is
sell?
going
up.
up.
People did not want to sell heading into the end of the year because they didn't want to pay taxes. Well, now you're going to be paying taxes if you're selling now, but you're paying taxes on a lot less equity. So let's just wait to see what happens here. It's been a nice downside move for some of these names. PayPal with the downgrade, and I believe in it. So short 59.
Nice 2-day move, meanwhile, here for Peloton. 2 days in a row, back to the upside even right now. We're trying to test that pre-market high. Coming off that note yesterday, if you missed it, they're teaming up with TikTok to bring their quote-unquote workout content to the TikTok community, Sharif.
It's Peloton, Brenda.
Sorry.
Peloton.
Hey, I'm not making it up. Shout out to
CNBC is making it up.
Yeah, for coining that phrase, Peloton, whatever that is. Essentially, the deal will create a hub for Peloton content, including short-form fitness videos and classes on social media platform. Peloton's trying to diversify away from expensive equipment and trying to create, you know, more of a SaaS model with lower monthly fees. We'll see how they do.
The Peloton app should be available shortly. I don't know. I can't.
Nah. I mean, okay, fine. Like, people can call it whatever they want. So Peloton, I'll get just a quick thing before we get to Peloton. Amazon, told you guys where I had my stop. After-market range and where we closed about 144.5. Pre-market highs that's right about that 70-75 level. So just like a penny or two above there is where I'm going to stop out. If it goes into 146, which is the next level up,
I'm looking for it to break this
in my
resistance
opinion, like that's where it
line.
held and had a bit of a consolidation.
This is where my
direction.
trade is.
That's where I would
I need
look
to
for
get to this
fade
point
on
to
Amazon.
get
But it's
out
now
of this
green,
right here.
so it'll take a lot of patience the way this market is going back into the upside. That
This
crystal
one
ball probably will be
is
holding the apple
right.
long, but we don't have crystal balls around here. You have to trade it. And at 8:30, I'm looking for a scalp play on that
the
apple.
Solana is on
Peloton
another
is up
Solana
7%,
chart. I'm not
and
gonna
Peloton
switch
barely
charts.
budged when we had that NFP number and the market went to the downside. Peloton just has to get through 670. Really, like you look at this on the daily, it's 3 times September, and then I guess twice, and once in November and once in December at the 670. So it's above 650 now. If this takes out 670, I'm looking long. As long as it holds on to 650 as well, which is a bit of a local top right in here, I'd look for some strength off the open at 650 to go into the 670 long. So, you know, I'm looking for a continuation day on Peloton to the upside. The 670 is definitely the bigger level here. So regardless of what you think about this company's prospects in the long term, it's still 14% short the last I looked at it, and on a bit of a tear. If it gets through that key level on the daily, it can be all systems go.
Yeah, I wrote down there for Peloton just to break this 675. So I already have the order in. I like this long. I'm going to take it. A break here. And I think you could do it with some serious shares too. A break here on Peloton of 675. I think that's a great level. This is a daily chart, man. It goes all the way back to August. So like you break here with a catalyst, I like it. We only have a few minutes to go. The market is rallying up here, and nothing we can do about it. We have the market on open and orders that I'm guessing are coming to the buy side here. Like I don't really see anything on here of significance. We have Palantir with a sell. We've already sort of gone over that one, and I don't see anything else. But these TQs is getting to a level now where we're getting ready, man. We talked about punching ourselves out here if we break above this 46 level, so we got to watch out for that. As the market's just kind of drifted up. We don't have a big position or anything like that. I was expecting a bump up to start the day. I just didn't think it would happen in the pre-market, as the NASDAQ right now is going green. And there it is. Congratulations, man. If you are a bull, it's been a nice little run over the last couple minutes, and quite frankly, could continue, man. I mean, this market rally could continue to the upside here. So let's just be careful. It's been 5 straight down days. You could get a little bit of a market bounce like we're getting. Watch out. It's just positive. It's not like we're rallying here or anything, but it is a nice bottom to top move. We're still looking at 16,500 here on the NASDAQ. So with only a minute left, we'll get Sharifa Adera on the bell. Here's 16.5 right here. So that's where the 50-period moving average is. We'll see if we can get somewhere up to this level. And then that's maybe where the short is ignited, I guess. Ignited. So we're going to wait for that one. But the market for right now is taking my lunch as it's going back up here, up to the upside. Watch out for a 46 break. Looks like it's going to happen immediately off the open.
Yeah, we're about 30 seconds to go, and the market is absolutely screaming in here. I was just taking a quick look at it's been a hot minute since we talked about Meta. Meta had a 348 top here yesterday. I just saw someone in the chat mentioning the same thing. This wasn't on my radar until just now when this was pointed out 1, 2, 3 times at that 48. That looks like if the market can't get through overnight highs, that's a good fade level. I do like 46 on Amazon if it gets to that price. But we got 4 seconds, so we open it up here, Adair. So in 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
The market is
here
open. We
market
are on our way.
I mean, the one trade I could get into immediately is going to be Peloton, so we'll watch out for that. We'll try to dip by a little
guys,
bit
if there's
in
a
Peloton.
favorite stock that you'd like to be showed on
Apple's
the
near our
charts,
level of 182
type
that
it
we wrote
into
down
the
on the
chat,
sticky note,
and
but
we'll
again,
get it up there. I've got to
I'll
figure
start
out.
a short
I've got
right
my
now,
live chat
but
going.
this is not.
I gotta see if it's
I already
working.
talked about the levels I want to wait for, right? I'm currently offering 182.50 for some shares, and then 183 for some shares, and then we'll get out if we break too much above that 183 level. But we'll just start a quick little short here on Apple, but it is going to be that. It's just very, 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 very quick. This market is a little bit silly right now. Let's see where it goes. I mean, it's still going
the upside, right?
Still going higher, man. PayPal just chilling though.
Yeah, no, PayPal's not doing much. I think Palantir could come first.
Palantir's in now.
Intel, I had a note on Intel about 47. So 47 yesterday, just wicked 47. Want to look for the short. But it looks like it's Palantir. Did I say PayPal instead of Palantir just now?
Holy shit,
breaking
is that
$16
real?
level. Did you see?
Yep. We
are well in the money, man. There was a huge level there at 90. I don't know what the hell happened.
Don't be
but
shy.
This is a money-making opportunity.
We'll have Q&A
right now
in a
for
little bit.
PLTR, man. We told you we shorted $16.
And we'll be going into
That's exactly
the
what we did, and we did it with some big boy shares.
network
so let's
marketing
go
side.
and see what does happen now with PLTR on that short at 16. We're just starting to cover right now. If the market gets too juicy to the upside, then yeah, L time. But right there, nice. Oh, I didn't even saw that. Nice trade on Palantir, man.
I don't think that was real.
Oh, I wish I would have saw it, man. But I thought there was like 800,000 shares there or something on the bid there of PLTR. So let's just wait, man. We're in this short and it's working out. The TQs, though, going the other way, trying to take out highs. Palantir, watch out for that 16 break, man. That was a little scary. 16.15 is going to be my out for Palantir there. Something like up in this area. So we'll use that. There it is. It's the 50-period moving average. 16.15 for Palantir is going to be my out.
Yeah, so I actually saw something at 9. I saw his size, and I thought I saw someone follow it down on Palantir. And thankfully, I did not trust it right away and backed off at the 85 level, and then put a trade on in front of the 90, or sorry, in front of the even, where it makes a little bit more sense. Because I remember the books flashing some size yesterday at the open that wasn't necessarily to be trusted. So tighter to the 16 makes more sense. I want to get to Apple if I can for a quick second.
The market.
Apple is now approaching 183. So. Okay, obviously it would have been a hold at 180, is what it is. Scalp the trade, didn't hold on to it. 183 is the resistance zone that I'm looking for on AAPL. Where are we at on Intel? I'm surprised the way the market's flying that I'm not filled here off of yesterday's high. Pretty close to it, I suppose, but just waiting for the actual top here on Intel. Do not want, when the market's screaming, I don't want to be chasing to the downside too much. If something's reversing, I'd like to be taking it at the level that I want. So the market is definitely looking strong here.
Yeah.
I just got into that Intel. Apple is super strong. Tesla, which I thought had a chance to break out, cannot get through 238. So it never gave you the short off 238. It certainly isn't giving you the long off that 38 either. And Peloton's doing nothing.
Yeah, I know, that's disappointing. I thought we could have had something there with Peloton, to be honest with you. All right, we'll slap a little bit of a fail there. The market did continue to go to the upside there, so TQ's out at 46 break. I don't know, man. We still have some shares there. I was going to try to give this a little bit more room, but yeah, the market, I mean, when you're wrong, you're wrong. And right now the market is long. And if you're short, you're wrong. So there goes Palantir again, breaking through 16 again. It's a good thing we took some out. We will average into this short again. We told you where our stop is going to be. So hopefully it can fall from here, but the market is definitely not a short at this correct time. We did talk about a price target upgrade there or something for AMD. Thanks to those in the chat that brought this to our attention. Look at this, up 1.5%. So as some of these tech names continue to rally a little bit here off the open, one thought. So nice move to the upside there. We did not get our full load there on Apple. It came pretty close. We were literally.
So one thing I want to make sure that you guys see that I had talked about earlier was that these patterns, they go in waves. And the way you find these waves are by using these lines.
It's like I was just
these lines right here.
Kind of that downgrade was on Palantir.
Let me mute these guys for a second. So these lines here are represent I have to make sure I can hear myself in here, so it's just I gotta. Okay, it's a thing. But look, all right. So what we like to do is we like to look at the bird's eye view again. We start out by looking at the daily chart. I'm going to get rid of my positions here so you can see a lot better. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this line. Get rid of this line. Get rid of this line. And we'll get rid of this line. Whenever you need to find your drawing tools in Pocket Options, this is where you'll find your drawing tools. You got your horizontal lines and you got your vertical lines and your rays and Fibonacci retracements and all these things here. The only thing that you're going to really be using is this horizontal line, maybe a horizontal line, a trend line, and maybe a vertical line. So you can see where you left off on Friday. You put that vertical line there when the market closes. So that way, when the market reopens, you know exactly what's been going on. There's some technical stuff behind that, but we'll get into that. Again, this is why for this training tomorrow that I have a private Zoom meet and greet tonight, so I can meet you guys, see who's out there watching, and then we go ahead and we get your trading account set up. So that way, when you start to follow, we're going to have you follow in demo, okay? Because I want you to get at least a month's worth of training in before you invest your money, okay? The investment isn't much. The investment is only $50 because that's how much Bitcoin that you would have to get. We're going to show you how to get your hot wallet or your cold wallet through Coinbase. We're going to show you how to load the wallet via. If you have a bank account, we'll show you how to load your Bitcoin in there through your bank account. And then if you don't have a bank account, I've got a way that you can do the same thing, because what you're going to do is you're going to download your Coinbase on your phone and you're going to go to a Bitcoin ATM machine. Easiest thing on the planet. Put the money in the Bitcoin machine and have it sent straight to your Coinbase account, and then we'll go through the procedures in getting your Pocket Options live account funded. Because when you're in demo, you don't have to give up too much information, but they do have a KYC that you have to go through when you're opening a live account. And once you get that money in that live account, we're just going to let it ride. We're not going to mess with it. You're still going to be doing the things in demo. We're going to have events where we are going to have tournaments where you can win, 20 or $30. We'll see how much we can get in donations. This is why we ask for, donations. And then I'm going to start a Patreon. There's a lot of things that I'm going to be starting. So that way we can have these funds that we can offer in our events. There's a lot of gadgets that I like to give away, like this one right here. I'm going to pull this one out. This is one of the gadgets that if you sign up today, we'll get this out to you. This is an 8 gigabyte, say it right, Mike, memory stick. So that way it says our community, Living Legacy. Okay. This is an old phone number. Don't worry about that old phone number. This is what we do. We concentrate on gold asset, crypto trading, and network marketing. That's all we do. This is a network marketing company. That's why we're going to spend Friday talking about network marketing. It seems like nothing's really happening. There are some things going on in the market. We just got in. But Fridays are usually a sell day. We'll tune back in. But I just wanted to make you abreast of all the features. We're going to go over all the features in the next 15 minutes. Let's just go ahead and listen to these guys. And we'll jump right into Pocket Options.
Right? So it's like sometimes you got to be sitting there to grab those fills, and I'm glad that you guys believe in us. There's Apple right now. I'm going to start taking some more. And so let's go, man. 50 cents now in the money on Apple, and no more bids. Like, let's let this thing fall down. If it's going to work, like I said, let's let it work. We talked about shorting into 182. We got that bump up. I'm hoping it's going to work. Let's see. Yeah, what is that from?
It's a RuPaul. It's whatever.
RuPaul?
That CoverGirl stupid thing.
I don't know enough
It's like an old commercial or whatever.
Oh, yeah, Work It Girl. Yeah, I know all that
I
stuff.
actually don't know the rest of it, so in the
do.
moment I realized that I didn't know anything past that work part. Yeah. But Apple, as Sean said, the only difference for me is I'm going to get out off of this 181.75, like in front of 181.75, it gets down there. Reason is it's stair step to the upside in a strong market, and so if I'm going against the grain parabolically and it gets to my level, VWAP retrace or then first support. So if it gets to that first support level, I'm out. Just going to take out the trade. Amazon, sort of a similar idea here. I took some out there, 145.50. I didn't have a great entry when it wicked 146. Ideally on the way back, you want to get like 90s. I got 77. So if it gets down to 145, again, I'm out. The stock that I'd rather hold is the one that was working the whole way, but then now look at it. So the market goes up and Intel goes down. The market starts to come back down and Intel goes up. Go figure. But that's why I said take some profit out on the way to the downside. But if this takes out the local high here, gonna jump out of the trade. I'll give it a chance to curl. And if it does, I can try to get some short here between 5s and 10s, or at least above 47. And then work back into the trade. Palantir is still at exactly $16. I punched out of 75% because that was based off of the size. That ended up being Fugaze, and I'm holding the other quarter for that 16.25 level. And now I will get to Palantir. Sorry, Peloton. Palantir on the brain, I was just talking about it. Peloton, I'm canceling for now. I'm canceling my breakout 670. No need to have that up there when the stock is in a bit of a free fall. I don't want it going 10% and then I punch the top of a move. If this can't hold on to the previous close, it could also be into a bit of a free fall. So looking for an Intel reload as long as it can show some weakness on this curl. Apple and Amazon now starting to work into the downside as the market starting to fall a little bit here off that 16.5 high.
Yeah, guys, remember, Neil and I have to be flat at the end of every single day, right? So, please just understand that we're just day trading. We're taking fills as we see fills come through. We'll trade with different share sizes. We'll trade different names. We'll trade different strategies. And we just hope that one of them fits you. And if it doesn't, you sort of learn from what we're doing. We're here on a prop floor and have the ability to trade pretty much every market and every name. So we will talk more and more about what we're doing. There's Apple. It's now 70 cents in the money. So, like I said,
Take
man,
that,
I
yeah.
had a couple
I'm the
fills
same
out there.
thing.
We had a
I'm
couple
here
positions for
strictly
myself,
on
so
pocket
we're able to
options.
take a little bit of
We do
trade
have
off
options
as
to
it comes
trade
back
different
down.
things,
We do
but
wanna be
I'm
able to
sticking
hold
with
it. I
one
say this
thing.
every day.
I'm
We
gonna
get the
ride it
big
out.
bangers all the time. It's just like when they start to go, I don't have anything left on board. So we're going to try to hold out for a little bit more on Palantir, and then we're going to watch out for Tesla. Tesla, look at the barcode on this name. I mean, back and forth, as if it wants to do something. All right, I might, now that I just got this fill, I'm actually going to take it out there at 21 a little bit here on Peloton. Look, we just got a fill down low side. I was not really expecting this name to fall here today. So it's definitely not working the way that I sort of thought that it would, but I was sitting there at 620 to get this fill ahead of like $6. But we're doing really well on the short right now. We've got finally some action here in Palantir. We finally got some action here in Apple. So do we want to like sort of rest our soul here on a Peloton, sorry. Man, trading Palantir and Peloton is going to be a problem for me. So I might just get out for that reason alone right now. But there it is. We're taking some out, 22s, 23s, 24s. If we're able to scalp this out and then hold a little bit of it, we'll do that. We're out of 1/3 already for about like 2, 3, 4 cents. So 5 cents. Here we go. Again, it's a bigger share position for me. It's Peloton. That's why we're scalping it out. Let's go Palantir, man. You are really the money maker for me. Let's get down into the downside, man. We've got this one, and I hope that we've got it good. If the market falls, then this one will be understood. Downside right now for Palantir, 91s. What's up, A?
By moving to the upside now after yesterday, after cutting some revenue projections for the preliminary earnings, now up about 3%. Popped up on volume here. Just wanted to put this one out. MBLY now moving to the upside after its big red day yesterday.
Mobileye.
You know, that's the thing that was sort of, when I was getting into Intel working initially, if Mobileye is going to break out, remember that's why Intel was down. This actually turns into a long for me if we're breaking out above 47.25. This is a reversal play as long as there's strength in Mobileye. It was PayPal that I wanted to quickly get to because it is super strong. It just got to 59. Yesterday's high, you guys can see it there. I don't have to point that one out to you. So if we like that one for a level, well, we're here now. No question about it. The actual wick top was, I think, 59.10 yesterday. And then you go to the day before, it was like 59.16. So until it breaks that 3-day high, I want to look for a bit of a reversal scalp trade. Now remember, as Sean said, when you're day trading, like this to me is a scalp trade. I'm shorting it here to that high, which was at 16, which is about 20 cents worth of risk plus slippage, and then I'm looking for it to work back into previous support levels. So yes, it's against the grain, but it's a plan of action at a key price level. It's the same trade pretty much as Amazon was at 46, and the same trade as Apple was off of that 83 level. So PayPal, oh great, PayPal, Palantir. At least I'm not in.
I'm all about the P's, man.
At least I'm not in Peloton because that's actually kind of a tongue twister to be doing.
Yeah, we're in it all, man, right now. So let's just wait to see. We've got all the P's up in here right now. We've got Peloton, PayPal. Yeah, this might be a problem. Let's just wait to see if we can get anything going on right now. So there's Palantir. It doesn't want to go down. We talked about that. Maybe we have to buy a little bit more. But here's PayPal. Let's go, man. It's so nice we got it twice. The thing about PayPal is that I have to have it, right? Or else I won't be able to live with myself. Look what we wrote down, and I will be able to. Look what we wrote down right here, right now, man. PayPal, 59 short. We have to take it when it comes up to there. We're going to get out at 59.20, so we're short now at 59.02. We just got filled at 58.91. So we'll take 10 cents there on 10%. This is what we're trying to do. Let's see if we can get away with holding a little bit more here on this name. So that's what I'm trying, and let's just see if it works. coming through right now. It's PayPal, and it's going to be the short that we wanted. And I just want to thank everybody for bringing that to our attention, because here we go, man. And it's going to be a big name for me again. Look at Piton, first of all, right now. Wow. Like I said, when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Yesterday, we had some mistakes early. Today, it looks like we're doing pretty good. Look at PayPal, nice little move to the downside again. We just talked about that. Went into the 80s. We didn't have any bids down there, but now we do. We were just taking profit on Peloton. Peloton, let's go, man. Spin that one off that bottom. 620. All right, long Peloton, short PayPal, trying to bank on that. We're short our PLTR. Let's go, baby, on that one. And then, of course, we're short Apple right now at 75 cents in the money. Let's see if Apple can get our infamous DTC, baby. It's a dollar trade club time, and you're all a member of it if you're short Apple. Let's see if it goes. Palantir, man, let's sit back. Come on, Palantir. This is the one where we make all the money today. It's Palantir, it's PayPal. Let's see if it goes for me. By the way, I don't know where you're getting out of PayPal, but I just took another fill.
I'll get to PayPal in a second, but as you mentioned for Apple, I'm out of Apple in front of that support level. It wasn't support, it's more like a breakout level at the open. So if it can make a charge, a second charge, I'll look for a re-entry somewhere underneath there. But against the grain, I'm going to have my out and try to stick to it. It held that 180, which slightly changed things for me. Maybe we get to 180 and I'll hate myself for that. But for now, I'm out of that trade. The futures are still green and running to those highs. I, like yourself, took some PayPal out there on the initial push into 80s. Now I'm looking for the 70s, and this is also for me back into VWAP at 58.5. I'll be out of the trade there again against the grain. Stock is pretty strong. Want to make sure that we're taking this one out according to plan, because for me, that kind of a move, I'm not looking at it to go all the way to the bottom. I'm looking for it to pull back. Where people are probably buying dips that are looking for longs, I want to be making sure that I'm getting out. And then one more for you. I feel like there was a joke about P's and Q's that was in my head and whatever, I missed it. There was a chance, Palantir, PayPal, all that good stuff, and then QuantumScape is moving. QuantumScape does not hold on to $9. This is a potential halt candidate because of its liquidity concerns. If it tries to make a push and fail in VWAP, I think that could be a parabolic short to the downside. I'm actually looking for a long in Intel now. As I said, with Mobileye's strength, the initial push was good, and then I got out when it took out the highs. If it holds on to 47 back, I'm looking for a long now on Intel, looking for a little bit of strength. And Tesla must have broken 238 just now. Yes, it did.
All right, so we just, let's just do it again, man, as John Travolta's like, who is this guy over here? There's Peloton again, a nice little move back up to the upside as we went long down there. We still have about a quarter of the position. Let's see if Peloton wants to continue to work. A good couple outs. Did we get anything out on Apple down there? No, we did not, I don't think. I thought we did. No, we didn't. Apple goes right into VWAP and I missed it. So bad on me, good on you, Adara. What's up?
Another small cap moving right now. SGD, this is Safe and Green Development, getting another pop to the upside right now. Yesterday announced an update on their letter of intent to acquire Zine Real Estate. Apparently the acquisition has been negotiated. So that is the news on SGD moving to the upside right now, guys.
Zine. Oh, well, one last one for you. I forgot about Amazon. There as I was talking about P's and Q's. So Amazon scalped once into 145.50. It came back up to the 146 level, reloaded it, took the same 20 to 25 cents initial trade. This is a 145 push is what I'm looking for, just to pull back into that previous, support level, or breakout level would be in this particular case. So it is stair step to the upside. First short, second short off the high. It failed that 146 level, and I like that. When it fails the top, my stop is the 10s, just like Apple yesterday, and I get back and I add to it on the way back in, usually at ideally 96, 97 if you can. As I said, Tesla broke 238 just now. So that was that double barrel close price. It closed there yesterday-ish, and it closed there 2 days ago. So as it's breaking through, I'm looking for an out in front of 39, then I'm looking for something at the 40 level. And if it takes the stairs up, I'll continue looking for longs on Tesla. 16.5 is a big deal here on the NASDAQ. So there's no chance I got to have something long. Tesla's breaking out. I said I would get into Intel long, and I didn't. I suck. So hopefully Tesla can carry for the long side, because I should be long Intel, and I kind of missed the punch. Saying I would reverse, it's good enough to get out of the short. and limit the damage on that refill. But I should have reversed into the long. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. There's intel on some Mobileye strength.
I just honestly, man, we'll just raise this up right now. I'm like, I cannot believe when Peloton fell in there. Sharif, we're long Peloton at 620. Go check the chart there. It's like crazy that just came in. Why were we? I mean, first of all, I'm probably going to take long if it breaks higher again. So again, just using some of these closing prices from yesterday, 1680. I know that's why I talked to Sharif, because I know that he likes closing prices. 680, or sorry, 80s. 620 right there. I was trying to look at Apple here. 620 all the way up into 670. I mean, absolutely monster. That is right now, that's 40 cents, 45, 50 cents. So we just made an 8% move right there on Peloton. So yeah, man, we will hit it for that for sure. All right, Apple right now. We should have got out some more lower, but we just got some there at 11s, so we'll wait on that one. And then it's PayPal that's trying to turn around on us a little bit here. It's a good thing we did get that out, something out anyways at 80. I only got out of 20%. So, you know, we do have to wait for that. Rivian, yeah, you know what? That's another one.
Rivian.
So again, remember, some of these beat up names. What? I didn't even know Rivian broke 20 yesterday, to be honest with you.
I did know Rivian broke 20. So.
Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, it just broke it at the end of the day there, slipped down through and made that bottom. So again, it's kind of like that same breakout level. That's the closing price right here at 1950. So that could have also sparked traders into that long. So, all right, we may get into more long. We are going to get into more long. Peloton has been an absolute monster right now. We have to be able to watch this. The market's really starting to get going here. There goes Peloton. We're long now, probably a little too high, but we're long. Let's see what happens here with PTON Peloton taking out that daily level there of 675.
Yeah, I had 670 on the daily.
Yeah, probably better.
It's a distinction without a difference. If it gets to $7, it's the distinction without a difference. But it is a punch at the high of the day on a parabolic move. And remember, I say I always cancel my order when that happens, because if I'm punching the top of parabolic mover, I want to adjust. And two things I'm going to do is I'm going to take less. If it just goes straight away, I probably want twice as many shares. But because it's making that move, I'm hitting the high, I take half the amount, just because it's already run so far, right? So when you miss the move, it's different if you're long off support and you can load up in front of it. When you're taking a break,
what the hell?
You got to be careful. I want to get to Amazon very quickly here.
That's
Amazon,
nice.
Amazon just made a higher low.
There's Apple.
Still working to the downside, but the market is absolutely not rejecting, but it is chilling at that 16.5 level. If it rejects it, the shorts will look good. I got to watch out for Tesla. And as I said, Peloton, that breakout trade, well, it gets to $7. It's a distinction without a difference, that 5 pennies. But it looks like it wants that $7. And again, this is not an endorsement of Peloton. Remember, we're momentum trading. I just want to get that one out of the way. Like, we joke around about Peloton and talk about the catalyst and the upside and all that stuff. It's a trade. I'm not buying Peloton on my personal account or anything like that.
Oh, no. All these trades are not.
It's a pure explosive trade.
Yeah, and guys, I'll endorse Peloton for the trade as well, because like this was, again, as it was written, man, buy dips on Peloton, take the break. I did not adjust any share sizes. So we're in here. I lost yesterday on some of these breaks, and we're just making sure that we're able to get this out right now, because we took a lot of shares there on that break of Peloton to the upside. And right now, let's go, let's spin it. What a great day this has been, despite we were short the market earlier. Come on, Peloton, let's get going to the upside. And again, man, this is that break that you're waiting for on the daily chart. I'll probably take a little bit of a different approach. I may buy some Peloton today because I like this break. We've seen it on Affirm when Affirm broke 20, and now you have a catalyst for Peloton. Let's see if that one wants to work. It's not working. It's working, but I thought it could have broken a little bit higher than that.
7.
You know what? Well, I hit the dollar club on you because for some reason, man, I have no idea what just happened to Apple there, and I just wanted people to know that we just tanked pretty good. Like, it was cruising, and the market didn't do anything. The market just fading off of 16.5 right now. So Apple is everybody's favorite club. It's the dollar club, and I think it can get a lot more than that. So let's wait to see if that's happening. PayPal making the move back down in. I might just get out of some more Peloton here, as it's not really going to the upside anymore. So we'll capture some outs here. If we're wrong, we're wrong. But again, we really rode this all the way to the upside. I'm debating just getting out, man, if we come back into this level, 665 or so. on Piton. We'll get it out because there is a chance we could be wrong here today on something other than the futures. PLTR also trying to capture some of this profit. I'm so obsessed with looking at all of my trades, but this is why I have my net up, because as it grows, or either way, up or down, I like to see where I'm at with some of these trades, because I do have decent amount of shares in many different positions. So, all right, here comes back in for Palantir. For Peloton. I got to get some more out here, as I don't want to turn again a great winning trade into a losing one, as it is fading back out a little bit here with Piton. Piton, my number one stock here today.
So a couple of things. One, I'm just going to get back into
on Palantir.
Tesla. You'll have seen it come out, but it didn't actually break the local bottom on that breakout trade. So it looks like a bit of a bad trigger. So I'm going to try to jump back in. I was just trying to get O's on Tesla, which is a bit greedy. I can probably just take 10s. It doesn't really matter if I get 10s. It's basically the same thing. 10 cents on that for an entry is not going to matter. I'm looking for a dip in Intel for a buy, and I mentioned Amazon. Taking some out there. If it falls further, this is a target that I like at the 145, but it just held up a higher low at 145.50. So the short's been working, but you can see the upward trend. And when fighting that trend, want to make sure you're being at least a little bit reasonable with it. So that's what I want to do over here in Amazon. I did take out Apple. PayPal is still working, but it's doing the similar thing that, bull flag or whatever you guys want to call it. It's still doing the same thing that Amazon is doing, where it's holding those higher lows. If it can break down, it's going to just drop this bit a little bit further, maybe down into actually at 70, because I think you have a chance to get into VWAP. It's actually accelerating a little bit here. I just saw that on the tape. So I'll give it a chance to get into the 70s. I like the fact that it just broke that local support to the downside, but it's still in an upward trend. So these ones are okay. Palantir is starting to go, but I'd like to see like the 70s. If this was a short to 25, it needs to get down to the 70s at least. And we have not talked. This is the first day this week that we've gone 30 minutes, well, the entire open without talking about crypto. Or, well, okay, fine, like a crypto name. Mara is about to go 10% to the downside, and this should be on the radar. I actually like this I like the short if it got to $30, because 30 was an obvious level. I feel like this could move all the way into the bottom if the market were to reverse and if we had a big pull on crypto. Everyone's expecting a big announcement.
We have a number.
But let's get to the Adair. We have a number.
We do have some numbers, including ISM Services PMI coming in at 50.6. Previous was 52.7. Forecast was 52.8. So we came in lower than expected here by about 2. We also have factory orders month over month coming in at 2.6%, so higher than the forecasted 1.8% and the previous of negative 3.4%. So the two main numbers here, guys. Market reacting, getting a bit of a push to the upside off of these numbers here. We're green on the day. If you can look here on the daily chart, we have had a little bit of weakness, as we know, in the SPY. Definitely a nice move to the upside here, especially off this news, getting a bit more of a push. In terms of individual stocks moving, AMD up 2%, getting a price target increase from Mizuho. Good name for chips as well, because Marvell also up almost 3%, getting another boost off of the number here. No specific news that I'm seeing on this, but general chip strength, and Marvell getting quite a few mentions on social media as well. So good day for MRVL. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a virtual funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the gains. The program has simple rules and 100% payout record. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off.
They are really liking that number.
Okay, so they had a station break. I'm also going to take a station break here. So we will be right back after this message. All right. So the manifestation scrolls, stay tuned. I will be going through what I've developed. It's called the manifestation scrolls because I am a manifester. I know how to manifest things in my life, and I'd like to teach you how to do the same thing. We will be having the manifestation scrolls every Sunday at 10 a.m. And this will be a live stream also. I'm setting up a manifestation scrolls YouTube channel, but for now, I've got a lot of things going on, so we're going to be opening that up with our special guest, my meditation coach, Patty Qualia, and she will lead us into a meditation, and then we'll go straight into the meat and potatoes of how to manifest happiness, wealth, and results. All right. So let's get back into the day. We're going to leave the market, the charts up there. But what I wanted to do was address the elephant in the room, and that is network marketing. So when it comes to network marketing, let me find the right one I'm looking for. I'm looking for the right one, guys. Hold on. I can't seem to find it. Let's see, my GoPro. Let's see. I'll have to search for it. But look, I'm going to have you watch this video, and then I will be right back, and we will get started into this discussion. Today's discussion. It's going to be led by Eric Wolry. And what I want to do is I want to show you how to make this money. I keep saying work while you're not working. I'm going to bring up some of the products that we do, that I do promote here and do refer people to, so we can get into the back office and you guys can see for yourself the potential that you have in making passive income using MSIs. MSIs are multiple streams of income. Okay, here we go.
Remember that there's a better way. I think their future is going to be much brighter. They can live a better life. So if you're considering getting involved in a network marketing company, let me offer you just a few pieces of advice. First, network marketing isn't perfect. It's emotional, it's challenging. Like any entrepreneurial venture, it can have its up days and its down days. But if you have an entrepreneurial bone in your body, it's just better. Second, if you're gonna do it, decide to be professional. Decide to go pro. It's better to do that than just be this amateur sticking your toe in the water. Third, as any professional, you're gonna have to learn some new skills. And I promise you, inside of the network marketing profession, they're not too difficult to learn. Fourth, like anything worthwhile, it's going to take some time. Don't expect that you're going to get to the finish line right out of the gate. And fifth, it's worth it. It's worth it to be able to take charge of your life again. It's worth it to be able to control your own financial situation. It's worth it for the people you're going to be able to spend time with. It's worth it for the things you're going to be able to see and the experiences you're going to be able to experience. It's worth it for the causes you're going to be able to contribute to, the lives you're going to be able to touch, the customers you're going to be able to help, the friendships you're going to be able to develop. I promise you, it's worth it. Remember, most people are searching for answers just like you are. But I do have to tell you the catch to network marketing. If there is a catch, if you want to understand this from an emotional point of view, people say, well, it sounds too good to be true. It's not, it's hard work. But here's the catch. Most people still don't understand it. So you're going to have to endure the loss of ignorant people. The uneducated will think less of you. Now, if you can handle that, you're on your way. If that's going to destroy you, you know what? Entrepreneurship in general probably isn't in your future. If you can face that catch, you can become unstoppable.
I want everyone to really contemplate this if they're not in network marketing. You're in a job, you probably have a mortgage, you have rent, you have debt, whatever's going on. You're in a prison.
You work just hard enough to keep them from firing you, and they pay you just enough to keep you from quitting. Come on! I've been there, done that, and bought that t-shirt.
In network marketing, if you run into failure, it's really just a homework lesson for yourself. There's no one to blame.
You really have no excuse not to be successful. You just don't. People don't want to hear that, but there's so much available to you.
If you want to be a good network marketer, be a student to the people above you, be a fellow traveler to the people on the same level, and be a teacher to those below, and know when it's appropriate to do which. People who are not afraid of asking people to buy things, or not afraid of persuading people with a chance they may say no, these people own the future.
Nothing happens until something moves. So you got to go move, you got to go do something, or nothing's going to change in your life.
In the beginning, you're going to do a lot of things that you don't get paid for. But as you go down the road, you get paid for a lot of things that you don't do.
And your job is rehabilitate the spirit, the entrepreneur spirit in all of us. Get it back.
Either give it a strong yes or a strong no, but no wishy-washy, dilly-dally stuff in the middle.
There's dreams and there are nightmares, but I believe that the biggest nightmare of all is when you don't pursue your dream.
You're going to see some monumental growth in this profession. It's an exciting, exciting time to be involved with the network marketing profession. The next 10 years, I see just exponential growth.
When that tipping point comes, it's not a matter of asking somebody, have you ever heard about network marketing? You're really asking them, which company are you building your wealth in?
We are here to fix the world, to improve relationships with other people, to improve other lives. And the real reward comes as an entrepreneur in any level from teaching somebody something and watching them soar. There is no greater reward.
Life's too short to spend it living someone else's dream instead of your own. It's too short to spend it living at a fraction of your potential. Can being an entrepreneur be a challenge at times? Sure. But here's what you get in exchange. It can be yours. Something that you built, something that you created, something that you made happen. This balloon represents your dream. It represents entrepreneurship. My wish for all of you is that you would reach out and grab it. The choice is up to you.
Oh boy, I've been talking all this time and no microphone has been on. So let me go back and explain what I was trying to tell you guys. Oh boy, what a Goomba. So, all right, let me go back, because there's a story. I have to go back and tell you this story. Okay, this is me holding a fish. I like to fish, and each and every time I go to fish, I get a fish like this. So in my years of doing that, of learning how to fish, because I had to go out and I had to get the reel and get the worms and go to the locations to get these fish. Okay, skipping over because it didn't turn out too good. So in the process, where's my other video, other picture? You guys seen the picture with the table with the full of fish? So I would take my brother and my cousins out there and we would go fishing at this private pond. And I was trying to explain the analogy of, why can't I find the photo now? Here it is. It's close here. Here it is. I was trying to explain the analogy that when I brought my brother out, my brother and cousin, they were able to duplicate what I was doing. And this is the results of one day. I mean, I think we fished about 2 hours. And this is the catch that we got when we got done fishing. So I say all of that to make you aware that this is the same. Trading is the same way. You're going to go out there and you're going to open yourself a trading account and you're going to lose. And you're going to get discouraged. And one day you might have a good day. And you might make $100. You might make $1,000. It's going to be up to you. But that's only one of the streams that we know that if the market isn't moving in our direction, we have to be patient and we have to wait. Okay? Just like fishing. You have to be patient. You might sit out there all day long and might not catch one fish. On the other hand, you might be out there for 15 minutes and catch so many fish you can't even take them home. The same thing applies in network marketing. There are a lot of people out there that are looking for a different way, looking for a way out. They have worked their hands to the bones trying to bring in this income that they can barely keep up with. So I was taught from my mentor, Bob Proctor, to get yourselves multiple streams of income. And when I thought about that, I'm like, okay. And he brought up the analogy that the world is huge. And the more people that you can reach through this thing we got here right here, the internet, the more people that you can reach, the more multiple streams of income you can achieve. Now, me promoting this is my way of having these multiple streams of income. Now, they might not be the same. Each one might bring in a certain amount, but they're all coming into my bank account. I want the same thing for you. All you have to do is demonstrate some due diligence, some patience to learn this skill. You can learn the skill of trading, but from word of mouth, you can make millions. How many out there have seen The Color Purple yet? I haven't seen it yet. But from the reviews and from what people has been saying, I'm going to go see it. Why? It was a good referral. Now, had it been through the news or a friend or wherever, it's still the fact that it intrigued me to go check this movie out, because we've all seen The Color Purple on TV and in DVD with Whoopi Goldberg and Oprah Winfrey, and you know The Color Purple. But you know what? They came out with a new movie. And believe me, people are flocking to this new version of an old movie. Network Marketing Now is a new movie of an old version that I adopted in the late 70s and late 80s. So now that we've got a new platform that we can broadcast this thing out to millions, I think there's 800 million people on the planet now. We're not talking about the babies and stuff like that, but the people that are seeking some type of relief, some type of something they can rely on. There is only one person that you and I can rely on. That's God and ourselves. I don't care if you're religious or not or whatever. Allah, whatever it is to you, He is the creator that has created you to do what you want to do, because He says it in the Quran. He says it in the Bible. Ask and it shall be given. Knock and the door will be open. Seek and you shall find. That's a part of the manifestation scrolls, and that's a part of rechanneling, rethinking about how you perceive yourself out here in this crazy, crazy world we live in. Man, there are so many, and now that they have this AI generated thing going out, man, you can make yourself look you can do a whole bunch of stuff now. And I don't want you to miss out the opportunity of getting in to the being able to collect on small tips on markets in the stock market of AI that's coming out. NVIDIA, that is one that's going to be driven AI. Apple, Tesla, all of these things are AI is being adapted into these programs, and the adaptation is being brought to the masses of the people. Like electric cars, hate electric cars. Electric cars are here to stay. Like crypto, like Bitcoin, don't like Bitcoin, it doesn't matter. It is here to stay. And when you exit your body to go back to energy, whether it's heaven or hell or whatever you believe in, it's going to be here. Okay? So this is why I'm showing you these things and opening your mind to all the other things that you can be doing on the sidelines. I'm not telling nobody to change anything in their life. All I'm asking you is to spend 90 days to see if this thing works for you. If it doesn't work for you, you can always go back to what you were doing. All right, so skipping on. When we look at your revenue, let's see. As you become an affiliate by signing up, I don't have to say signing up under me. I'm going to give you the link, okay? And you build your own network. I've already built my network. My network is the Living Legacy Group. You don't have to go all out extravagant like I did, but these are the tiny bits of multiple sources of income that I'm going to share with you, and that you can actually, all it takes is a couple minutes to sign up as an affiliate and then make a post on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and share that post. People are making millions just by being an Amazon affiliate. So the books that I will be recommending, like the ones I showed you this morning, I'm going to send you an Amazon link. And when you purchase it from Amazon, whether you like purchasing from me or not, whoever you've gotten an Amazon link from, or what ad you pressed, that was an affiliate site. That was an affiliate link that you went, and each and every time that you make a purchase from Amazon, that person that put that link out there is getting paid. Come on, man. Come on, man. You got to really think about what I'm really offering to you. I'm not offering something that is a fly-by-night thing, because we see what's happening. We see what's happening all over the world. So here we go. And we click here, and nothing happens. Let's see. Here it goes. Revenue sharing offer becomes the basis for affiliate payments. Okay. What's new in the revenue sharing offer? Ooh, we got a little alert. Somebody's trying to get in. Based on our numerous requests, we have dedicated and reworked the terms of our affiliate commission, making them simpler, understandable, transparent, and mutually beneficial. Introducing the update revenue sharing offer, we have created special conditions for affiliates working on brand traffic. Now, this is not the only this is not only allowed, but it also rewards in a worthy manner. Brand affiliate plan levels, that's us, brand, is also our base payout level, applies to partners with less than 3 FTDs per month productivity. The upgrade level, regular, premium, and VIP remains as usual and are assigned automatically once the month, depending on the monthly number of the FTD that the affiliate generates, especially from influencer traffic. We have added 2 new offers, Influence and Ambassador, which are assigned to most of our active content makers and exclusive to influencers of the Pocket Options brand. I am an influencer. Now, being an influencer, this is what the features are. Affiliate commissions calculations, statistics, and holding balance updates now occur as much more frequently. The commission includes income generated by traders, trading turnover. Bonus funds are calculated individually for traders. What will change in the current conditions? From Monday, December 10th or December 4th, 2023, the revenue sharing program becomes the basis for calculating all affiliate commissions. Your current affiliate link and campaign will remain active. However, all traffic starting from 12/4/23 will be calculated according to the new program. Your affiliate program or your affiliate profile level will be updated based on your current registration and FTD for the month. If you still have any questions, do not hesitate to contact the personal manager. Okay, so let's figure out what is the FTD. So we don't have any FTD. Okay. Oh, okay. FTD stands for total number of first-time deposits. So these first-time deposits, there's cash to be made on those. Okay. So I can actually change my Pocket Options domain options. Here you'll find a chat for all the affiliates, not Asian countries. You know, doing this thing online, we're reaching everybody around the world. Okay, so I'm going to click here to show you the top 10 that are affiliates around the world. Look at this guy. Tuda Sana Millionaire. Number of deposits, 20,013. The number of funded accounts, 1,289. The sum of his deposits, 1,038,467.12. Oh, I'm in the way. Let me move myself out the way so you guys can see this. Move out the way, Mike. You're blocking the money. We're going to go right up here. You can see it right there. This guy right here made $1 million, the sum of his deposits. Now, he gets a portion of that, I do believe. Here's an anonymous. He's got, the last 30 days. Anonymous has 13,909 number of deposits. That's 3,000. Oh, it's okay. That's 1,000 funded accounts there. There's 3,800, 3,831. He made $800,000, the sum of deposits. So whatever commission, what is the commission on these things? Let's see. Offers, statistics, payments, analytics, contact, news, support. Maybe it says it here. I'm looking for the... Come on, you guys, we got to get this. We're looking for what is the commission base, how much you make. Okay, here we go. Here you go. So when you look down here at the bottom, it says Smartly revenue shared, 50 start bonus. You get 50 minimum. That's a 50% minimum. So that's $50. And you get 4.6% click-through rate. So I guess it's going to depend on go back here again. Let's see what it says again. Got to reread these things. So I am looking motivation bonus. What is that? Maybe that will say, maybe that's something. We have prepared additional financial motivation for active partners. Do you want to earn more money or earn more, even more, achieve positive growth dynamic and maximum weekly commissions and receive 10% of the maximum previous commission? Example, your total commission for the past week was $15,000. If the commission for the next week is higher than the previous one, for example, $17,000, then you will have positive trend, a positive trend. Thus, you additionally receive 10% of the previous commission, and your bonus will be $1,500. In order for you to get another bonus after that, your upcoming commission should exceed over $17,000 This time the bonus will be $1,700. Receive a 10% bonus on the max commission a paid week once paid for past week once your upcoming commissions will exceed the maximum for the previous value. Folks, these people aren't sleeping on these opportunities. So that's your pocket option. Let's go into another one, iTrust Capital. Okay, iTrust Capital, refer a friend. Let me show you how iTrust Capital works. You can go get some Bitcoin. You can get, I think there's a $500 minimum contribution. I put $1,000 in. So you get $100 each time you spread the word. Okay, and my link is in the description of my YouTube channel. And 10 people join with you. That's $1,000. So not only are you making silent money on your pocket options being an affiliate, you're making silent money on your iTrust Capital account. Now, to show you what has been going on in my account, I'm very transparent with this because you can't get in here. We went down a little bit because of the fact that we've got 200 in US that's in holding. So if we find a coin that we like, we're going to go ahead and get some of that. So right now we are holding 77.52% in Bitcoin. That's about $1,200. And then we've got GTR, my friend, a good longtime buddy, best friend, Andy. He turned us on to, that's a guy, he's going to be on. He's got something really interesting. I'm going to see if I can get him on the show and explain to you guys what he's doing. That guy's making money hand over fist. Okay. But GTR, we got 6% of that. We got only about $100 worth, but we have these. This is how many tokens we got: 563.95 GTR, and that's not even reached $1 yet. That ain't even reached a quarter yet. Okay. When these coins take off, the balance goes. I started with in October. $1,000. I'm already up 635 just by having these coins. Sand. Okay, I like sand because sand is a part of the sandbox. The sandbox is a part of the metaverse. Now, it's not the metaverse that I'm referring to with Facebook. It is a virtual world just like Roblox. You hear these guys talk about Roblox. Don't sleep on these gamers. Let these guys play their games. They're developing this stuff, and you can sit back and just collect from them. That's why we trade those things. So I have 127.11 sand, okay? And that's only 50 cents right now. And it's down 6%. But the whole market is down right now. We're waiting in anticipation on the SEC ruling. So that's why crypto's down. But let me tell you, while it's down here, go get it. Because you don't want to buy it when it's high. You want to buy it when it's low. And I'm not telling you to go out and buy $43,807 worth. Buy $100 worth. Instead of going and putting your money into that dang lotto, put $5 into Bitcoin. Put $10 into Bitcoin. I'm going to show you exactly how you can do that and let it grow. Let it grow by itself. Plant those little seeds. Okay, so that's the iTrust Capital account, the one that we promote. The next one that we promote is Engrave, okay? So my theory is that you win this money trading, I don't want to say win it. Well, you're going to win trades, but we're going to learn how to earn money in the in the markets. So you earn your money from pocket options, being a pocket options trader. You then transfer that money to either your Coinbase wallet, or you can, if you want to get, well, I hope you will be purchasing a Engraved wallet. But you take your winnings, you transfer it to your Coinbase account. Your Coinbase account is then going to transfer that money into your bank account. From your bank account, you will then transfer that money into iTrust Capital as your contribution. Now, once you've got that contribution in there, you're going to keep making money. Okay, you're going to keep trading. All we're looking to do is earn $1,000 in the markets. Take that $1,000, put it in iTrust Capital, get your coins, because think about this. We're trading the markets. You're going to get your coins in Coinbase from Coinbase, and you're going to transfer them to your iTrust Capital, via your bank account. Or I can see how we can get. Let me see if we can. No, they take contributions in cash. You can't kind of transfer coins in there off the grip, I don't think. But the money that you save, the winnings that you get, you don't want to keep it on the pocket options platform. We want to probably keep $1,000 in there, because there's a lot of things that I haven't explained about pocket options that I'll do later. But that excess money those coins that you get, you can take your Bitcoin, you can take your Sand, you can take your Ethereum, you can take all of those, and you can transfer them right into this cold storage wallet. Having this cold storage wallet will enable you to keep your coins with you. You can have this in a safe. You won't have to, if you can't get one, then that's why I'm offering the card, so you can keep this safe somewhere, and you can have your passphrase on there for your Coinbase account, or if you're using MetaTrader, or not MetaTrader, but what is that one? What's it called? It's up here, right up here. What's it called? MetaMask. Your MetaMask wallet. You can get a MetaMask wallet right off of your Chrome browser. No problem. Okay? So just from those three things, okay, becoming an affiliate, I think how does it work? We know all that stuff. What is the commission you'll be referring? So for the purchase of over $300 within 90 days, you'll receive a flat $25. One of these, just the wallet itself, I think it's retailed for, how much is the wallet? I think the wallet is $3.99. I think it is. It may be $3.50 now. We'll see. But as we grow a team, and as your team grows a team, because I want to have a team over here in the U.S., in the Philippines, in China, well, I can't say those places, but I want to have these little bitty channels all over, these teams all over the world. That's why here in the States, I want to be able to grow a team so we can actually get with Oliver Velez, get on his team, and be able to knock this thing dead. We can end the generational curse that has been plaguing us for decades. And all it takes is a little patience and a little time. So let's see how much the wallet is. When I got mine, guys, I paid $5.99. I'm not gonna lie to you, $5.99 I paid for mine. So let's see what the price is now. You'll get the wallet, you'll get the graphite, you'll get the punch. Okay, so it's $490.98. A lot of people might not say, well, man, that's $500. Dude, you're gonna be keeping millions of valuable coins in this wallet. Do you want to keep it on something that is not reliable, that it's not secure? They're hacking. This is unhackable. You cannot hack this thing. And the reason mine isn't on is because I did something to it. I don't know what I did to it, but it's not coming on. But I've got one coming in the mail. Matter of fact, I think it should be arriving today, and I'll have it on live, and I'll be able to show you guys. But look, I'm opening these things up to you so that you can make your own decision. We are coming up on the 11 o'clock hour. We will be going back to the markets to see what's been going on. And then I'm going to look for the Eric Worre material. Uh-oh. Did I? Okay, we're going to look for that material. We're going to check these guys out. And if you got any questions, put them in the chat. We're going to then go back to where we were. And thanks for joining. Always got to thank my people for joining. All right. Let's fix this. Can we fix it? Yes, we can fix it. There we go. All right. And put us back down here. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. Turn this back on. You guys got any questions? Let me know.
Banger, but I'm going to take a look.
Before we do that, let's get a little commercial break here.
Forms free us like for one thing to open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. Give us a call today, 586-777-3801. P&D Uniforms.
We're going to try that again.
Welcome to P&D Uniforms and Accessories, where we treat all of our customers just like family. Your one-stop shop for all things uniforms. We carry a wide selection of top-quality uniforms from school to medical scrubs, plus church and choir gear. P&D Uniforms and Accessories have been in business for over 15 years. We are centrally located at 20936 Kelly Road in East Point, Michigan. Open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. Give us a call today, 586-777-3801. P&D Uniforms.
That's my brother's business, P&D Uniforms. We always promote our family. We have a family of entrepreneurs. We're out here doing this thing, making it happen for our families. So looks like you're talking, but I can't hear. Yeah, I know. Are you muted? Hey, can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me now. Let me see about I would have hated that. Entrepreneurs, we're out here doing this thing. Making it maybe you came in. Families. Thanks for letting me know that, though. I really appreciate your saying I was muted. Yeah, I know. Let's see. Okay. Hey, can you hear me now? All right, you can hear me now because I can hear me now. Hopefully you can. Maybe your thing is on mute. It is the 11 o'clock hour. Open for Q&A. If you've got any questions, put it into the chat. I'm going to switch us back now live to Trader TV Live.
That is for sure. So thank you for continuing to support the show. Just keep
And
on
then
coming
I'm
back,
looking
man. I'm not
for the
going anywhere, as you
material
said,
that I'll be
except for hopefully
using
retiring soon.
for our
All right,
network
over to the big
marketing
desk, it's Money
side.
Talks. Let's go.
I hope you
Really
enjoyed
interesting
that
movement
little
for
bit
the
of
DXY right now. I have the
spiel
15-minute
that I put
chart
out
so we can
there.
kind of see the movement that we had initially out
right, I'll
of
be
those
back.
non-farm payrolls. They did come in higher than expected, 216,000 versus the expected 170,000. So definitely a move to the upside there. We did have this wick up to 103. Now we're trading at low 102, so 102.07 right now. We did have a bit of a dip here at 10 and 10.15. That was after we got this lower than expected ISM non-manufacturing PMI. So this came in at 50.6 versus the 52.6 estimate and 52.7 prior number here. So bit of mixed action for the USD. Right now we have decidedly moved to the downside. Keep an eye out as well for Barkin, Fed's Barkin, who will be speaking at 1:30 today, guys.
Oh, man. I mean, we finally getting a nice little move down for Palantir. I mean, Tesla ain't no stress over here because it's and there was another one. And then we had Peloton. Another one. It's just been one of them days. Don't take it personal. Nice move, man. Don't take it personal if you're long a firm, but we're short it, and it's been a nice one. So we'll have to watch out for that. And then, man, I'm just in chill mode. I could reshort Apple at some point. I don't know. I might just pass on that. You know what? I'm getting a little bit of this top-heavy feel here for the market. What I mean by that is like it looks like it wants to take the top again right now. So let's put another bid here. We're sitting at 40. We just missed it, but we are there we go. We got it. So spin it one more time. Now I'll cancel all the rest on Tesla because we've already done the damage. It's already in. We cannot lose on this name. Let's just see where it goes. We've got a great short on that one. And then honestly, Affirm, we've already gotten out. I'm now out of 70% of Affirm. We talked about it pulling back down to the 50-period moving average. When it does that, and that's what we call, you need to get out when it does that. So we do that there as well. And then PayPal has really been the only loser. The TQs, I know I shorted the market. That was that play. We talked about why we did it. It was against the market and that release at 8:30. We'll probably start to stay away from some of that because that did not work out for us at all. And that's the PayPal short. Other than that, man, yeah. I hope you enjoyed it. It's going to be a great midday show. And then we're back at 2 o'clock. I already sort of said thanks to everybody. Thanks, Honest Abe, man, for the super chat there. The grind is every day. Do you know how many sick days I took last year? 0. Do you know how many sick days I took the year before that? 1. I mean, unless I'm forced not to be here, which next week I'm at a tournament. Friday I'm not here. Then the week after that I'm with my kids again. At yet again another hockey tournament. But if it's, you know, unless forced, man, we're gonna
patient 0.
Yeah, we're gonna be here every single day. So that's what it is, guys. 1 sick day in 2 years, and I'm here for you guys.
Yeah, we're all here for you guys. That's what we're all about. At the end of the day, I actually don't think we have missed a single day.
Yeah,
that
thanks.
The US
I was
market is
muted.
open
I
since
found
we've
that
gone
out
to
later on. Thank you.
There's like obviously like there's a couple times. I mean, the lights went out
All
one
right,
time
bro,
in the middle of the day
thanks,
for
man.
like 5 or 10 minutes, like that kind of thing. But we have not missed a single stream. Which I think is pretty impressive, right? Like technologically, there's been things that have happened behind the scenes that you guys don't even know. Like there's a couple times, like 10 minutes before the open, we've had a few issues, and then it always manages to get resolved, and we get on air for you guys every single day. So, and a lot of that credit, we talk about Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s, or you'll see Rob and you'll see Randy. Mark is sometimes here. They'll be doing all kinds of stuff off camera to make sure that we look good and sound good and all that kind of stuff. But no, it's a great
What's up,
team.
Fabian?
Mark's on vacation.
I may have taken
I need
0
those
days,
people.
actually, by the way.
He'll be back.
Sean
It takes
Ripken,
a
that's
lot to
right.
do this
Yeah, I like
stuff,
that one.
guys.
Sean
It
Ripken,
does.
we'll take that.
I
Oh, by
love
the
it,
way,
though.
people in the chat want to know something, and it's this. All right, man. Everybody's favorite segment is now here. Yesterday was pretty good. I didn't see, I heard that it was pretty good. It was the chicken sandwich yesterday. We talked a little bit about that. Today, though, if you're all about chicken, then you may or may not have a chicken dinner winner on your hands. And you do today, because today's meal, although the chicken's going to be secondary here, I feel like, tricolor cheese tortellini with grilled chicken, roasted mushrooms, baby spinach, and a tomato cream sauce. So we're making enough money to go out and buy our lunch today, but we just have a salad coming through. That sounds good.
It was grilled chicken salad yesterday. That was quite good.
For me, cheese tortellini, it's good. I'd rather have that for dinner than for a lunch. But again, man,
I'm not a huge cream.
Yeah, cream based. Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. It's tomato cream is okay. Alfredo would be maybe. We got the mushrooms in there and the chicken.
Yeah.
I could see that working out as well. One thing that is working out is Affirm right back in. It's another 50-cent winner as it gets down into the end of the day here for Affirm. We're sort of like milking this PayPal position. We'll make it all back if this thing gets back here into the 50 period, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm just trying to get it out. Sans a market moving down right now. We're just trying to get out of everything, and that's why we got out of some Tesla, and we're just enjoying the day. It's been a great one. It's a green one, and whenever you've got a green day, that's a good day.
And any day you wake up is a good day. I always start with that, because regardless of how the day ends, if you wake up and you got your family and you have your health and you get to do something you love, it's good. And then, at the end of the day, when you're trading, some days are good, some days are going to be bad. I'm having a flat day today. I haven't had a losing day in a couple of weeks, but it's a flat day because I started out looking for shorts. I had one long off the open, and I got it out really early. And that was Apple. But I started looking for shorts, and I got out of them when they didn't work, but there is one we have less than 10 seconds to go. I've been in and out of AMD here a couple of times. But this is the reason, the 140 level and this little wick at 140 and a half. As the market's looking to turn, this is a key stop. It is all green on the 15-minute chart, but it's showing some signs of curling here. And this is the one I want to get back into VWAP. So I still like Intel for dip buys because of that 47 over-under level and its stair step. And it hasn't gone to a major resistance level for me. But AMD has. That's why I like it to that downside. It's now 11 o'clock, so you know what we got to do. We're going to jump on over to Sharif and Adara, learn to trade. I'll pop in at about 12, but we'll be back at 2 o'clock for you guys.
Peace!
Let's head on over to...
All right, so they are going to switch over to learn how to trade. We are going to switch over to Eric Worre. So I found my material, and I'm going to drag it. I'm going to open this up first. I got to open this. And so that way I can still look at the charts. We don't want all of it. We just want this one. We're going to put it right. Oh, we can't because this is a separate page. So we'll do it just like this. Boom. And then we will put our, where are we at? Right there. No, that's it. It should be there. Oh no, what we got to do is we got to minimize this. We got to go back to here. Get that back under there. Yeah, this is what I go through. Come on, baby. Here we go. All right. So, when you join us here at the Living Legacy Group, me, myself, and I, we're going to squeeze that over a little bit. All right. Because I got to have my face in here. And we got to make this to where it is like that. And we'll squeeze it. We definitely want to keep our eye on the market. Markets, plural. All right. So we're going to go into this video right here. It's called First Steps. As we watch the market, get some notes. This is going to be I think, I don't know how much it is. I mean, how long it is. I think it's not very long. It's not very long. I don't have the workbook that it talks about, but make sure you take some notes. I'm going to go get myself a cup of coffee, but here we go. Hopefully this is working right. We'll start it off. All right, here we go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm excited to be here. We're going to have a great time. Go ahead and have a seat. This course is called First Steps. Those of you here in the room are being able to see this in person, but most people around the world are going to be watching this at home. They're going to be watching this on their phone. They're going to be watching this on their tablet, on their computer, maybe watching this with their team. And what I want to do as we start this course is, first of all, congratulate you. Congratulations on making the decision. Congratulations on not only making the decision to get involved with network marketing, which it's not perfect, but it's better. If you have an entrepreneurial bone in your body, it's better. And also congratulations for taking the step to get this course. There are millions of people who join our business every single year. Some decide to invest in their education and some don't. You're different. You've already, it takes so little to separate yourself from the crowd. It takes almost nothing to separate yourself from the crowd, but you do need to take a step. You can sit back and wait for success to happen to you, or you can step in and be part of the success that you deserve in your business. So this step, whether you've taken it or the company's taken it for you and delivered this to you, whatever that is, just know that this is a big deal. And the few hours that we can spend together, what I want to do is I want to share with you what I wish somebody would have shared with me. Because when you get involved, it's this strange thing. When you first get involved in network marketing, it's like you're in a fog a little bit. You know, you're just kind of wandering around. You can't see your hand in front of your face. It's the fog's so thick. You know, and then everybody's telling you to run. Run. I don't want to run. There might be a cliff like 3 steps in front of me. I'm not running. I'll walk, thank you. Take 1 step, try the product. Okay. Fog lifts a little, take another step. Go to an event. Oh, fog lifts quite a bit. And you start to get a vision for your future. You start to see that success might be possible for you. Might be. There's this strange thing. I know when most of you made the decision to get involved in network marketing. I know it. Here's when you made the decision. Somebody presented something to you. Now, not just as a customer, I'm talking about it as a distributor, right? Somebody presented this to you, and you started to think, oh, I think I know somebody else that might want to do this too. My sister, she'd be amazing. That crazy person at the office that's always selling stuff in the break room, they'd be unbelievable. I've got a friend who does stuff like this. That'd be once that candidate list, think back when you were watching that presentation and you were imagining, could this be for me? I think if you're honest, and I think if you really recreate that moment, what you're going to see is once that candidate list of other people that might do this gets long enough, then your decision got easier. Once you were able to say, well, if I could get those people going, maybe it would reduce my risk. If I could kick the snowball off the top of the mountain and see what happens. Maybe I could do a little bit less and I could get a little bit more. Maybe I could just be in the right place at the right time. Like I've heard about these other people were in the right place at the right time and they took action. If I just take a little action, maybe I could just get these people going and I could just go to the beach. Right? And your sponsor probably didn't discourage that thought. Your sponsor probably said, oh, it's easy. It's easy. Piece of cake. Is it easy? Yes or no? No. It's not easy, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's going to be work, of course. It's not magic beans, and we're going to talk about that, setting proper expectations. We're going to do all that. But as we start here, let me just give you a way to get the most out of this course. As you're watching this course, here's how to get the most out of it. What I would encourage you to do, first time through, just watch it and listen to it and don't get stuck in the weeds. Just absorb it one time through. Okay? Let it just fall on you one time through. Put the notes down for a second, one time through. Then the second time through, then start to make some notes. Right? You don't learn something when you remember it. You learn something when you can't forget it. So our objective here is to get you to the point where you own this, where you got it, where it's solid for you. Okay? That's our goal, is to get you to that point where this becomes part of you. And you have a clear roadmap. You have a clear game plan in order to be able to do what you need to do. How many are ready to have a clear game plan for your business? Yeah? So repetition is the mother of skill. Repetition is the mother of skill. I listened to my first training course. My first training course was, the very first one was a bootlegged audio cassette from Jim Rohn, who spoke at a Shaklee convention a million years ago, called The Seed and the Sower. And he did this talk, and I listened to this thing, and it totally transformed me. But I didn't get the value from listening to it once. I got the value from listening to it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until I could do the talk myself. I got his first course, Challenge to Succeed. This 3-hour course that absolutely revolutionized my thinking. But it wasn't the one time that I listened to it that changed my life. I listened to it 100 times. I listened to it when other people weren't listening. They listened once, they thought they got it. Oh yeah, I heard that course. I'm sorry, that's the problem sometimes with books. Sometimes we finish the book and we go, oh, I read it. I got it. And you're not done yet. Now, it might be harder to absorb the second time in a book, but in an audio program or in a video program like this, make this the background music of your life for a while. Put this on while you're working on something else, and at least be listening to it while you're writing something else, while you're surfing through your social media, while you're doing whatever you're doing. Get the audio pieces of this in your phone when you're working out, when you're mowing the lawn, when you're doing the laundry, when you're doing whatever the tasks of your life are. That's how you get the value out of this, okay? So you're going to get value, number one, from just enjoy it. Number two, take the notes, turn it into a plan. And then number three, you know how you really get the most value? Take the plan that you've created from the notes of this course and teach it to somebody else. That's when you really internalize the information, is when you're able to teach it to another person. So let me tell you a little bit of my story, okay? Some people say I'm pretty successful in this network marketing business. I've done well. I'm not the best network marketer in the world. There's people in this auditorium that are more successful than me, more skilled than me, they've earned more money than I did over the course of my career. But I do believe I've developed a knack for taking what works, what people have been able to do that succeeds, and combining it, distilling it down into a way that other people can understand. Okay? So that's what I'm going to try and do here for you today. But when I first started, I was 22 years old, and I was scared. I don't know if any of you ever been scared. Anybody? I was scared to death. Like, what's going to happen in my life? I barely got out of high school. I barely escaped high school. Formal education just did not fit how my mind worked. I couldn't learn in 20-minute increments. It was really difficult for me. If they gave me 3 months of mathematics, and then 3 months of history, and then 3 months of science, and then 3 months of language and English or whatever, then I would have no problem. But 20 minutes at a time, my brain could not engage in that. So I barely escaped high school. There's some negotiating going on at the end of my high school education. Like, do we want to keep him? Should we let him go? Let the world deal with him? Fine. I barely got out of high school. C- average. I have a 1.8 GPA for high school. Not my proudest moment. I applied to college. How do you think that went? Not too well. All my friends went off to college. I went to community college for a minute. I majored in General Hospital. Anybody remember? Anybody remember General Hospital? Luke and Laura, come on. It was a big time back then. I just watched Luke and Laura in the community center, every day, hanging out. Started with 16 credits. Found out you could drop classes. They didn't care. This was community college, by the way, and ended up with 8 credits. I have a 2.0 GPA. I have no plans of finishing my degree. Not that I don't think education is important. I do think education is important. I would just tell you at that moment in my life, for whatever reason, I was not prepared or equipped to be able to engage in that form of education. I believe formal education, as Jim Rohn will tell you, will make you a living. Self-education makes you a fortune. Thank God. Self-education showed up, and I had a vehicle to be able to improve my life, right? So I started off, where do you go? Where do you go if you're a young man, 22 years old, no college experience, no trade skill? Where do you go in order to be able to earn a living? You start at the bottom. You work in food service. You work in hard labor. You work in doing stuff other people don't want to do. That's where you start. That's where I started. I had 18 jobs by the time I was 22 years old. For real. That's not a joke. That actually really happened. I did everything you can do for minimum wage. Everything possible, I think. Bagged groceries. I sold peanuts at the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome. Peanuts, get your peanuts. Got fired. How does that happen? Hard to do. Did everything you can do in a restaurant. Waited tables, served, cooked, bussed, hosted. Everything you can do in a restaurant. High class establishments like Denny's. Grand Slam breakfast. So I did all of that stuff. I did manual labor, roofed houses, painted houses. Anybody ever roof a house in your life? Anybody still doing it? No, because you're going to die. Give it some time. Roofing life plus time equals death. You're going off. I almost died like 3 times by the time I was, after a year and a half, decided the minimum wage might not be worth it. I was like... So last job I had prior to getting involved in network marketing was to sell real estate. Anybody ever sold real estate? Okay. Selling real estate. And the only reason I did that is because my father and his partner started this little real estate business, and they needed somebody to get a license in order to be able to show the homes that they owned. And I'm doing nothing. So I get on, I go get my license, and I start showing those homes. This is 1987. And in 1987, I made, guess how much I made that year? $45,000. Not too bad, right? Was it because of my hustle and skill? Nope. They had a whole bunch of homes, and somebody had to show them. That's the only reason, I swear it to you. $45,000 a year. Amazing. How much of that you think I spent? All of it. Plus a little bit. I only spent $60,000 that year with my $45,000 income. So now I've got some debt. Now I've got some issues, right? And I didn't save any money for taxes. I didn't know. You get the money, you spend the money. Get the money. They should not give you, you know what? They shouldn't give you the money if it's not yours to spend. I blame them. So this was January 1988. I need money like oxygen. I've started this little family. Some people get involved in network marketing out of inspiration, and some people get involved out of desperation. I admire those inspiration people, but I wasn't one of them at the beginning. And it's okay. If you're getting involved in this business, it's okay. If you're getting involved because you need money, it's all right. It's not, you don't lack nobility because you need to be able to come in here and make a living. It's okay. That's where I started. Desperation. I needed money like oxygen. I needed it right now. This was January 1988. I had a tax bill coming up in April. I didn't know what I was going to do about it. Didn't even know about the word extension yet. So when John Joyce, my dad's partner, came to me one day in our little real estate office, and he said, I think I have a way for us to make some extra money. We're going to go to a friend's house and check it out. We're going to have lunch. I'm like, I'm in, especially with free lunch. I am in. This is awesome. So we got in the car. We drove to this guy's house. His name was Charlie. Charlie was a successful guy. He had this Arabian horse ranch, very successful. John was a successful guy. And, you know, these guys have some money, and they're taking a look at this thing. So remember the first time somebody showed you network marketing? Remember? Those of you at home, remember? When the first time you saw it, and I don't know what happened for you. It was a combination of things. It could be, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I got to get away from this. Or maybe there's something here for me. Possibilities, right? I was in the first group. They put in this VHS cassette. Remember VHS cassettes? Anybody? Anybody still have any? Got your collection? Thought you were beating the system? Every time a movie came on, you went and recorded it, put it in the library. So they put this VHS cassette in. It had been dubbed over 100 times, and this crazy, ridiculous, outrageous video comes on, and all of these people going across the stage made $1 million in 15 seconds. You know, product sells itself. Easiest thing I ever done. My first 30 days, I earned this. My first year, I did this. I was in a trailer park on the end of the road. You've seen this video. And I'm like, come on. I need to make some money, right? I don't know. All you got to do is snap your fingers, magic dust comes out, and everybody joins. You build this huge business. I don't know if that's going to... Anybody ever see the movie the TV show Shark Tank? Shark Tank, you ever see that? That entrepreneur, they evaluate entrepreneurial ideas. So I did a Shark Tank on them. I'm sitting there watching the video. The video finishes. Our host turns it off and says, so, what do you think? They turn to me, and I'm like, Gentlemen, thank you for inviting me over for lunch and showing me this video, but based upon what I've seen so far, I'm out, right? So, now, mind you, I'm broke. They have money, I'm broke. And I'm so smart. So I just say, yeah, this isn't for me. So they did me a huge favor. What they ended up doing is they said, that's okay, Eric, you can wait till we're done. We're probably going to do it anyway. Now I got a problem. All these people that I thought might not be positive to this thing, they're looking like they're positive. Well, maybe I didn't see something, right? Or what happens if they do it and I don't in the same office and they succeed and I don't? That would really hurt. I'd have to watch it every day. Third thing that goes through my mind is, well, maybe I can ride off their skirt tails a little bit. They're successful. If I hang around them, maybe I can be successful. If I do what they do, maybe I can be successful. Big problem. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the money to start. Some of you watching this might have had this as an issue. Some of you might have taken the absolute lowest, easiest way to get into your business because you didn't have the money. I will tell you, it's never about the money. It's about your resourcefulness. And here was the extent of my resourcefulness at the time. Hey, Dad. Can you loan me a few dollars so I can get started? What do you think? One more time. I know it's been a lot. I know I owe you money already. I know. And he said, okay. So I signed up. Just like you. I signed up. I'm ready to go. And now, what did I do? I did what most people do. They said, hey, wait till you get a little bit of training before you go out there and tell the world. I said, training? That sounds like school. I don't need no stinking training. So I ran out to all my broken, negative friends and family and said, this is going to be amazing. And they said, enjoy it. All my broke friends, they just wanted to get enough money to get to the weekend. That's all I was interested in doing, is getting enough money to the weekend. They were just trying to do the same thing, get to the weekend. They didn't have any money. Credit cards, they didn't have credit cards. You have to have credit to have a credit card. This is before debit cards, the magical thing for broke people. So I went to them. They said, no. Went to my family. You're probably going to do this, right? They said, kid, you have 18 jobs. You being involved hurts this company. So I had this idea. My mom's here in the crowd. There's my mom. Say hi to my mom. So my mom and dad were my upline, right? So here's what I did. They were successful, I wasn't. They knew a lot of people, I didn't. So I went over to their house. I stole my mom's address book. And I quickly called all of their friends before they had a chance to call them. My entire strategy. They were my upline anyway. You know, so I called their friends and I said, hey, you should meet with my mom and dad and take a look at this opportunity. That was all I did. That was my entire strategy. And guess what? It worked. It worked. I signed up a couple. A couple people joined. I'm like, oh my God. I got my first check. You remember your first check? Oh. It went from being a unicorn, this mythical business, to something real. You quickly go to the bank, see if it cashes. Is this one of those switch your, AT&T bill to Verizon type of a check, or is it really a check? So I cashed my first check. It was a pretty good first check. Second month, I had a little confidence. I had a little success. Back then, we were showing checks around. Don't do that now. I had a little success. I went to some people. Come on, let's go. My second month, bigger. Double my first month. Oh my gosh. I quit my job immediately. Walked away from real estate, gave away my listings. And I said, you know what? My first 2 months made some money. Guess how much of you think I spent? How much? All of it. Plus a little bit. You laugh like you haven't done the same thing. You've done the same thing, I know. Yeah, oh no, you save your network marketing money. I know you do not. We're the kings and queens of justification. We can justify anything. I need this new suit because it'll help me recruit. So, my third month, I got to tell you, I was going off pure adrenaline. Just pure adrenaline, no skill, pure adrenaline. And my third month, I learned one of the most valuable lessons of my life. And the valuable lesson was this. In business and in network marketing, you only get to earn what you are as a person. You only get to make what you are as a person. And you might be in the right place at the right time. You that's joined at home, you might be in the right place at the right time with the great company and amazing products. Everybody loves it. But so if you're in that right place at the right time and you're just active, there's a really good chance that you're going to get some sort of result. But if you don't quickly become as a person to the level of the income that you're earning, I promise you the income that you're earning will come back down to the level of person that you are. Just give it time. So for me, that was really bad news because I was a minimum wage person. And when I got that third month's check, it was like looking at myself in the mirror. When I got that third month's check, I quit for a minute. Anybody ever quit for a minute? Those of you who are watching brand new, taking a look at this, if you haven't quit yet, you probably will at some point, but just do it for a minute. Don't do it forever. I quit. I was just like, this is dumb. And all of my blame stuff came out. Not my fault. Stupid company. Don't provide any training. If they provided some training, I'd have more success. They don't provide any training. Can't give a guy a chance. Product. Say it sells itself. It's right here. Hasn't sold itself at all. I bought it. It's sitting there. Stupid downline won't do anything. They just sit there like a bunch of dead fish looking at me. Right? My upline won't help me. If I had a college degree, I'd do better. If I lived in another state where they had good people, I'd do better. Right? So my whole blame list came out. My whole blame list came out. And what was frustrating about that for me is my blame list wasn't helping me anymore. When I was in school, I could blame everybody and somebody would listen. My parents would listen, the teacher would listen. The dog ate the homework. Blame the dog. Okay. You'd get a little reprieve. You could do the retest. You could do something. But here, nobody cared anymore. I was in the real life. Nobody cared about my excuses. So I had to grow up because here's the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I don't know if it's going to happen to you at home. I don't know the situation that you're in. The greatest thing that ever happened to me is I had nowhere else to go. You want to know the secret to my success in network marketing? I had nowhere else to go. To be able to make money now, to be able to create some income now, to be able to take care of my family now, Where was I going to go? I couldn't go back to real estate. It takes 90 days to get something going in order to be able to get a check. I couldn't do that right away this month. I need to take care of the family this month. Who's going to hire me? And I think God was looking out for me, and I think God was looking out for you. The fact that you're here, the fact that you were introduced, however you were introduced. You might say, well, I needed a better upline. We'll talk more about that, but it might be the greatest gift of your life not to have one. To have an upline that does almost nothing for you might be the greatest gift you'll ever get in your life. We'll find out. We'll talk about it. But for me, I believe God was looking out for me. And because if the devil would have shown up in a suit, knocked on my door, and said, I got a job for you. You work for me rest of your life. Just don't even worry about what you're going to do. You don't need any training. I'll take care of you. $50,000 a year, I'll pay you that for the rest of your life. You never get a raise. You never get fired. And you get good health benefits. 401k. I'd have taken that deal. I'd have walked away from my future. I'd have walked away from entrepreneurship. I would have walked away from the pain and the blame and all that stuff. I'd have taken that deal. But God kept the devil away from my door, knocking on my door, in order to be able to offer that to me, that distraction to me, that was not in my best interest. So, I went back to work. And for some of you, the biggest challenge you're going to have in building your network marketing business is you have too many other options. If you walk into a room and there's doors all the way around the room, you could do all kinds of stuff. When the going gets tough, you can go back and do what you were trained to do in school. When the going gets tough, you can go over back to that business that you know that you learned 15 years ago, and you could just repeat that behavior for the rest of your life. You can rationalize it. You can justify it. You can listen to those people who've been whispering in your ear and saying, hey, just come on back to reality. You can go back to reality. You can do that if you want. Go ahead. You can do that because you had all those doors open. You're educated. You're smart people. You've got skills. You've got talents. I didn't have it. That's why this was the only place for me to go. The only place I could go to be able to make money right now, the next day, was in network marketing. I was mad at network marketing. So I adopted a one day at a time philosophy. Just, kind of like an alcoholic, one day at a time. And here's my one day at a time philosophy. Today, I'm going to suit up. I'm going to shine up. I'm going to show up. I'm going to put my best energy on. I'm going to listen to the right music. I'm going to get myself in the right state. I'm going to talk to as many people as possible. Just for today, I'm not promising tomorrow, but today I'm going to work my ass off. Today, I'm going to tell the story. Today, I'm going to face my fear. Today, I'm just going to be my best self just for today. And I'd finish that day, I'd go home, I'd be exhausted, and I'd have to re-engage the next day to be able to do it. And that's what I did, one day at a time. And the playbook that I learned to be able to have success, ultimately have success in network marketing, and teach other people how to do the same thing, I'm going to give you that playbook in this course. I'm going to give you that playbook, step by step by step by step, exactly how to be able to go out and achieve success on your terms, whatever that success means to you. Success to you might be paying off your credit cards and you're cool. Success to you might be putting your kids through school or taking care of retiring a parent or doing whatever it is you want to do, giving to the causes important to you. That's cool. Success to you might be owning your own airplane and having a mansion on the hill. Success to you can mean all different kinds of things, whatever it is for you. But everything huge, everything massive, every empire starts small. So no matter where you are today, doesn't matter. Whether you're brand new, you've been around for a little bit, you're restarting your business, like, okay, I'm going to, you've been beating yourself up, saying, what's wrong with me? What's the matter with me? There's nothing wrong with you. You might have some fear. You might have some doubt. We'll deal with that. I'll give you some tools for that. You might not have a good plan. I'll give you some tools for that. You might not have a good strategy. I'll give you some tools for that. But just know, I'm your friend in this process, okay? And even if those of you that are in this arena that have already gotten started, I want you to get a fresh mind again. You want to go to the next level? Guess what it's going to take? A fresh mind again. Get your brain back to where it was when you started. Take the too cool clothes off. I've been there, done that, clothes off. And put the fresh rookie clothes on again and let's go. Okay? So what happened to me, it didn't take long. By the time I was 30 years old, I was $1 million a year earner. By the time I was 30 years old, started at 22. Took some time. But I believe an event like this and a course like this can be a time machine. That's my purpose. The purpose is for this to be a time machine for you. Instead of taking the 3 years it took me to finally get things moving, I rebuilt my team, my organization 7 times in my first 3 years. 7 times. Build it up, it would fall apart. Build it up again, it'd fall apart again. Build it up a third time, it'd fall apart again. I tried every strategy, every tactic. I was looking for the magic distributor. I was looking for all this stuff. 7 times. How many times have you rebuilt yours? If it's less than 7, you're either ahead of me or behind me. We'll decide. We'll find out. I would save you that pain. Are people going to come and go? Yes. But I would save you the pain of 3 years. Why take 3 years to get to a point where you can really get acceleration when we can do it in this course? We can do it. This saves you time. That's time that you can do other things. This can be a time machine for you. So in this opening session, what I hope to do is get in your head, get in your heart, and let you know you've got enough, we're equipped enough, and now we're going to give you a roadmap in order to be able to do it.
Wow. I hope you enjoyed that. It is 11:40. We are going to go into the lunchtime hour, and we'll actually leave Trader TV rolling. And I hope you enjoy. Today's topic is network marketing. We'll be doing some more training, but this weekend is the training that you do not want to miss. So if you didn't get the Facebook post, or if it hasn't hit YouTube yet, I will be having an entirety of a 10-hour training in stock training, excuse me, with Oliver. I won't be with Oliver, but it will be Oliver Velez's free 10-hour course. I will be showing that here in its entirety on the Living Legacy Group channel, and I want you to be there so you can be able to get this thing, because when I look back and I thought about what he was saying, okay, when you look at this thing that I showed to you in Pocket Options, these guys are making serious dough just by getting people or having people aware of Pocket Options, okay? And when you join the Living Legacy Group, look, they're talking about, if your example, this is an example. Your total commission for the past week was $15,000. Just let that sink in. Man, I almost got emotional on that one. There, you gotta look at the inside of what that's actually saying. You mean to tell me you're saying, for example, if my past week's commission was $15,000, you're going to give me an extra 17 or 10%? An extra $1,500, guys? I'm one person. And you'll find that if you get enough people involved in this, I'm telling you, don't don't sleep on this thing. Don't sleep on it. So we're going to take a little break, and we're going to get back to what's happening with Learn How to Trade with our friends Trader TV Live. Get this going. And we will see you back here at the 1 o'clock hour. And we will have more with Eric Worre. We'll have this. We're going to go through some of his trainings, sort of prep you. At least, I lost all my viewers. So at least you'll be thinking about this thing. Use this weekend. We celebrated all the things that we have done from October, November, December, January. 4 months of celebrations. It's time to buckle down, get this thing called trading the markets under your belt. Get some cryptocurrencies, hold them, hodl them. There's going to be something amazing happening in the year 2024. And I want you to be a part of that. I want you to be a part of this group. Please, if you would like to be a part of this group, then leave you can contact me at the email below at the Living Legacy Group. Make sure you don't, at least let me know who you are. You don't have to reveal your name on the chat, but if you have any questions that you need to have answered in the chat, please, I implore you to at least do yourself a favor to give yourself 90 days. That's all I'm asking. That's January. It's just now the 5th of January. So February, March, April. Or actually, April. No, March. And it's so simple and easy to do. You're not really doing anything. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you some things that I just thought of that will just, if you don't, wow. Okay. Anyways, here we go. Thanks for joining.
And it was echoed by another topping tail candle subsequent to it, but it was being engulfed by the previous candle. That was never a good look, a bearish look there. And then you had a move down. Let's see how long we hold 492. I think if we break 492, I'm just going to take my my winnings and get out. I have a very small piece left anyway. The majority's been already removed. But if we can get that 495 break, I want to participate in that, especially if we can move up maybe later in the day into that 500 level. We know for a fact from the daily chart that that 500 level has been resistance over and over and over again. Let me just show you here real quick, removing the pivot points so that they don't mess up screen. Here is the look on NVDA, and you can see this $500 level has always been met with immediate selling subsequent to it. There's only been like a handful of times, I think, a couple of times where we actually closed above that $500 level. This one over here, going back to August 23rd, then it was followed by a monster red day, and then you had this level over here, 500, yes. This one over here, back on November 20th, when we did close above 500, we closed at exactly $505. And then the next day was another huge negative day where we actually found our way back down into $468 at the low, but we did end up getting bought up a little bit, came back into $491. So 500 has been an over and over and over again repeatable resistance level on NVIDIA. And if we can participate in that today, why not? We'll have to hold this level and break above 495 for that move up. All right, some people were asking about the small cap gappers, baby. Well, here they are. I've got 4 on my screen today. If you've got more, let me know. I've got BNZI. That's this one over here. We'll get to that one in a second. It's holding that $3 in VWAP area. This could be a good ABCD setup, or another term that I have for the ABCD setup is the VWAP hold high of day break, essentially where a stock makes a big move up, holds VWAP for the majority of the late morning, early afternoon, and then when the volume comes back in later in the afternoon, it breaks a high day, in this case $3.55, setting up for a good possible VWAP hold high of day break. But the one that's really moving now, Adara, is ACON and ACON. Convict music. All right. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
This one, I don't have any details on ACON, so let's pull up trade ideas to see if they've got any deets. ACON.
Well, it was a halter yesterday too to the downside.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the float on this one, a monstrous 368,000 shares. I'm being facetious for our new viewers. That's very small float, and a float is essentially how many shares there are available to trade. The smaller the float, the more volatile it can become, because it can be easily manipulated by individuals or companies or whatever algos with larger accounts. With respect to short float, it's marginal. It's almost like negligible, 1.17% for a Clarion Incorporated, dancing with that $4. Now let's see if it can break $4. It's having trouble at this level. It already took out $4, but can't really seem to hold above it. So ACON on my watch list as well. Let's go into the other one over here, SGD, Reliable Rudy. I see you, my man. Reliable was asking me earlier about SGD. I told him, look, I felt it was a little too consolidated for my liking. When he asked me, it was kind of like right around here, around 11. It was holding VWAP. It is now south of VWAP. You guys know how I feel about these small cap gappers that are trading south of VWAP. They're on my S list and they're not tradable for me. If you want to take them, go for it. But I need this to be above VWAP and to start showing me either higher lows or higher highs. Prove to me that you're still in play and you're not gonna just step down and give up the ghost. That's not the stock that I want to participate in. So SGD also on my watches. And then the Adara was asking me, she's like, you were trading Nexi a couple of days ago. And like, yes, I was. Look, because I was drawing trend lines on this bad boy. So you're right. Thank you for reminding me that, Adara. Sometimes, we go through so many tickers, I forget
No, it's okay.
the names.
Yeah, and I know with the small caps too, it's like day in and day out, they're going to be different.
They are. Yeah. They literally are. So NEXI, big boy move, coming off that close yesterday at $5.90. And we rocketed up all the way to $8.34. So 8 1/3 is the high of the day, but we're giving up the ghost now below VWAP, which puts it on my S list for small cap gappers, and we're also now making lower lows. So this was the area over here that I want to see hold. This $7 area, we kind of dipped there at around 10.15, got bought up immediately, and then that's when we made the new high. So I want to see 7 hold here. If 7 doesn't hold, I'm no longer interested in it. This one did halt Adara earlier, right at the bell there, halted for about 5 minutes, gapped up off that halt level of 656, gapped up into 742 within a second, and then eventually again made that 8 1/3 high. I'm looking for a 7 hold. I wouldn't get long though at 7. And the reason I wouldn't get long at 7 is because it's south of VWAP. It needs to get above that 7 3/4 area where VWAP is currently for me to get interested. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with Nexi. I don't take it long here. All right, let's look back here at our friend NVIDIA before we send it back to Adara. And it did hold that 492, and we're back now in 493 territory. Given where I entered, I can afford to pack my patience here a little bit more, see if we can get that 495 break, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like definitely Neximmune seems immune to steadily going to the downside, at least lately. It's been a really great couple weeks for Nexi. I cannot wait to see what happens Nexi for Neximmune. I need to stop. But yeah, so I mean, I go back a little bit to the kind of the, well, I actually want to finish answering that question that Sharuz asked in the chat, which I think you answered really well with regards to the, you know, what do I have to say with regards to traders who only use charts. And I think my thing is too, is I think the purpose, I think it really depends on the purpose. Like I know, I'm not sure because I don't really swing, but I know like with day trading, you really need strong volume, right? With swing trading, intraday volume might be less relevant, I'm not sure. But I think why I could not necessarily just look at a chart, at least for day trading, and especially for putting together the watch list for those purposes, is I like to know context and I like to know volume. Which I mean, that can be on the chart as well, to be fair, but I like to kind of see how much volume have we done so far today, right? Is there any news on it that might make it run further? Do you know what I mean? I really like context. And so I think, especially for the watch list purposes, it's kind of harder for me to just hop in here and be like, the stock is moving. Do you know what I mean? Bang. And I think, especially for what we're talking about today, I think I really like, you know, like to have a rounded picture. Even one of the ones I had on the watch list today, it was a little baby, teeny tiny small cap. Oh yeah, okay, so it was AIMD. So that one, we didn't have any news on it, but so I was able to find, you know, here's how many shares it has. Here's the float, you know what I mean? What's the market cap? Because I think sometimes that context can impact how something moves. That's why, you know, Sharif just mentioning, you know, Neximmune. Neximmune has a float of under 800,000 shares. So that is going to be a little bit more volatile, right? Things with a larger short float. We were talking about Carvana recently. Carvana has, you know, fairly significant short float. So I think definitely something to, you know, keep in mind. So I think, yeah, really interesting time here. And I think, you know, like why I cannot just look at a chart, especially for putting together a watch list I'm going to send to people, is I really think that sometimes it doesn't give you the whole context. And it's nice to kind of know how things have moved and how they're maybe more likely to move. And so I really appreciate you asking that, Sharuz, and I hope that question was answered in a satisfactory way. I think Sharif answered it really well as well, the question that Sharuz had with regards to, you know, the chart, but I just wanted to kind of hop on it as well. Yeah. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, now I can kind of move on a little bit to, I know Neil's coming on soon, but I can kind of start with my, you know, some tips or some things I've learned. So one of the biggest things I've learned, and I think, you know, that comes from both from a news perspective and from a stock perspective, if a story isn't there, it isn't there. So don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Like if I see something pop up in Benzinga and the stock's not really reacting, or it reacts for a second and then not really, or, and this is where volume comes in, or there isn't much volume in that reaction, maybe it's nothing. You know what I mean? Even when I say something pop up on Benzinga, Trade Ideas, and there's like, oh, there's a volume alert, or there's some alert. And then actually, you know, the stock's only traded like 70,000 shares. It might be a relative volume alert, but it's not, you know, not something that I'm going to really, you know, burst in on breaking news, you know what I mean? Or something that I'd necessarily include in the watch list. So I think that's one of the biggest things is like, you know, just you can't, and I was mentioning this about bias earlier today too. You have to come in like, you know, in market mode, but not in any specific stock and not, you know, rooting for anything, just really open-minded and like, let the market tell you what it wants to do. Do you know what I mean? It does not care about your feelings. And the biggest thing too is that, like, if a stock's gonna move, it's gonna move. You can know the story, but don't make a whole mountain out of a molehill with that story if the market hasn't really reacted to it. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's a really big thing that I've learned that I want to put out there. Also, this is a big. This one took me a while, I think, to learn. Not everything is going to have a catalyst, right? Or sometimes, like I said, they'll move before you find out what the catalyst is. So this morning, I'm going to pull up Carnival, I guess, but I like calling it Carnival for some reason. CCL on Benzinga. So CCL now up 3% and a bit. I kept checking this one this morning because it kept popping up on Trade Ideas, really strong volume. Well, this story about this upgrade didn't come until 8:09 a.m. So by the time it came out, I'd already, sent the watch list into cyberspace.
I have a question.
Yes.
So the scanner if you can go to the screen, Chile Nightmare. So go to the scanner, the one that there it is. Okay, so now when you get results, so make the results area a bit bigger. Perfect. Now click one of those bad boys. Yep, like that. There, can you get a news item for that now? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Okay, yeah, because there it is. You see where the news item is right there?
There we go.
Excellent. So the fact is not just the news blotter is the only area that we can get news information from, but off the scanner on Benzinga as well. When something's moving, we can see why it's moving in the moment just by clicking it, correct?
Yeah.
Can you do that again?
Yeah.
Click AIMD or whatever, BNZI. There you go, and you get all the news right there.
There we go.
Excellent. Yeah. So just wanted to make sure that was possible because a lot of people, if they want to trade small cap gappers, they want to see if the news is bupkis or it's legitimate. You know what I mean?
And one thing too that I like is what Benzinga will do is they'll have like kind of a list of small cap gappers and any relevant things you need to know. So INOS. They say this is how much has risen so far. This is what the market cap is. Like what I was saying too, and answering Sharuz's question. Part of why I personally don't like to just look at charts is because knowing what a company's market cap can be super relevant, especially if you're dealing with a little baby cap or a really teeny little tiny floater. You know what I mean? Like a low float runner. I think it's really nice to kind of know everything you can about the stock before you spread the news on it. This is a huge thing I've learned from Brendan and Sharif, from everybody here is it's better to be right than first. And so
100%.
If I don't know the whole context on a stock, if I don't know what the float is, maybe I don't know the whole context of why it's running. The short float also super important. So I think this has been really helpful. And I think especially like I said earlier with small caps, I find Benzinga to be a quintessential platform for my small cap knowledge. And also it has a whole list of all the other little small caps that are moving. Inspire Veterinary, IVP. Here's the market value of the outstanding shares. You know what I mean? It gives you a whole list, which I think is really nice as well. And if there's a catalyst, it'll usually include that too.
I just wanted to show something here, Derek, because on the future, guys, we always want to look at what we're doing here on the NQ. And the NQ made a nice move up earlier into 16,577, and then it retraced down. And the area where it retraced down was a key area. Not only was it the 100-point level at 16.5, but it also happened to be my pivot point based on yesterday's price action. I like when the two conflate, when there's confluence between the two, because it's like double the amount of possible support at that level. I'm not saying it doesn't break down. Nothing is for certain, especially in this game, but it's nice to have some confluence between different indicators pointing in the same direction. Let's see if 16.5 holds here. It was an aggressive rejection off that particular level, and the reason is we're keeping an eye on the NQs because we're involved in NVIDIA, and NVIDIA has been giving up the ghost ever since breaking that 495 area. Right, and now it's having real trouble here making any newer highs. In fact, I would tell you every single high has been a lower high, save and except for this one over here, but that doesn't count. The general trend is lower highs and lower lows. So we are putting in a retracement here on NVDA. Now, I saw this headline come in on my side chart here for NVIDIA. This was an article that popped up. NVIDIA could generate nearly $100 billion in free cash flow over the next 2 years, says a Bank of America analyst. I'm not going to read the whole thing. He goes by the name of Vivek Arya. He has a buy rating on NVIDIA and a price target of $700. He works for Bank of America. and he believes Jensen Huang's company could generate, like I said, $100 billion in incremental cash flow over 2024 and 2025. Perhaps maybe one of the reasons this bad boy is moving up today. However, it is retracing aggressively now. Sorry for the distortions here on the chart with these dark pool wicks. I'll fix them in a second, but all I need to look at is here, and we are coming down now on NVIDIA into 491. We're long 491.30s. This is not gonna go 1 penny against me, because I'm not going to allow it. We're going to cut this bad boy if it comes into my entry position. We wet our beak all the way up into 494.75, but it has retraced that entire move back down. Now NVDA, if you're looking for a possible dip trade on NVIDIA, I would suggest to you 490, because number one, it is that whole $10 area. In addition to that, it is also where VWAP happens to be at the moment. So that should be an interesting long if NVIDIA does make its way back into 490, hit it. I saw his hand move towards the stream deck, so I knew he had intentions. The Katina, I know, right? He's short at 240 and change, and now we just broke down below. Sorry, come on, give me a break. 239.95, he's short, and now we are down to 237 and a third. The Katina man is still holding his Tesla short as Tesla goes negative on the day now, down 0.1% into that 237 and a third area. We are moving down here on the future as well. We did have an initial bounce, Adara, off 16.5, but we are coming right back. Apple's doing bupkis, hanging around 182, doing nothing. So, yeah, go ahead.
Would we say Apple is the dead one for right now?
You know what? I'll take the dead one over the negative one on the day.
True.
I'll tell you,
Yeah.
I've been getting rinsed on this Apple swing that I'm still nicely in the money, over $10 in the money on it. But you know, you don't want to see it go from $30 in the money to $10 in the money. It's not pleasurable.
Yeah, it's been a hard apple to chew on this week. That was a rough one. I apologize. Also, yeah, no, I was just shouting out the animation for the sticky note in the chat. Monty G agreeing with me. It's a really fun animation. Monty G saying Sean's face is the middle of the flower. The sticky notes are the petals. But yeah, no. So I think definitely really interesting movement on the market. I'm just eyeing my large caps. Tesla looking interesting for a range short scalp. I'll keep an eye on it. The Piper saying bitter apple. I like that one too. Yeah, you might be bitter if you're an Apple right now, but yeah, we will see.
I don't know if I'm bitter.
No, I mean, yeah, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm
grumpy. Right? I'm not grumpy today. I'm feeling a little under the weather, but this coffee really helped buoy my spirits. Let's pull that.
I love the amount that you use the word buoy.
Buoy,
it's a great word, and I feel like.
Did I tell you my sister and I got into say it again, Chalet Nightmare? Buoy. Yeah.
He's just trolling.
My sister and I, because my sister, she used to live in Wasaga Beach and she was on the water, and they have buoys all over the water there, right? And so she would say boy. And we got into a full-out argument whether it was boy or buoy, and apparently it's both. Yeah. Depending on what are you from? Are you European English or North American English, right? And so you can say both, but I wouldn't say boy. There's a boy in the water. People probably be running to the water. There's a boy in the water, and people start running. You know what I mean? I think it's boy. Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chalet Nightmare was asking me how the British say it. I'm pretty sure it's boy. Is Adam in the chat? Big Adam DeLuce, are you in the chat?
The Piper saying
it's always boy in the UK, so I was right about that. Okay, so it's boy in the UK, it's buoy in North America. Diet soda, it ain't boy. All right, bro, don't get upset. All right, go ahead.
But you know, I'm getting a kick out of, where was this comment? The way he says Chilean Nightmare so nonchalantly in convo. Panda. Yeah, that's
his name, baby.
That's Reese's nickname there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm loving all the. Oh, there he is. I love the random shots.
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, I love that. I told. There he is. There's Ram too. Ram's back after going on 3 day dates over the past few days. No, we're just trolling Ram. She's back in the house.
She is.
It's boy says STU Butler. I know, brother, there's just different versions of English. It's like saying Z and Z, right? And no one's right. It just depends on what side of the border in North America you're from. You say Z in Canada, you say Z in the United States. It's just the way it is. All right, guys, let's see what's moving in the moment. I was being told here by Big John Del Segno that ARM is flunking down. It is now negative on the day, 1 2/3%. We're talking about ARM. What's going on over there? Is that you, Katina, man? Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, I said ARM. The Katina man got excited because he thought I was talking about a firm. But here is ARM, guys. We are rejecting aggressively on ARM now. Come to the chart if you're able to, guys. We did make our way through several important levels here. We started above the pivot point. We broke through resistance level 1, but that was a quick wick, and that was a wham, bam, see ya. And now we are down below support level 1, dancing here, trying to hold $67, but it looks as if the market now below 16.5, Nvidia now coming back down, ARM coming back down. We're giving up a little bit of the gains here as I'm looking at the side charts, and all the Mag 7 names are starting to curl to the downside here, so we'll have to keep an eye and see what happens. But yet ARM, guys, the weakest of the bunch here in chip world, down now almost 2%, knocking on the door of 2%. Here comes $67. We could break that hold on the level. We already broke it. We broke it 66.52, but it was a quick wick, and then we moved back up above, 67. Let's see if we can get that continued move down on ARM, knocking on the door at 2%.
Yeah, no, definitely not, to use a pun that I've definitely used before, strong arming the market over here on ARM, especially with the day with so much other chip strength. I still have Marvell on my side chart. Well, actually, I have Tesla on my main chart right now, but here's Marvell. What makes me nervous is this, I'm seeing a Scotia for top here at 61.12. If it falls below this comfortable area of 60, 64, I might short it. But for right now, that is neither here nor there, because we are heading over to the another desk. I was going to say the big desk, but the other desk.
The
with,
Neil.
Neil. And thank you so much for Neil for coming on yesterday and today. Exciting times.
Get him, Neil.
Everybody, we had a lot of fun yesterday, sort of talking about preparation and sort of what my morning prep is going to be. Every trader is going to be different. Everyone has their own flavor. Today, a bit of a different story and a bit of a different topic, because everyone's talking about news. Adara, how she gathers the watch list, what's important, what isn't, what sources can you use. I kind of wanted to take us through, like, what do you do trading news, and how is it different from one story to another, or how does the reaction to news temper your expectations or make you more excited about something? So a lot of times, a wise person once told me, I'm not gonna make it up, it was my dad, said that sometimes using the most simple and extremes examples to make a point is very effective, because it seems like it's obvious, but it's very, very effective in making the point. So I don't think anybody is going to be shocked that I'm going to start with an example of QuantumScape today and yesterday. So we use Benzinga around here. This has already been said. So if you're unaware of the story, yesterday in trade, here we go, QuantumScape trading higher Thursday following positive update on battery testing capabilities from Volkswagen subsidiary. So obviously we know that this QuantumScape has been beaten up, and this is a pretty big story. We know it's a pretty volatile stock, but assuming that you don't really know much about this story, the first thing that I'm always going to do, okay, so you have a headline, no matter what, I'm going to go right on over to, if I've never traded the stock before, okay, in this case, I have looked at and I am familiar with QuantumScape, but you make the assumption that you don't know. And I want to gather information about it, because that's going to seem like significant news. Now, the first thing that's going to jump out to me when I always go through the company profile, and we've been through this before, is, okay, it's a decent sized float, but it's 17% short. When it's a positive news story, I'm looking for there to be, if there's a high short float, I'm like, I already immediately like it a little bit better. It's like it checks one box, then I'm a big fan of it. Then I want to know the average daily volume in that particular case, and I want to have an idea of how it usually moves, like the average range. This is a stock that had an ATR of 60 cents. I mean, this is obviously going to include the last couple of days after the big moves, but an average true range of 60 cents. So you're armed with a couple of pieces of knowledge almost immediately when you're looking at that stock. It usually moves about 60 cents in a day, which is not a lot. and it's got a 14% short float on a positive story. So when looking at this, I can then come in and say, well, in the pre-market, this stock closed at 650. In the pre-market, it's already made a high at 715, which is the ATR. It's already gapped, and at the open has made a range from previous day to that close of what the normal average true range is. So, hey, there's action on this, and it's in the direction of the news, and on top of that, it's got a short float. So it's got a lot of things that are working for it in this particular case. From there, obviously, you want to do your diligence and what are the key price areas, where do I want to trade? Because if it's going to extend, it's easy to say, okay, well, you got a break here at $7. It goes from $7 to $8. But what's interesting about the stock is go and zoom out. I always say, when in doubt, zoom out. Does this, especially when it's a squeeze play and it's significant news and it's giving you indications that the market really wants to jump off of that news. So you break out off the daily here at 780, you go all the way back further to this level here at 830 on the daily chart. And then you can see how it has that potential explosion. Now, I'm going to talk about Marvell next and how continuation matters. But one thing to keep in mind before I get away from this chart is if you look at day 2 for QuantumScape, look at this 830. I don't think anyone that knows me knows that when you look at where this bounced off of today in reaction to the news, it made that gap. It ran all the way to $10. On the pullback, if you go to the daily chart, a day 2 continuation, people selling the news, it came back to that 830 level. It's always easier to look at an example of how strong something can be and what are the signs that it could end up this strong, so you should shoot for more. Big short float, already moving a significant amount in the pre-market in the direction of the news. It's a beaten up stock, so percentage gains are obviously going to be important. But you have to also look at what about the reaction when it's delayed or nobody cares. What do you do when a stock like Marvell, in this particular case, and look, Marvell had a big move yesterday. If you're going to go in, and I'm going to go back over to Benzinga here for a quick second, and I can tell you, like, let's just do it live, because you go type in MRVL, you click on the symbol, you saw the big move that happened yesterday in Marvell. You're like, okay, well, where's the news? You know, what's going on? There wasn't actually a gigantic news story for the move on Marvell. You dig a little bit further, and I'll save you the trouble. You go to Twitter, and you'll be able to find that JP Morgan, a couple of days ago, came out of a CEO meeting positive about Marvell, but it had a very late and delayed reaction. So it was in the middle of the day when it made this move off of news that was already known. So this is a bit different. So the market tended to not care as much about the news. All it did is made a slow grind up, and I always check volume to be able to see a reaction. If you were trading this thinking, hey, JPM with a positive note about the company after they met with the CEO, the stock has been beaten up a little bit, it's been dipping down on the daily chart, maybe it's good for a bounce. You're thinking all these things, and then it doesn't do any extra volume off the open. Sure, it goes a little bit of a dip and rip. That's actually not a bad move whatsoever. But it's not excess volume. But what you do want to do in that situation is file away that, hey, this does have positive news on it. It is making a move to the upside. It almost broke out on volume but could not get through the top. And then it goes sideways. Once it hits to very few people, unless for some reason you're trading this or you're one of the people that was social media pumping this, because there's a lot of chatter about that, you're probably not going to be long until it starts breaking out. However, if you have quick access to the fact that it had news on it that was positive, you knew that it was already reacting to said news in the morning, then you have it on the bullish side, and it's pretty clear. Like, it just simply breaks the day's high the day before, and it closes even higher. Now, where I want to talk about continuation is, what is the reaction at the end of the day on volume? It makes this high, and I'm going to go to a lower time frame chart so you can see what goes on here. Because Marvell, as strong as it is, let's go over here. As strong as it is, it makes a top and then just completely flushes back into 580, a $1.20 reversal. The reaction to that is holding higher than normal volume, and closing above this 48er. So it holds on to the top end above where it fell into and holds that top channel on decent volume. The next day, does it gap down? Are there overnight sellers? No, it manages to open up at basically the same level the next day. So when you're looking for continuation, how something reacts on news by the end of the day, does it give it all back? Does it hold higher? Does it hold higher on volume is always a pretty key thing for me. If it does that, that's a very good sign for the stock in terms of looking for continuation, and then you get a breakout. So you might ask, well, what the heck happens if a stock doesn't react to news whatsoever? So in Marvell, in QuantumScape, you had a direct move from the upside pretty much right away. With Marvell, you had a bit of a delayed reaction in terms of volume, but it was moving up on that news ever so slightly, and then got a little bit of a social media assist, people talking about short squeezes and all that stuff, but you already had a bit of a positive look. It then closed higher, holding on to those highs, giving you a setup for the next day. But it's not always roses when you have positive news. I think we all understand that. Sometimes you can have a situation like Fisker, and I'm just going to tell you that, trust me, there was good news on this as well. So I'll pop back over to Benzinga. We can close Marvell. I can throw in FSR. And a couple of days ago, to the ears of basically everybody and to the caring of nobody, it seems, Fisker did state that they were embracing the dealership model to boost sales. Approximately 100 dealer locations in Europe and North America. And there was multiple news stories and press releases that were coming out in the morning positively for Fisker. I remember reading a couple of them. I pulled up the chart thinking, hey, maybe Fisker is going to go. Why did I think Fisker had a chance to go? Because as usual, I'll pull up trade ideas and look, I already know FSR has a ridiculous short flow, but assuming you didn't know that, 45% short flow. So like, couple of positive headlines. Stock has been at the bottom and just chilling out at the lows forever. It's got a really good chance to go. Everything is lining up for you. This is what Fisker did yesterday. I mean, we have a term we like to use called barcoding. It did absolutely nothing. Now, when you see that kind of reaction to positive news, what do they say? When the market buys bad news, that's good for a stock. When the market sells good news, that's bad for a stock. When a stock with a 45% short float does absolutely nothing when they're hammering out some positive headlines the day on that day, then that might be a sign of weakness in the stock. So in this particular case, you can note the reaction, hey, wait a minute, literally nobody wanted to buy this stock on positive news. If that's the case, what happens if it breaks the support level? Now, in Fisker's case, you actually have to pay for some locates to be able to go short. But as you can see, it was doing nothing. It had news. It did nothing. The news was good. All the reasons you would think would point to the upside. And then it ends up trending down. The other thing that I want to get at here is when it comes to Fisker, I'm in a trade right now, and I'm shorting it off of a key level. So just to get that one out of the way, like you can say continuation or whatever it is. In this particular case, I don't think the continuation trade's an automatic. You're looking for that breakdown because it did nothing. In the case of QuantumScape and Marvell, those are the situations where I think it's a little more automatic to assume continuation because the reaction was as expected. In Fisker's case, okay, you could benefit by saying I'm going short because no one bought it when it was good news. But in the case of Marvell and QuantumScape, they were buying it on the news. It got an acceleration later in Marvell's case. And then the next day, it held on to gains near the close with nice consolidation. It didn't give that back. All the early buying was higher at the open. And then it just stair steps to the upside. In the case of QuantumScape, your reaction, and probably the most extreme as well, was it just only went up and it went up parabolically. So it's a little bit easier to look for signs of continuation in those two names than that Fisker trade. That's a little bit more nuanced. But the things that I think you want to consider are, if I don't immediately know the levels on a stock, where it's been trading, what its average true range is, what the short float is, then I'm not trading on the news. And the reason I keep coming back to that average true range is because that was a big deal for QuantumScape. Like The fact that it has a 60-cent ATR. Now, anybody that's traded the stock knows that it's moved way more than that in the past. This is a $145 stock that went down to like $5. So it's moved much more than that in the past, but it had turned into a stock that was not moving much. And when it was already, from the previous close to the top in the pre-market the next day, had already made that one ATR move in the direction that you wanted, it's a signal of strength. And when the volume is spiking that much at the open, you can get a parabolic kind of day. So just a couple of things that you should look at when you're trying to trade news. Oftentimes, in these situations, you'll be trading something that is not on your everyday radar. That's why I want to go through a few extra steps. These are things that you wouldn't have heard me say a lot about yesterday, because generally speaking, on most days, you're trading things that you are comfortable with, where the primary reason that you're getting in isn't just a news story. You're trading Quantumscape yesterday because of a news story. You're trading Marvell because it had a positive news and then reacted to it on volume. In Fisker's case, you're selling it because literally nobody wanted to buy it when they had positive news and they have a gigantic short float. Not to harp on Fisker, but that's what it is. I think trading the news is important. Sometimes if you have no idea, you can't find a story, you can always sit it out. Always tune into us, because I think one of the best things about Trader TV Live is not only we trading live, not only we sharing our ideas and our thoughts and our process, but throughout the day, you've got Brendan, you've got Sharif, you've got Adara, who are constantly monitoring news, and Sean and I do it as well, monitoring the news and letting you know what is happening in the markets, because ultimately, you don't want to have to trade blind. I like technicals, I trade off charts as well, but as a day trader, I don't want to be just trading off a level, but against a piece of news that I'm not even aware of. Whether or not you decide to trade in the direction of the news or against it, at least you should know it and know a little bit about the stock in the places that matter. So I hope that helps. Maybe we'll get some flash of news in the afternoon and we can get some live examples for you when we come back on at 2 o'clock. But for now, let's head on back over to Sharif and Adara. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate that, Neil. Very insightful and thorough as always in the chat. Really responding well to that. Thank you for the positive comments in the chat there, guys, for Neil's spiel.
I
Neil
like that.
Spiel, yeah.
There should be a Neil Spiel button.
There should be a Neil Spiel and a Randy's Rants. I'm just saying. Yeah, and being frank with Franks is a Chilean nightmare. I like that.
I think Neil put that in our chat yesterday, I want to say it was Neil, and I enjoyed that, yeah.
Being... The
Oh,
Katina
yeah, I
man
didn't
said
hear that
Frank.
he said it.
Yeah. Is his mic on?
My mic's still on. I'm literally
there he
holding it.
is.
No, basically, like, Frank was on, and every single time that Frank is on, like, we usually make a joke about Frank being Frank. Like, we'll say it. But he then himself was like, to be frank with you. And I'm like, wow, he's never actually, I don't think he'd ever made that pun, which if my name was Frank, I'd probably say it all the time, and you guys would groan at me. So he said that, and Sean told me, like, yeah, we should have a Frank with Frank thing. And I'm like, okay.
What was Brendo's reaction? That's what I want to know.
Put it on the board, I think. No,
Hey.
Brendan basically just said put it on the board or something like that to Fabian. So being frank with Frank is now a thing. And who knows? I mean, it's a heck of a lot of fun to be able to do it.
Yeah.
But we love Frank, and he's a fantastic guest. But I have to admit, like, it's one of those like low-hanging fruit puns.
It's still good,
It should have. It's like, man, how are we not doing this like a year ago when Frank came on the first time? But hey, we got it now. Just one thing. Well, you guys have already seen this. The market is starting to give it up a little bit.
It was like
AMD off that 140 is continuing to flush as the market is giving up some early support levels.
All right, guys, cue it. Can we? There we go, baby. All right. That is the gentleman, Will Ralston. He is CEO of Single Point Incorporated, which just has now a new listing on CBOE Canada. It goes by SING. That is a ticker. Let's load up that bad boy over here. He will be... It's US, excuse me, not Canada. So it's, I believe, Sing.am, Brendo? Yes, Sing.am. Here it is on my chart right here, up 2.25% today. He will be on today with Brendo at 2:45, talking about a lot of stuff. Make sure that you check that out today, 2:45 with Brendo on the closing show. SING.AM is where this stock trades. Single point, CEO Will Ralston today. Guys, check it out. All right, guys, let's have a look here at what NVIDIA is doing, because this is the stock that we've been involved in all day. What's up, Katina Man? I saw your hand. Go. The Katina Man is still short AAPL 182.70, and now we are knocking on the door of 181.50 on Apple. So yeah, there it is. And he's now $3.50 in the money on that Tesla short at 239.70 or 95 or whatever it was there. That's coming back down now through 237 TSLA. Everything really coming down because we broke that 16.5 on the future, and everything's really coming back down in Mag 7 world. The one that is kind of holding up here, but not really, is this 490 level on NVIDIA, but I have a sneaking suspicion that this is also going to give up the ghost. Now, you know how VWAP is a little different on my platform than it is on Pre-Pro 8 based upon what time the data starts populating, but here it is. It's been holding VWAP quite well. It's nice when VWAP and the whole dollar level, especially the $10 level, conflate. There's some confluence between them. We've been getting this sideways action now for about 20 minutes between 491 to the high side and 490 to the low side on NVDA. We haven't put in a newer candle to make a new high on the 5-minute chart, so I'm definitely not interested in taking this one long. You got to get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, and it's definitely not curling back up yet. I need proof that this bad boy is going to start curling back up, because I've got the 10 pointing down and a bunch of the 20s pointing down now. I'm talking about the EMAs. They're both pointing down. So if this is going to be a micro retracement, then we can wait for this 490 to hold. Otherwise, if it's going to steer a step back down, because guys, we started out the morning today at 477. Right, and then we hit a 495 top. So there's been a lot of notional range today on NVDA, and you know, it just stands to reason that we give a little bit of back. So we'll have to wait and see whether the 490 level holds or not. Packing our patience there. The Katina Man is going to get out at 237 on Tesla. So here's the look on TSLA. It was, you know, tried to break through 240. It couldn't. It got to 240.12 on a wick basis, but as you can see here, all the closing prints today on TSLA south of 240. So that also happened to be, you know, about 50 pennies higher than where the pivot point was. So pivot point acting as a good resistance level as well. And now we are at that S1 level on TSLA, trying to hold that 236.25. And if you continue to make moves back down, where do we find some support? Well, technically the low on the day today, Katina Man, on Tesla is at 235 level, 234.90. That is the low of the day. That's where we printed at that 940 wick there, the implied balance low on TSLA. So we'll have to wait and see whether this flat bottom here at S1 can kind of give up the ghost and Tesla can continue print to the downside. In case you're wondering what is going on with TSLA today, another 1.6 million cars will have to receive an over-the-air software update in China. It's to do with the same issue that we had in the United States with the auto steer feature, the Chinese regulator insisting that Tesla do the update. So 1.6 million vehicles from all cars created or produced from August 2014 to last month have to be updated with this over-the-air software update. But, you know, when we say recall, I personally feel it's a bit of a misnomer, because, you know, a traditional recall requires you to go back into the dealership, some sort of physical intervention. That is the beauty of the Tesla model, where it's all done over the air via software. Adair.
Yeah, no, I think I was actually reading a Barron's article. I think when the most recent recall came out, where they were like, we need to change the name because recall does not really reflect what's actually happening. So I think Barron's agrees with you there, or at least someone from Barron's. But yeah, I mean, I'm in this NVIDIA trade. I just got out of this NVIDIA. So I got out, it was about 10 cents. Basically what happened was I got filled, kind of didn't realize I got filled on this, and then was like, la-di-da, oh my God, I'm in this NVIDIA position. And so yeah, I got out. Happy with where I got out. I got out around that 490.55, 490.60 area, because I was a little bit, you know, a skosh stressed out with what was happening there. We did hold 490 decently. If we keep bouncing off 490, I might keep scalping it. But I like to have my eyes on the prize when I'm scalping, and I do not have my eyes on the prize with NVIDIA. Also, though, Marvell, which has been so far hopefully a marvel, we're basically at where my my first profit taking area was, which was that 60.25. I say that because that was where we had that big bounce earlier. And then, you know, I know this was a really strong name on the day, but I was saying to Sharif off camera, I was kind of, or maybe I said this on camera, I was eyeing this break of this 60-70 area. So I did not get top wick, but I like where this is going. Thank you so much, Lone Sophos, for the support in the chat here. But yeah, so I think my main look right now is trying to piece out some of this Marvell. First profit taker probably around here. I'd like to maybe get the rest out of this out at that 59.78. Unfortunately, though, I didn't get to set my peak wetters in this because I got distracted by NVIDIA. So yeah, trying to get out of, out NVIDIA got me distracted from this Marvell, but I like what's happening with Marvell right now. Are you NVIDIA or out NVIDIA right now?
I'm not doing that.
Okay, that's fair. You don't have to do it. It's okay. It's just
I'm out of NVIDIA at the moment, Adair, but I do like your entry on that. It was a little aggressive. I like how you, you waited for the umpteen. Go ahead, Katina, man. Go ahead. I see you. That bouncing off VWAP and bouncing off that 490 level. I guess I'm being a little bit more, cautious than you because I'm really waiting for it to curl up and to show me a newer high. But I do like the fact that it is bouncing off 490 umpteen amount of times. Whether or not it can make its way back up, an entirely different story. Let's see what the future's doing because the futures is at yesterday's closing price. So we are awfully close to going red on the day. Now, 16,450, give or take, 4 or 5 points is yesterday's closing price. Technically, I believe it's at 445 or 446. But, 450 is essentially where we're going to chart. And we are at that level right now at 459. So whether or not we stay positive, we'll have to wait and see. But we are below VWAP. We did break that 500-point level, and now we are at yesterday's closing print. I do look at this area as a possible level of support. We'll have to wait and see whether that manifests or not because the 500-point level didn't hold up, VWAP didn't hold up, and now we have to see if yesterday's closing print can hold up. So questions to be asked here on the futures because as the futures go, typically as some of these larger cap goes, especially the Mag 7, so we'll have to wait and pack our patience there. But I do like what NVIDIA is doing here at 490 on the day. So I'm gonna wait a little bit longer before I get back into this one. I don't want to get in quite yet. If this one starts moving back into the 491 and a half area, maybe we'll punch long there. Now, I told Wes that I would look at this particular stock, ELEV. Ooh. So you know how I filter my my scanner to exclude everything sub 85 pennies. So this one just showed up, Wes, on my scanner, and now it is gone again because it is now below 85 pennies, but I already know about it now. So the reason I filter everything below 85 pennies is because typically what I did was I filtered everything below $1. I just didn't want to have that life, right? Trading with 4 decimal spots and whatever, this, that, and the other. But then Neil gave me the idea. He's like, look, you're not going to know if it's approaching $1 until it gets to $1. What you want is you want a bit of a head start to let you know when things are encroaching at that $1 level because the $1 break level in the past has been a really interesting trade for some of these penny stocks, these small cap gapper stocks. Anyway, so this one showed up, got up to about 87 point, let's just say 88 pennies, 87 and change. And now we are back at that 80 level again. I'm looking for this possible area here west to hold as a level of support. Clearly, this was a resistance point here as we made our way up into about 79, 78 pennies, and then we tanked, only to break it on this, large volume that started coming in. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candles, 8 1-minute candles uninterrupted that were green. And if you want to even look at this hammer candle here, you can even consider that green. Could be 10 candles uninterrupted to that 88 penny area. But now we're breaking down, right? We're not holding this level over here, the 79 penny level. We're 78 pennies, so it's not that far away. But I want to see if this general area of resistance can flip to support and maybe you can get something off this one to the high side. If you're looking at getting in here, my suggestion to you would be to get out through the break of this bottom here at around 71 pennies. It should be holding this particular level. If it doesn't, then it's going to start stair-stepping down to below 70 pennies. ELEV is called Elevation Oncology. It has a float of around 38.5 million shares, so not huge, but not small either. A $33 million market cap. And here is the news item on it coming in this morning at 9 a.m. Elevation Oncology entering 2024 in a strong financial position with cash into the second half of 2025. That's great. I mean, that's not really a market-moving headline. It does have a good product pipeline, according to this article here. What is this? What is this for? What is this kind of ailment does this treat? It doesn't say. It says some sort of combination strategy. Anyway, I'm not going to bore you guys with it. There is a headline though, but whether or not it's market moving, you'll have to be the decider of that. Oh, there we go. Update from ongoing phase 1 clinical trial of its EO321 expected in mid-2024. It's also got expanding clinical development program and announcing a second pipeline program for another drug of it. So decent headline, nothing to get too excited about. But NVIDIA now is curling back above 491, and we are holding that 16450 area for the moment, which is yesterday's closing print on the NQ. So let's see, go ahead. Yeah, the Katina man has wet all of his beaks now on Tesla. He's out of that position, taking that 236.5 break off that 230, let's call it 240 short that he had there on TSLA. So he's out of that. So anybody following along with the Katina man's trades, wanted to update you on that. I'm going to go ahead and wet my beak here with very small shareage on NVDA. Let's see if we can get a better price than where we are right now, Adair.
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to wet my beak in a Tesla long. Because you know what? I was watching Tesla for a while, mostly for a short, but my whole thing is always if we're going one direction and then we make a move towards another direction, I keep my eye on that, right? We've made a higher high after a series of lower highs and lower lows on Tesla. I like that 237 as an entry point. Also, we had some resistance earlier at 237. Resistance becoming support, perhaps? Mayhaps? We'll have to wait and see. My profit taking would probably be probably a little bit at that 237.80 area. Why? Because that was where we had a bit of a bounce earlier here, and then a bounce over here as well. I'm gonna wait. I want to wait for another candle of confirmation because this could just be a recovery. I want to wait and see here, but I don't dislike what's happening here right now. LJD, thank you so much for the £2 super chat. OPK nearing that $1 price? Question mark. Yeah, let's take a look. OPKO Health. So this one popping up somehow, some way earlier today. OPKO Health down today. Oh yeah, this is what it was. The news was OPKO Health prices private offering of $200 million convertible senior notes due 2029. What a double top. I'll look at that. I'm gonna zoom out as well too, because nearing that £1 price or that $1 price, I assume this is going to be the 1-day chart. But yeah, so I mean, I love, this is a solid bottom here at this 87-cent area, on the day. Holy cow. We have twice with these wicks up to 89 cents, reject both times. 89 cent, absolutely an area of resistance, 87 cents, an area of support. But what do we have on the daily chart? Let's, as Neil says, when in doubt, zoom out. So let's look. Okay. I mean, first thing I'm seeing, okay, like this. First thing I'm seeing is look at the resistance we have at 160. Once, twice. Then we go back up here. We reject twice around this 220 area. Then we go back down. We make a little bit of a recovery around 120. And then we come back, reject at least 3 times here, 3 to 4 times in this 160 area. Then we plummet below 90 cents. I'm not sure that $1, I'm going to maybe be controversial. I'm not sure that $1 is a key area for this, beyond the fact that it's a penny stock. And, $1 area is generally, of course, important. I think, though, the fact that we bounced off this $1 area twice, December 2022, and then again February 2023, I think that's significant. I think there is some support at the $1 if we can get there. But yeah, I mean, we've kind of fallen out from it. Do you know what I mean? I would say the more important areas, I mean, this 160 keeps popping up as resistance. I would be very cognizant of 160. And I think if we can hit that dollar area, it looks like there is some decent support at the dollar area. But that would be my analysis on OPK.
We'll start?
Yeah, let's do it. So yeah, thank you so much for the super chat again.
Yes, thank you very much for
LJD.
that. Yes,
but
sir.
yeah, so I was, going over earlier about my news prep and what do I do. So I'm gonna, sorry, a little bit of a repetition because we like to make sure that we have, practice makes perfect, and we like to go over the.
Well, people are coming in all the
That's
time.
true
That's
too,
the
right?
thing,
Yeah,
right? We have
so-
to be cognizant of
Of course,
that. Yeah.
absolutely. Cognizant, great word. We use it on the show a
A
lot.
lot.
I think we both use it a lot.
Yes, we do.
And then we both use it. Yeah.
We
exactly.
feed off each other's vocab.
We really do. But yeah, so my news prep, like I said, and one kind of caveat I want to say as well is one of the first things that I was kind of told throughout the day. Unity. The first things that I was told kind of throughout the day when I began here, even in the interview process, was that you really need to kind of live and breathe the markets. You know what I mean?
Dang.
So I like to immerse myself always. Also, just a quick shout out to Diamond Realty of Miami. $3.05 super chat. The branding is impeccable. There is a fountain emoji, a bird emoji, hashtag Beak Wedding Crew, hashtag 305, hashtag Happy Friday. I mean, if you're in the chat, if you're here with us, you're part of the Beak Wedding Crew.
Yeah, and Diamond Realty of Miami is one of the OGs in the chat. He's been in there for a minute. So
Yeah.
thank you again for that. Shout out to 305.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I enjoyed that. But yeah, so yeah, back to the news. So basically what I do is before I go to bed at night and then early in the morning, in general throughout the day as well, right? When I'm not here, I'm always checking on CNBC so I can just kind of scroll through the headlines. What stocks are getting mentioned? What's kind of any specific sectors? What's Jim Cramer saying? Different kind of get a feel in different ways for how the market is feeling. I said feel too many times there, but that's
all
okay.
good.
Thank you. And then, yeah, when I wake up as well, I also like to just immediately, I always have CNBC open on my phone some way, somehow, to get the sense of what's happening. And then also, what I do every morning, in general throughout the day as well and on the weekends, but especially in the mornings before I get here, I like to, while I'm doing makeup, I like to watch business and finance podcasts. I do a lot of, The Compound, All In, because then I get kind of the sense, even just while I'm, doing something else, I'm still absorbing how people are feeling in the market. What are the themes happening? The word I used earlier, overtures. What are the, kind of the overtures that is happening within the market?
Yes, ma'am.
So that way I know, even if, sometimes the podcast is recorded earlier in the week, but it still gives you a sense of what kind of, things people are thinking about and things people are feeling. I just like to get kind of a sense of what is occurring before I even get here so that I already kind of know what to maybe have my eye on. But with that in mind, a caveat there is, as I was saying earlier, is you can't be biased. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be open to whatever the market gives you. But I also still think it's good to kind of know what people are thinking. You know what I mean? Because I still think it's nice to have other a series of opinions peppered in there, so you can kind of form your own opinion. But not when I say opinion, I mean more like what's the news telling you? What's the market telling you? So there we go. So my next part, so I'm just referencing my notes here because I want to make sure I get everything correct. So the first thing I do when I get here, I get my water sometimes and I turn on the lights, and then what I'll do is I go to the computer and I just look up, I'll show you here.
Bang.
SPY. Oh, I just wrote SAPY. SPY. I like that. I type in SPY. Also, Sean says good out on Tesla. So congrats on Tesla. So here we are. So basically what I do is I look up SPY and then I kind of see a story. So I mentioned earlier today as well. Also, this is what I love about Benzinga too. If there's an economic number or something important, they'll have it in red. SPY. So today, one of the bigger stories, this morning, something to kind of get a sense of the whole market, right? Is let's do this one. So there's something, I've got this one here, like what happened when the U.S. was sleeping.
Yep.
There's also something like this, U.S. stocks poised to extend New Year's slump, although that kind of flipped a little bit earlier. And then what else here? New Year's slump as focus shifts to December jobs data. So even from the headline, I can already tell Futures are down right now. We have economic data on watch, and so that way I'm keeping that in mind.
Did
while
you
I'm
talk
formulating
about
my
your
opinions.
economic data? And because you do the watch list, and part of the watch list, obviously, the first component is not just the summary, it's the economic data. How important is that? How many times have we been sitting on the midday and an auction, a 10-year, 20-year, whatever, has absolutely flipped the market on its head? Right?
Yeah.
How important are these economic data points? Tell us a little bit about that, Adara.
Yeah, so for sure. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I appreciate that. So what I'll do too is one thing that Neil and well, everybody here, but Neil and Sharif have kind of made me aware of too, is investing.com, so you can see kind of how many stars a thing has, so that I know how important that economic event may be. So investing.com is really great because you can just kind of like see, oh, this is how many things this has, this is how important this one may be, and so then I can kind of get a sense, because there's so many economic data events happening in a day. How do I know what's going to happen, right? How do I know what's going to matter? So I think that's really important. You can just kind of get a sense of what's going on in the day and be prepared.
Right.
So I appreciate you bringing up the economic events, because that's also a huge
Where
part.
do you get the economic events, Adara?
So I get them sometimes from investing.com. That
Beauty.
gives you a sense. I can pull that up actually.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as people know.
Yeah, it's investing.com. And then Sharif mentions as well the 2 out of 3 bulls. The way I see it has stars. But yeah, I like the bulls because it's like, the ready for the market.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
market apropos for what we're talking about.
And the bulls is so appropriate. I mean, it could be bulls, it could have been bears, as long as it's some sort of angry animal. I'm good with that.
Sharif just wants angry animals in the market headline for today. But anyway.
It's all good. Go on.
Yeah. But yeah, so I think that is really important as well, having the economic events. And I think even beyond the fact that, they're the watch list, knowing that they exist and making sure that everybody who's watching and who follows the watch list know they exist is important, because as Sharif says, they can really move the market.
They can.
Today, even the USD, for example, I was talking about this on the Money Talk segment at the Big Desk, but the USD took, had a big swoop to the upside on that 15-minute chart when we initially got that higher than expected non-farm payrolls data. Then we got that weaker ISM manufacturing PMI, and then we fell down a little bit. Also, Neil Roberts asking a question I do not know an answer to.
And I don't either. And I've asked him.
Do you know?
Care to explain, Neil? He doesn't have his mic. He'll write it in the chat though, and then we'll read it out. Oh, okay. He's gonna get his mic. So, the question was, I said, I was joking around any sort of angry animal, and he's like, well, do you know why it's a bull and a bear? And I actually don't know why. So he's miking up. He's gonna tell us, and I would want to know personally, but I don't know why. No, I have no idea.
Oh, some people in the chat saying things that might be.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about the common perception, actually what Sean was saying, the common perception, bears because they sleep, bulls because they're raging, but the actual thing is like a bull attacks by bringing the horns up, and a bear attacks by swatting with its claws down.
No, I didn't, Ram.
So that's the actual reason. Now, obviously, logically speaking, you can come with a million obvious reasons why it's a bull and a bear, but the actual one is it's a little bit surprising, because it's the hibernation thing makes a lot of sense, but it has more to do with the fact that claws down, and then you attack with the horns to the upside. It's kind of a weird quirk that
I like it.
Who cares? Right now,
I care.
I like that.
Right now the Bears are sort of losing. Oh, comp you care. You will long on MU at 83 or short. I'm actually looking at that level in both ways. To be honest with you, like I'm short in front of it, but if it breaks out and there's buyers over 83, I'll probably flip to the long, because we actually forgot about Micron as a continuation play. It had some strength, and it's into a flat market. It's at the high of the day right now, even as the market pulls back. So yeah, for a scalp short now, but if it's breaking out in the afternoon, I'm not fighting it if it gets to above 83.10 or so.
Neil, yeah, I mean, some people have a different thing. And Brother Mike, the Bulls plow forward, the Bears claw back. Okay. I mean, I can see both. The Katina man was telling me the Bears fall asleep. They hibernate. Okay, I like it. I like the symbolism there. We like symbolism on the show, don't we?
We love symbolism in the show.
Okay.
If it involves words, we like it on the show.
Chicago Bears suck. Who's saying that? Well, they do. I'm sorry to anybody from Chicago, but the Bears haven't been good in years, man. I mean, since they had Brian Urlacher, I mean, really? I haven't done anything. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Adara, continue. Yep.
I thought that was an interesting, I guess it's neither here nor there.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was kind of an interesting interlude, so I really I keep saying interlude and overture today. Keep keeping musical terms out there, but I thought that was really interesting. So I will return to my notes here. So once I get there and I look everything up, I like to, get a sense of how the market's feeling, right? Like, what are we doing? What is as Sharif said, is there any economic data I need to keep an eye on? Are there any individual stocks that are making outsized movements, just even in this article that are being mentioned, right? Top movers. What's the SPY doing? What are yields doing? And I feel like having one article just to quickly read to get a sense of that, that's usually what forms the basis of the market summary section of the watch list, if you see the watch list. So I think that's kind of cool as well. Also, the next thing I do is I look up the Mag 7. And I really appreciate you asking me about that earlier, because I think it helped me kind of clarify why I do that. I like looking at the Mag 7 for 2 reasons. Well, there's a lot of reasons, but the main 2 reasons.
Yes.
A, they move the market like mad because they do make up a large percentage of some of these indices, you know what I mean? So the SPY, the NASDAQ, because they are these big 7 strong stocks, it's nice to know what they do, because if you see how they're moving, you can maybe understand, oh, maybe this is why we're up, because Tesla, Nvidia, et cetera, are to the upside, right? Or maybe why we're to the downside. To use an example, Apple. An apple a day apparently was keeping the bulls away the last couple of days, at least on Apple, because we did have that downgrade on Tuesday. So why I specifically bring up this downgrade? Apple was down about 3.6% on Tuesday. You know what else was down on Tuesday? The market. And I'm not saying that's necessarily just because of Apple.
Hey folks, this is your friend and sponsor, Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group.
There, right? So I think it's good to know and to be cognizant of that. Now, the second reason is a lot of people have eyes on these mega cap stocks, right? So a news story like Tesla and the recall, for example, today, which might not seem like a market moving event, I think it's still really important to be aware of and be cognizant of and keep an eye on, because you don't know, like, it could end up moving more later. Do you know what I mean? Or because everybody's looking at it, you're kind of looking for catalysts. That's how a lot of these stocks, like again, Apple and the Barclays downgrade, for example, I forget what analyst it was, but I believe it was in November. Tesla had a price target, I think, price target lowered to around 150. And so this moved, we got to 150, or the price target got to 150, Tesla didn't get to 150, and we had a giant move down on Tesla. And it wasn't even a downgrade, I believe, it was just a price target decrease. So I think what's interesting is how we can have like all of this movement on these Mag 7s that you might not get with some of the other stocks. You know what I mean? Because everybody's looking at them, everybody cares. They are stocks that tend to move the market. So I think one of the things I like to do right in the morning is, Nvidia, Tesla, Microsoft, put them all in, get a sense of the stories, and then if they're moving in response to that, or even if they have a little bit less movement, I know they might be more susceptible to move, both themselves or the market. So I just keep an eye on this. So that is what I do with the Mag 7. Then what I do is I go check my headlines again. I check Reuters, I check CNBC, and I go through Benzinga. See, I'm scrolling here. I'll go zoom out. And what's great about Benzinga is, there's an Eli Lilly story. Let's ignore that for now, Adara. But see, I wouldn't know that if we didn't have Benzinga.
What do we got?
Oh, okay.
Is it a new one, or is it
it's just, I think, maybe like a summary.
Okay.
Weight loss drug boom. Yeah.
Sure.
But I mean, we
already know about that.
Yeah, I'll look at Lilly later. But the point I'm trying to make is like, there we go. Now I know because it's popped up here. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Nvidia's analyst top sector pick. Oh, which analyst is this? Nvidia, BofA Securities, maintaining a buy in Nvidia with a price target of 700.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to say, right? Like you kind of scroll down. Benzinga is constantly updating. You constantly get a sense of what stocks are moving and shaking. Yeah.
So do you have any tips? Here, my question to you earlier was, you're becoming quite adept at doing the watch list.
Thank you.
And by becoming adept, you start knowing what are market moving headlines and what's kind of a nothing burger.
Okay.
Right? And that is because you have experience doing it every day, repetition. Yeah. Do you have any suggestions for people out there to say to them, look out for this might be important, or look out for that? When you're looking at a news catalyst, like what would be example of a nothing burger to you, and what would be example of something that, hey, I should probably be aware of this? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, and if you don't have a response right away, you can. I think it's fair for you to think about that, because I'm kind of putting you on the spot.
No, I have sort of a response, and the response is something that Brendan's told me. That's something that I'm still trying to really ingrain with me, because I think it's really important. The market will tell you if something's important, and I think that's really key. And I think learning that has been super important. So I really appreciate that that, you know, Brendan said that. I think everybody said that, but I think really like hearing that constantly, like I'll be like, oh, is
Yeah.
the story relevant? And Brendan's like, well, what is the market telling you? Is there volume?
I
Is it
love how
moving in
Brendan
response
puts
to
like
it?
the ball back in your court and he makes you think, right?
Yeah,
Like,
right.
yeah.
Like I think I've learned a lot through that. So
Right.
and I think also too, I've learned, like I said earlier, through being around everybody here, the traders in the back as well. Like getting to talk stocks with those guys is really key too. Everyone, you know.
There he is.
Oh, there's
Have you
Brendan.
seen that one
Oh
before?
yeah, is that the data one?
The Dada one. And there's a goat one, but I don't think he likes that one, so I'm not going to hit it. Yeah. No, Ram. Ram Ram's such a disturber. Uh-oh. What's that, Ram? No, she doesn't know. Okay. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you
No, it's
there.
okay. But yeah, so I think that to me has been really key, and that's something I'm keeping in mind. So when I say the market, or I guess when Brendan says the market will tell you if it's important, by that it means, is there moving?
Yes.
Is it volume? Is there volume to the move? Do you know what I mean? Are there people with their eyes on it? As I mentioned, social media sometimes you can take, because as I mentioned earlier, Twitter is not always great for news sources because you always want to triple check because anyone can type anything behind a keyboard, right?
Exactly.
But it can give you a sense of, are people, do they have eyes on the stock?
Yes.
If you see a whole bunch of mentions in the last couple seconds for a stock, especially the small caps, the meme type stocks, I'm sure Key West was blowing up on Twitter yesterday. Do you know what I mean? I think it's a really key point, and I think it's really key to keep an eye on.
And you and I were discussing off camera before we came on the show the utility of Twitter. But the fact that we had to be extremely careful when we took anything off Twitter because it's such an unvetted, unregulated, you know, environment.
Yeah.
Now, we're not going to use it today, but we do have a Twitter feed of accounts that we like and that we follow. But one thing that Brendo pushed on me and pushed on you in the beginning was, I'd rather be right than first. And Twitter, oftentimes, the goal is to be first, to sensationalize and to be the first to break the news. That's not how we do things on Trader TV. So we like Twitter, but what would your suggestion be to those to the viewers who want to utilize Twitter? How would they go about utilizing it?
Thank you so much. So I love that question, and I think what
I say Twitter, I meant X, obviously. You know what I mean, right?
Well, X marks the spot.
Okay.
And you know what happens when I see a headline on X, what I do. And for example, one of them actually was, I was at the big desk and I saw a headline about Eli Lilly, but there was no link, there was no context, didn't say who was reporting it.
Bang.
All I saw, and Eli Lilly was reacting a little bit, but all I saw was that, you know, that news story from, I guess, December now, about how there was a study saying Eli Lilly's weight loss drug wasn't maybe effective for long-term weight loss, right? So the context of that story ended up, you know, changing a little bit, but all I saw was this headline, out of context, didn't say who it was from. So I checked the stock, it was moving a little bit, but I didn't want to report this without anything else, right? So I waited, then I did another segment, I come back, and then Benzinga has the headline, and it has a source. And now I'm like, I can get going on this, you know what I mean?
So it helped you kind of in the right direction, but you didn't use it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
It made me cognizant of the fact that this story could be a game changer, could be a mover, but I didn't want to say anything until I had proof. Do you know what I mean? Because again, this goes back to, I'd rather be right than first. So I wasn't first on that, of course, but that doesn't matter because I made sure that I was correct. I had that Benzinga story, and then that's when I said, hey, can you come to me? And that's when I bring it, you know, bring it to the table, because I don't want to bring a story that I'm not sure about. And that's also why I think making sure, even like the wording that I, you know, try to do in the watch list, and then also when you're reading news stories, making sure that, you know, who reported this. Make sure you check your sources. If they're saying, if it's just, it's been reported, it's not confirmed, you know, make sure that you're aware of that, right? Because also, I think one key thing too, buying the rumor and selling the news.
Yes.
Sometimes the stock will react differently to a rumor or reports or, sources have said, than how the actual news comes out. You know
they put whatever they want, really.
Exactly.
I mean, who's going to stop them?
Exactly. So I think it's good to have a sense of it and just be aware of what's the quality of this news source. And that's why I think X is great for getting a sense of headlines, but not for the headlines themselves. Just give you a sense of what stocks to keep an eye on.
Yes.
There you go.
All right, let's take a look at NVIDIA, because we got back into this bad boy because at number one, it held 490, and number two, it held VWAP. So those were the two things that I was looking for personally to tell me, Sharif, there's another trade to be had here on NVIDIA. And now we got one more out on this one. We took like a fraction of the shares that we initially took. And now we are knocking on the door of that 492.5 again. Let's see if we can make it back into 495 world. That was where we obviously rejected earlier. Technically, we did get a print above 495. It was a 495.47 print, but as quickly as we got above 49 was as quickly as we retraced back down, making our way back down, you guessed it, to 490, holding that whole dollar, $10 level. But it was beautiful because VWAP conflated with that level. There was confluence. Shout out to the Kenobi. Where is he at? He's not.
Hey folks, this is your friend and sponsor, Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group. And boy, oh boy, I am so happy and grateful that you are here with me. And we're on this journey to earn a single or a double income or triple income. We here to make some money, okay? Doing this thing that they call trading. And boy, do I have a treat for you this weekend. That's why I want you to come on in, stay tuned. I'm going to be running this full entirety of this man here, Oliver Velez. This is the godfather of the stock market trading hemisphere. The guy is awesome. The way he teaches, the way he opens your mind to how to think about trading, and the tips that he's going to be giving you. I'm just going to give you a little taste of Mr. Oliver Velez.
I have a tactic that is it's not 100%, but this tactic is the closest tactic I have to winning 100% of the time. Whenever this occurrence happens, it's nearly 100% of the time. Now, 70% is lower than that. This tactic I'm explaining to you, or I'm telling you about, has close to a 98, 99% accuracy rate. Its problem is that it happens every 4 years during a presidential election year. Do you see what I'm saying? What I'm saying, this is a 70% occurrence rate. So my tactic that I'm explaining to you is very high in its accuracy rate, but I gotta wait 4 years for it to come around again. How can I make a living like that? No, you want something with a much higher occurrence rate. That tactic has a low occurrence rate, once every 4 years. You want something that happens so frequently that you can't possibly take all the opportunities because you don't have enough money. That's where the game of making your living in the markets comes from. It comes from finding reliable events that happen very, very often, that happen virtually every single day of your trading life. Otherwise, how can you make a living from something that happens once every 4 years? You can't. You have to find things that happen every single day. In fact, what I'm going to teach you, I'm always teaching my traders things that happen every 8 minutes in the market. That's right, every 8 minutes. You will be able to find a bear elephant bar every 8 minutes of your life. That's how frequently occurring this powerful event. There are traders. There are actually...
No, that's enough. That's enough, Oliver. So you stay tuned. Stay tuned this weekend. This is a 10-hour series, so I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'll have it posted. I'll make a schedule, and I hope to see you there this weekend. It's gonna be recorded, so that way, if you can't make it, you can always come back and visit the channel. All right, folks. Have a good evening. This is your friend and sponsor, Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group, bidding you farewell. Yes, my friends, I'm telling you, what's going to happen this weekend will change your life forever. because I'm going to drill into your head the mindset, the psychology, everything that I have, I'm going to give to you in this one weekend, and I'm going to continue to give them to you when you join the Living Legacy Group. So today is Friday. Today is Network Marketing Day. We do monitor the markets, and we are going to continue to monitor the markets with I am monitoring Bitcoin. This is the only thing that I'm going to keep my eye on because it moves so fast and so furious that make your head spin. So I've got my trades in. I've got 3 positions in, and then I have 1 in pending order. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the second part of first steps of the Eric Worre Network Marketing Pro Learning Center. Now, this is a paid product that I had purchased, I think, 2 years ago, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. So you have access to this because we're going to be having private Zooms, and we're going to go into deeper lessons in network marketing so you can break out of that old mindset of doing the network marketing the old-fashioned way. We're doing stuff easy now. You got the help of AI. You have my personal mentorship. You have the mentorship that you'll be watching Eric Worre. I will pull up his site where you can make the decision if you want to go deeper. My goal is to build teams all over the world. Matter of fact, on one of my gold cards that I wrote, it's dated January 1st, 2022. Now, this is the really irony thing about this. I don't know if that was a word or not, irony. I might be saying it right or wrong. If you look at this, I don't know if you can see this, but it says, my goal, January 1st, 2022, is I am so happy and grateful now that I have businesses all over the world. The Living Legacy Group don't put will in there. The Living Legacy Group is a household name. Thank you, God, and so it is. You guys, there's a story behind these, and you'll learn in the psychology part today because it's going to be a special presentation of Born Rich. That's right. We're going to play the first seminar for today's psychology lesson. So you might want to get your pencils out. You might want to pay attention, and you might want to join us during the 2 o'clock hour. And I'm telling you, hey, I can't get off kilter. We're going to go ahead and we are going into the second course of You Made the Right Choice, or First Steps with Eric Worre.
I've got to tell you, you've made the right choice. Network marketing isn't perfect, but it's better. If you have an entrepreneurial bone in your body, this is better. You're the smart one, no matter what anybody else says. You're one of the people that realizes that the world has changed. It's not going back, ever. You've got the ability, you've recognized it before it's been obvious to the rest of the world. You see past the misconceptions that other people see when they take a look at this business. They might think it's beneath them. You see different. You recognize the changes in the new economy. and why being an entrepreneur today, being a solopreneur today, being a person who's engaging in the performance economy today is smarter, in my opinion, than somebody going to work for some other company. How safe is it to work for somebody else? You're any day you could walk in, it could be your last day. You don't know. You're not safe. A traditional small business person is not safe. They could be destroyed by Amazon tomorrow. Wipe them out. Tomorrow. Look at retail. What's happening with those shopping centers? They're turning them into parks and homeless shelters and skateboard parks. That's what they're turning them into because nobody goes there anymore. The economy's changed, but here's what won't change. People need valuable products and services. They do. They want valuable products and services. And what is the best form of advertising and marketing a product? What's the best form? Word of mouth. We listen to somebody else before we listen to the celebrity ad. We listen to somebody else before we see the ad online or on television. We listen to somebody else. So we serve this educational purpose, this ability to be able to educate people to the point that they understand what we have. That will never go away for the next 1,000 years, ever. The products and services will change over the next 1,000 years. What we deliver will change, but the method will not change. That's why we are so valuable, and these skills are so valuable in the world today. Understand this. You develop these skills, you never have to worry about income again. If you develop these skills and you face your fears, this is called a life skill set that you never have to be afraid of what your company's going to do or what your employer's going to do or what's going to happen with your small business or what's going to happen with your employees or any of that stuff. You literally, this is the best form of security you can create. And it's not, the security is found not out there. It's found right here. Right here and right here. It's a combination of mindset, how to think, skills, what to do, and strategy, how to do it the best way possible. I want you to fill up with that. Just know that even if you haven't figured it out yet, those of you who are brand new, if you haven't figured it out yet, just know. Everybody across the world, Brian Tracy, big believer in network marketing. Tony Robbins, big believer in network marketing. Sir Richard Branson, Les Brown, you pick it. These world thought leaders, huge believers in network marketing. Entrepreneurs, huge believers in network marketing. Why? Because they recognize that word of mouth advertising is always going to be the most powerful, and we're always going to serve a need. And we're huge, but we're still in the basement. I want you to be excited about something. We as a profession are still in the basement. We're still in the garage. We have not become standardized around the world yet, but that tipping point is very, very close. And the more skilled you are when that tipping point happens, the more money you're going to make. So don't worry. If you feel like, oh, I'm in a little bit too late, that's a laugh. You'll laugh at that 5 years from now, 10 years from now. You're not. Network marketing itself is like a school. And I want you to view it like a school. Think of this like a school. There's no specific background requirements. You don't have to have a certain GPA to get in. And it's a very forgiving school because you're not going to flunk out. And so long as you follow the policies and procedures, you can't get fired. The only way you can get yourself out of the business is if you quit. But listen, engage in the learning, engage in the doing, engaging in the modeling, make mistakes, make as many mistakes as you can, as fast as you can. Those brand new people, listen to me. Make as many mistakes as you can, as fast as you can. Because one of the big keys to my success and one of the big keys to your success is to properly frame the opinions of others. We're all trained to kind of deal with feedback. If we get positive feedback, we really like it. If we get negative feedback, we really hate it. Be able to categorize both. When you get positive feedback, use that. When you get negative feedback, understand they might not be educated on our profession yet, and let that either fuel you to be able to take yourself to the next level, fuel you to be able to drive to the next level, inspire you to be able to do more. One of the lessons that I learned, I went to one of the people that I respected the most. My very first, it was 90 days in or something into my business. And I went to this guy. He played football for the Minnesota Vikings. He went to our high school, I went to our church. He taught me how to play high school football. And he was a god in my mind. And he was a business guy too. And he's still playing, active in the NFL. And I remember, deciding to call him about my business. And he shut me down so hard. And I had a choice. I could either let that define me and I could crawl back, put my tail between my legs, not say anything again, or I could let that inspire me. And I chose to give it the meaning that it deserved, which was, who the heck does he think he is? Somebody gave him a chance. He knows that took a lot of guts for me to make this phone call. Shut me down. So I wrote his name on the top of my notebook and I left it there for 3 years. Every time I changed the notebook, I'd write his name on the top of it again. Until I was making more money than him. Didn't take very long. The cool thing here is you can improve as you grow, but I do have to solve one myth for you. One myth for you is this. We hear this in our profession. You'll succeed in network marketing if you don't quit. Nope. That is not true. Now, quitting will guarantee that you fail. But there are lots of people, and I really want to encourage those of you who are taking this course, there are lots of people who get involved in network marketing, and because of their fear, they don't take action. They don't learn, they don't practice, they don't grow, they don't get out there, they don't make something happen, they don't evolve, and they just hang around. And they think if they just hang around long enough, that success is bound to happen to them. And that's not true. That's the saddest part of our profession is people wandering around. I'm still here, I'm still at the meeting. I'm still taking the product. I'm still at the event. They haven't talked to anybody in forever. They haven't talked to any prospects about their product or the opportunity. And they think just by hanging around that they're going to get to success. That's not the key. The key is, yes, stay involved. But practice, engage in the performance and the behavior, and improve. I will give you something that's worked so well for me. It changed my whole life. There are no good experiences, and there are no bad experiences. Just learning experiences. There's no good and no bad, just learning. From a good experience or a bad experience, which one teaches you more? Bad experiences. And if our goal is growth and ability, does it not make sense that we should engage in more bad experiences to be able to grow? But no, I don't want to. I just want to have good, happy, fun experiences. That's fine. You can stay a baby. You don't need to move into adulthood. You want to move into adulthood, you got to be willing to engage in bad experiences. It's hard to get better and look good at the same time. Let go of looking so good all the time. Be willing to be embarrassed a little bit. Be willing to let go of other people's opinions. Be willing to let go of what you think other people are thinking about you. Because guess what? Other people aren't thinking much about you. They're thinking about themselves. Yes, they'll point fingers. Yes, they'll judge. That'll happen. So, what are you going to do about it? Going to let it define you, crush you? maybe motivates you. I used to let it motivate me a lot. I used to let the hate, quote unquote haters. Now understand, I had almost zero skill. So when I went out to talk to somebody, I did it in a really awful, terrible, unskilled way. Okay? So I had reason to be made fun of. I had reason to be mocked. I'd be so over the top sometimes. You'd be great at this. Come be part of my team. Who wants to be part of somebody else's team? I mean, come on. Took me a while to say, oh, you can build your business and I can help. Took me a while to get to that posture. Right? This is amazing. You know everybody. You'd be great at this. Code words for run. You know what I mean? So it was awful. But every time I learned this process of do something. And then take a look at the results. How did it go? What worked? What didn't work? Next time I can do it a little bit better. Then do something again. Next time I can get a little bit better. Then do something again. Next time I can do something a little bit better. Every single time. Being willing to be embarrassed. Being willing to make mistakes. Being willing to try something different. Being willing to put my ego out there. Exposed to the world. Be willing to be vulnerable. Be willing to be authentic. Be willing to show my emotions. Be willing to do all these different things that I was uncomfortable doing. Right? But here's what it got me, where I finally arrived. I never lose. Ever. In my life. Never. I win or I learn. That's it. And once you get to that stage where you never lose, you win or you learn, you're unstoppable. Nothing can knock you down. You're going to go out there and you're going to have a conversation with somebody. And the first time that you go out there and talk to somebody about your product, they're going to ask a question and you're going to go, blah. And you're going, I don't want to do that anymore. That's really, it was bad. You go, nope, I learned from that. What was the answer to that question? Can I figure out the answer to that question so the next time it comes I can get it? Okay, cool. Got it. Next time that question comes, I stumble a little less. I give a little bit more intelligence. I point them to something that can solve the problem for them. And then all of a sudden, boom. I went, check that one off. What's next? Talking to somebody older, more successful than me. Ooh, that one scared me to death. How do I figure that out? Plan, do, review. Make a plan, do it, review it. Be willing to be embarrassed while I'm figuring it out. What most people have been taught their whole life is go to school, learn the skill, so when you show up, you're not embarrassed. Right? Go to the job, go through the training program, so when you're actually doing it, you don't make any mistakes. Entrepreneurs don't work like that. Entrepreneurs get involved and make the mistakes. Just give yourself permission to let that happen. Just give yourself permission to learn as you grow. Give yourself permission to adapt and improve. There's 3 things that we do in the network marketing business. Get this straight, okay? There's only 3 things that we do. You want to define what it is that we do? 1, we sell products and services to consumers using word-of-mouth advertising. That's what we do. We tell them, hey, check this out. Sample it. We educate them. We give them some information. Some decide to become customers. Some don't. That's what we do at the core. Number 2, now that's just direct selling. Anybody can do that, right? Anybody can sell is what I found out. If you just talk enough, anybody can sell. But number 2 is what makes us different, what creates financial freedom, what creates leverage. Number 2 is we grow and expand a network of other distributors doing the same thing. Now we get leverage. We have 100 people on our team, but let's say we have 10 people on the team. You're working 10 hours a week and they're each working 10 hours a week. Now you have 110 hours available to you. That's leverage. You're going to get a smaller percentage of the team's effort than you're going to get of your personal effort, but that's okay. Would you rather have 100% of your own effort or 1% of 100 different people's effort? Right? Pick one. Leverage is what we have here. The third thing that we do is we improve through our leadership. We improve the productivity of that network. The network that we are building, the network that we've built. There can be two teams of 100 people, 100 people over here, 100 people over there. They're both the same size. That doesn't mean that they're both the same level of productivity. One's going to be led better, have a better culture, better training, better communication. So they might be producing more than the team that doesn't have as good. So our leadership does come into play. It's not just build the team and walk away. There's going to be some that come and some that go. So that's the only three things that we do.
I'm speeding. Speeding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The world is changing faster than ever. What used to take decades is now taking years or even months.
What you see right now is the illusion that people have had for many decades about the workplace being this secure place to work the rest of your life.
For the first time in the history of our nation, our children will not do as well as us.
We've seen our friends get laid off. We've been laid off. We've had our pay cut.
People are overworked and underpaid. They seem to have less time and less freedom. They live under constant pressure.
This is going to be forced. And so even if your employer loves you, they may have to cut you. There's something wrong that on Monday morning, the heart attack rate increases by 35%.
Technology is accelerating, job security is declining. It just doesn't seem like the old models of making a living are as reliable as they used to be.
Every aspect of our lives, there's a better way out there, but we're still doing it the old way.
We live in the greatest country on the planet, and there are a lot of people sitting around complaining and being cynical.
Like everyone's whining about this old model, and I'm like, why don't you leave it? Look at all this over here. Look at all this opportunity.
Since so much of our lives revolve around our work and the way we make our living, many people are thinking there just has to be a better way.
The biggest challenge facing our world today is not making money, is what are we going to do with all the displaced, unemployed people?
People are afraid that they're going to make the wrong decision. People are afraid of the unknown. People are afraid that maybe I don't have the skills.
Hey, sports fans, industrial age is over. It's dead. It's dying. That's why going to school to get a job is an obsolete idea. A steady paycheck is an industrial age idea.
It's the search for answers that has brought us here together today. My name is Eric Worre, and for almost 30 years I've been an entrepreneur, struggling at times, but ultimately succeeding. As a best-selling author, speaker, and business owner, I've spent my entire career helping millions of people around the world to become entrepreneurs. And I believe strongly that there is, in fact, a better way when it comes to how we make a living. The career landscape has changed dramatically, and many are still working in a model that is completely out of date. What worked for previous generations isn't working as well for people today. In this film, we're going to explore 3 important questions. First, what's really going on in our working world today? Second, in this new economy, is it better to become an entrepreneur, or is it safer to work for someone else? And third, if a person decides to become an entrepreneur and start their own business, how can they do it without taking on massive risk? To help in this journey, I've brought together some of the greatest experts and thought leaders in the field of entrepreneurship to share the real facts with you. My intention is to give you new information that will allow you to make choices that are not limited by an old, outdated model. Let's start by understanding what's going on in our working world today.
Let's look at unemployment. 30-40% of the people are honestly not working, but would be working. What our government does is if you haven't found a job in 6 months, we don't call you unemployed. We pretend you dropped out of the labor force. I've often said that unemployment, particularly structural unemployment, that's unemployment due to technological changes, is the first sign of economic growth. Think of it, 10 people live on an island. They go out every day and fish. One day, new technology shows up. A missionary brings them a net. Now, using the net, one pilots the boat, one throws the net. 2 fishermen can do all the work 10 used to. That's a 500% increase in productivity, 2 doing the work of 10, in one day. You don't have to learn a lot to learn how to throw a net instead of throw a fishing line. The island's got a big problem, 80% unemployment. But the island still has all the wealth of the fish because the 2 people produce as much fish as 10 did. Now, of course, looking back in history, these changes used to take thousands of years. And during that time, we went into farming and transportation. Some of us became doctors and some teachers and lawyers, and we developed all these new professions and new manufacturing jobs. Today, these changes are occurring literally in one day when a new technological advance occurs, and we don't have the social structures to deal with it or to retrain the unemployed people.
So one of the things that I think is interesting as I travel across the country and really travel around the world is the way that we work and the way we get paid for work is changing pretty dramatically.
On a global basis, everything is being turned upside down because of the rapidly advancing technologies. They are eliminating many jobs, and we have been left with many people not prepared for the jobs that exist.
A lot of demand in public companies was to squeeze out all the fat and to get just as much margin as we possibly could, and fat equals humans.
So this idea of job security in information age is so obsolete, but it's still taught inside our school system. And that's where the problem starts. There's no financial education in the school system, and people are still trained to be employees who work for that paycheck. This is a chart on the middle class. What's happening in the middle class, those that went to school, their incomes have been coming down for years. And parents still say to their kids, go to school, get a job. Now, what happens to all those middle class people who are dropping off the ends of the chart? Well, they become what's called working poor. And this is what happens to working poor. But they say poverty is ending. Well, poverty may be ending, but working poverty is going up. And this is food stamp usage. So food stamp usage in America is going through the roof right now, because people cannot earn what they call a living wage.
Most people have experienced financial pressures that I think are probably greater than they have been in the past.
If you're not working for yourself, then it's going to be a pretty hard road for a lot of people.
Today, if you're going to control your future, the 40-40 plan is gone, where you can graduate from college and get a job and work for 40 hours a week for 40 years. That day is gone.
So some of these charts actually tell you what's going on. And this is a really interesting one, you know. People are going back to school because if I go back to school, I'll get a nice job. But this is what's happening to, it's called Sallie Mae, which is the student loan guys. Student loan is going through the roof. It's now over $1 trillion, and student loan debt is worse than credit card debt. So when people stopped using credit card, the government got people into student loan debt. And the problem with student loan debt is you can never be forgiven. See, with credit card debt, you can declare bankruptcy and all's forgiven. But student loan debt, you can declare bankruptcy, you still owe it. It's the worst of all debt. But this is the next picture. Look at this chart here. This is what's happening to wages of college graduates. It's going down. So you go to college, you rack up all this debt, but you earn less money. Now, that's not that intelligent.
Average person who's been working a lifetime in America today is ending their lifetime at 65 with about $41,000 in assets. They earned just enough to survive.
I think in the United States we have something like 17 trillion in debt.
That's just the federal government debt. We got another 2 in municipal and in other, let's call it almost 20 trillion government. We've got 40 trillion in private debt. That comes up to close to 60 trillion. When you then add something we never had before, what you were talking about, when we look at the unfunded portion of Social Security and primarily Medicare, Medicaid, that at the most conservative estimates from outside firms, Kleiner Perkins, 67 trillion and growing. That's more than all our other debt. There's less conservative estimates that say it's 84 trillion or higher. I added up conservatively $127 trillion in total debt. Debt is a financial drug. When you take it to excess, it's like taking a drug. Yeah, it makes you feel better, it enhances your performance, but at a huge cost, eventually it kills you. And so that's what happens. We keep doing more and more debt, and you get less and less results, just like a drug, until the debt gets so high that it crushes the whole system. That's where we're at, 8.2 times GDP.
You know who I feel sorry for? I feel sorry for the person who dreads going to work, who is sick to their stomach on Monday morning, who hates their alarm clock, who gets a little glimmer of hope on a Wednesday because it's hump day and says, thank God it's Friday. And they live for those 2 days a week where they get to be themselves and they don't have to be around people they don't like, and they don't have to play the political game in the office, and they don't have to live this half life. The person that works 50 weeks a year just to be able to have the 2 weeks for vacation. And you know what happens to most of them nowadays? They don't have a vacation. They have a staycation. They have time off of work, but they don't get to go where they want to go because they're overextended. They've got all this debt. They got all this situation. They hate their alarm clock. They can't sleep until they're done. They have to spend most of their life in traffic. I feel sorry for that group of people because there's a better way. They just don't know it.
I see this really interesting attempt at rugged individuality in a 6x8 rectangle. And I feel like you're all the same, except for the little push pins of the pictures. There's different pictures. Yours is named Jenny and his is named Sujara, but it's the same people.
And this is how they are. And they're just like the zombies, and there's no joy in there. There's no fun. There's always like the wacky woman who decorates her cubicle, and that's the most she can do there. You got to give her credits, right? The wacky cubicle woman.
The basis for their life is worry. I'm worried, maybe I'll get fired. I'm worried maybe my company will go out of business. I'm worried I can't keep spinning the plates on paying the bills. I'm worried about how do I send my kids to college. I'm worried, what if the transmission of my car breaks? That's 2 or 3, I can't fix it. People live in a sea of worry, and it eats at them.
Those signs that people held up during the Depression didn't say looking for gainful employment in a cubicle. It said looking for work. Work is what we're looking for. Job is just a unit of measurement. Work is what we're going after.
It's time to look in the mirror and say, it's not the economy, it's my economy. It's my little world of where I am. I need to improve. I'm not going to wait for the economy to come back because, frankly, the economy is doing great in this country.
So I'm here on Wall Street, the financial center of the universe, the financial capital of the world. This is where most people's money goes to at least be held for a time, right? With interest rates in banks being effectively zero, and many experts are predicting it's going to stay at zero for the next 10, 20, even 30 years, people feel like they don't have any choice but to put their future into equities, to put their future into the hands of other people on this stock market, and hope that the stock market goes up. Hope that the stocks that their advisors pick or that they pick goes up. That's one way to go, I guess. It's my personal belief
that if you put your future into the hands of yourself, in other words, you have earning power by yourself, I think you're a better investment than these guys. I think controlling your future is a better option than handing over your retirement to these guys. The average household income in the United States is approximately $50,000 a year, what they call the middle class. To reach the top 25% of income earners, you'd need to earn at least $90,000 a year. To reach the top 10% would be a household income of $140,000, the top 5%, $190,000, and to be in the top 1%, you'd need a combined household income of at least $380,000 a year. So here's the question. What do you think would give you the best chance to move up and get to the top 10%, the top 5%, the top 1% or beyond? In my opinion, and in the opinion of many, many experts, the answer is to become an entrepreneur, to become your own boss.
I think you have to be a business owner. I can't, the only time I ever say to someone it'd be great to be an employee is when they've already told me they've surrendered. I only tell people who are wounded spiritually that they should be an employee. And it's that feeling that you get when you pick up the backpack off the little Cub Scout and say, "Don't worry, little guy, we'll get you back to the camp." You know, it is in no way a kindness when I tell someone they'd be a great employee.
The other status symbol really increasingly is lifestyle. I mean, people can own their own business, maybe even work out of their house. That, I tell you, people admire that. Like, gosh, I wish I could do that.
The spirit of the entrepreneur is to be a risk taker and to be resourceful and unstoppable and to have a vision of yourself beyond where you are and not willing to settle for life as it is.
Think about the great entrepreneurs. They're visionary. They have heart. They're willing to do today what others won't so they can do tomorrow what others can't.
Personally, I don't think of the new economy, the old economy. I create my own economy. The entrepreneur's in control. I decide what the economy is going to be like.
In the world of entrepreneurship, there are no limits. You can make as much as you want, depending on how much you want to work and how smart you are and how great a team you put together.
There's no more lifetime rewarding business than being an entrepreneur.
Why in America, where anyone could be anything, would people want to give up their freedom and become effectively a modern-day slave, told shut up and be here every morning at 7:30, leave at 5:30, and do what I tell you?
If people decide to become an entrepreneur and work for themselves, they have some traditional options, but they're riskier than you might think.
Any kind of a retail business, retail build-outs is extremely expensive. Even just these small little yogurt stores where they're putting little yogurt machines and you get all the different flavors, you're spending $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 to open a yogurt shop.
I would love to buy a Dunkin' Donuts, but it's $500,000 or so to start. I don't quite have that just in case money.
Risking lose it all, and most guys do 2 or 3 times, and even big guys like Branson, because I'm such a fan of his, half his companies don't work. If you make $1 million, your problems are going to go. If you make $1 billion, your problem's really going to go. Just the opposite. You and I know when you're making $1 million, you get $1 million responsibilities. You make $1 billion, you got 1,000 times $1 million responsibilities.
And most people say, I'd love to be my own boss. 70% of Americans would love to be their own boss, according to recent polls. But they don't know how to get there. Because what are you going to do? One, you could buy an existing business. If somebody's selling an existing business, you have to ask why. Usually because it's probably hard. It's probably not making as much money as they hope. 2, they could buy a franchise. A little less risk, proven system, but it's expensive to be able to do that. 3, they could start something from scratch. And that's where a lot of people feel like, I don't have the chops to do it. I don't have the money. I don't have the product idea. I don't have the expertise. I don't have whatever it's going to take to be able to get there, and I can't risk my family to do it. So, 4th, they could become an investor. A lot of people in this town invest to try and figure out a way, but you got to be pretty smart with that game too, right?
Venture capitalists, who are the very best and most sophisticated in investing in new breakthrough businesses, make it on 1 out of 11. That means 10 out of 11 are mediocre or fail. Most of them fail. That's the risk there. An angel investor is lucky to get 1 out of 15 or 20.
A business is a team sport.
Like I have to have accountants, I have to have engineers, I have to have system designers, I have to have sales, marketing, I have to have accounting, I have to have mission statements, I have to have legal and all that. The average Joe Schmo, even me, I go out there, I don't have the skills to put a business together.
I think the bottom line for the 4 traditional options is they take money, sometimes a lot of it. They take expertise, and they take time. All of that adds up to just too much risk for most people.
I bought a business from somebody else and it was a lot of work. And you start wondering, what did I just buy? Because I guess ultimately I own your email list and I just overpaid for it.
People that start their own business, they spend a lot of money, they spend a lot of time, a lot of effort to get things started. And the more you invest on the upfront, the harder you typically work at it.
Well, I can tell you what the success rate is of a restaurant.
What is it?
They're crazy enough. About 90% of them fail.
About 90%, in how quickly?
Year less.
Wow.
And if we're talking non-franchise, we're talking franchise,
Sure.
that's totally different.
Yeah.
But our students aren't getting franchise restaurants.
You gotta invest big money.
Exactly. And with someone like McDonald's, you've had to work with the company for a long period of time, really know the
To even have a
business.
chance of investing $1 million.
Have a chance, and it's a slim chance.
What if there was a way that you had all the proven aspects, the comfort aspects, and you could still control your own life? What if there was both? In other words, you didn't have to create everything from scratch. You didn't have to be a super leader. All you had to do, what if there was a proven product already? You didn't have to create the product. And there's a proven system already, proven training already. Everything except an employer. That was the only thing that you didn't have. Do you think more people would be open to working for themselves in that environment? In our search for a better way to make a living, we've come to the conclusion that becoming an entrepreneur is actually safer than being an employee. And through our look at the entrepreneurial options, one particular path kept coming up from expert after expert. And I think most people will find it surprising because it's certainly a non-traditional business model. That model is for people to start their own business and become an entrepreneur through the creation of a network marketing business. Some people call it direct selling because the product is being sold directly from the manufacturer to the end consumer, cutting out the middlemen. Other people call it multi-level marketing, or MLM, because there are multiple levels of commissions paid. The most common term today is network marketing, because network marketing best describes using a large group of independent distributors, independent entrepreneurs, to move a product or service more efficiently.
So my friend here, Donald Trump, and I, we always write about the network marketing industry. And the reason we support the network marketing industry is because it really is a business school for entrepreneurs. Because most people come out of school looking for a paycheck. Oh, that's terrible.
I went to network marketing like that. I think if it didn't exist, we should invent it. It is that good.
I think direct selling is a great way to do business today. It's very easy to get into that industry, and you can be self-employed, be, in effect, an entrepreneur.
When we see multi-billionaires adding network marketing companies to their portfolio of companies, that would be a clue. When we see people who are very famous authors and very famous business people endorsing the industry, that would be a clue.
These network marketing companies aren't $50 million companies. They're billions and billions of dollars. They lead the stock market. They're major companies.
When we're going to get it? You know, and you're going to school to work for a paycheck. But if you want to be rich, be an entrepreneur. And network marketing gives you the spirit to be an entrepreneur.
A traditional company will spend up to 50% of their total revenue on marketing. Network marketing companies use a different approach. Instead of having all that extensive marketing expense, they utilize a network of independent distributors to do the marketing for them. Now, why do they do this? First, because word-of-mouth advertising is so much more effective today than traditional media advertising. Second, some products need to be explained or demonstrated, and an independent salesperson can do that more effectively than an ad campaign. Third, it's completely efficient. The company only pays for the marketing of their product if a sale happens and not before. Imagine if Amazon allowed you to become an independent distributor and paid out 40% of its revenue to that distributor group. All you had to do as a distributor was recommend a product. And if a person bought it on Amazon, Amazon would take care of all the logistics and you'd get paid for bringing the customer. Now imagine you got paid for every purchase that customer made for the rest of their lives. Well, Amazon doesn't offer this option, but network marketing companies do.
85% of all buying decisions in our society are made as a result of word of mouth or reputation.
We're recommending things to each other all the time. You know, who's your dentist? Who's your doctor? Who's your lawyer? What detergent, are you using? What legal system are you using? What product are you using? We're talking to each other about the things that we love anyway.
When you go into a big box retailer, you're lucky if the clerk looks you in the eye, much less gives you any detailed or accurate information about what you're purchasing. So of course, this personal information, this education coming from a friend, a neighbor, a relative, or even a stranger, but one who has experience with the product is extraordinarily valuable.
As a matter of fact, network marketing can educate consumers probably better than any other form of marketing. It certainly can do better than advertising because advertising usually has a certain hype to it and you can only get limited information. So, network marketing trumps advertising.
If you were a typical sales company and you wanted to sell $1 million a month worth of product, you might go find 100 superstar salespeople. The quota would be $10,000 a month. So network marketing as a distribution system just flips the numbers. So we use 10,000 happy, raving fans of a particular product. And we don't concern ourselves so much with how much product each one of them individually sells. If they sell just $100 or $200 a month, and there's 10,000 of them, you're selling $1 million to $2 million a month worth of product. And that's the best way I can explain how network marketing works.
This is the marketing arm of the company. There's not money being wasted on bricks and mortar. There's not money being wasted on inventory that's sitting stagnant somewhere. There's not of employees standing around that don't have customers. These are people that are going to connect with customers.
These companies allow people to become independent distributors for extremely low cost and with no minimum time or sales quota. Essentially, they own their own business and can provide as much or as little sales as they choose. In other words, the distributor gets all the benefits of traditional business ownership without the risk.
The advantage of network marketing is the ease of entry, the low risk, and the low startup cost, because almost everything else has very high risk.
You can get in for a minimal investment. You're buying into a system that's already been proven, products or services that have been proven to work.
The keys to network marketing is providing an opportunity for the masses to get involved, providing an opportunity for the average person who doesn't have the resources to start their own business.
All of this so far is fairly straightforward, but network marketing offers another benefit. And it's this benefit that makes it so interesting for entrepreneurs. Network marketing allows a distributor to build their own network of other distributors and then compensates them on the sales created by that entire group.
Direct selling is, at its base, very simple. It's the sale of a product or service to an individual on a face-to-face, one-on-one basis, just the way we're talking right now. But there's an important element as well, and that's the offering in conjunction with that sale of product, the offering of an opportunity for someone to make something of themselves.
No matter what your social status is, no matter what language that you speak, I mean, look how many unbelievable people are becoming successful to speak every kind of language out there. What an awesome gift to give the world.
Instead of having to work your way up in a system and prove that you could be a sales manager, they just decided everybody can be a sales manager. Everybody gets to build a sales team from day one. And so what that brought into the system of growth as a direct selling company is the concept of compounding or geometric progression. Because now you can actually grow sales force very quickly because everybody is enrolling people in their own sales force.
People who are like, well, this is weird, I'm building a sales team. Or what do you think you do at a regular company? How do you think a regular company works?
Network marketing is the only industry that doesn't say your past determines your future. It looks at your past and says, okay, now what can we train you to do so you can have a great future? Every other employer out there wants to exploit you for what you already know, not teach you something new.
Network marketing has the potential to save the United States and the world, because it's going to teach people not to be employees, but to be entrepreneurs.
According to the Direct Selling Association, if you add up all the network marketing companies around the world, they combine to do over $178 billion a year in retail sales. To give you an idea of how big that really is, the NFL, the National Football League, does approximately $9 billion a year. The music industry does a little more than $16 billion a year, and the movie industry does about $80 billion a year. Using a conservative average, network marketing companies pay their distributors about 40% of that $178 billion in the form of commissions, which adds up to more than $71 billion a year. That's almost $6 billion a month. It's almost $200 million in commissions every single day. So it's certainly working, and people are making serious money in network marketing.
With the growth of the direct selling industry over the last 10, 15, 20 years, we've seen a broader understanding of the channel. We have seen more and more people getting involved in the business. So our penetration in the marketplace has increased, and thus the understanding in the marketplace of who we are has increased. And we've seen non-direct selling companies look at the direct selling model and say, something's going on there. People are making money. Companies are being profitable, individuals are being motivated, product is being delivered to market. Maybe we should explore this.
Some people think only the people at the top make money. Well, let's take a look at that as well. In the network marketing profession, there are roughly 500 people in the world who earn over $1 million a year. If you round that number up to $2 million a year, that adds up to about $1 billion a year. That takes the $71 billion paid out each year down to $70 billion. So where does the rest of the money go? The vast majority goes to part-time people making anywhere from a few $100s a month to many thousands of dollars a month. It goes to people who choose to make it a full-time career move and earning even more than that. Every day, people are using the money they earn through network marketing to pay off debt, have more fun, and improve the quality of their lives.
Everyone I know in network marketing has been doing that since the 50s. They go to work when they want to go to work. They stop working when they want to take time with their children to have a leisurely breakfast and discuss issues and drive them to school. They go back to work when they get home, wherever they're working out of.
The biggest thing that I've seen is people that have become much happier in their life.
MLM has probably made more millionaires of more people in more countries, and I've spoken to them in 67 countries, than any other single form of business, starting from nothing.
If they have a choice between working a job for the next 10 years or working a network marketing business for the next 10 years, the result of working the network marketing business will be better.
A lot of people within the industry go on and make this a career and do extremely well at it.
Network marketing has been nothing but good for everyone I know that's been involved with it because they did it seriously and they played full out and they've been very successful. It's been a constant barrage of success stories and people showing off stuff that they got as a result of it.
How many people are involved? Approximately 16 million Americans and 96 million people around the world are currently participating in network marketing. And in a recent poll, 82% of those people report a good, very good, or excellent experience with network marketing. So people are happy. So I've taken a look at the network marketing profession and really tried to understand why so many people are confused as to the validity of this as a business. One is this pyramid shape. People get really messed up with this pyramid. Oh, it's one of those pyramid things.
So I just think there are a lot of haters out there who really don't understand the industry and say, oh, it's a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a pyramid.
Well, corporate America is a pyramid scheme. You know what I mean? It goes like this. You have thousands of MBAs, let's say working for Ford or General Motors or Coca-Cola. If all these MBAs are all trying to get to here, that's a pyramid. Only one guy's going to make it. Every 10 years, one's going to make it. Whereas you look at network marketing, it's like this. So you're here, and your job is to develop other CEOs coming up behind you. So it's an inverse pyramid.
In network marketing, it's a very simple concept. If you sell product, you get paid. It is paid based on production. There is no first mover's advantage. There is no investment component where the more somebody spends, the more they're entitled to make. So the two are polar opposites of each other.
It doesn't matter what shape the company is or the compensation plan is shaped, whether it's a circle or a pyramid or a triangle or a trapezoid, it doesn't matter. If compensation is coming primarily from recruitment, then you've got a problem. On the other hand, if an operation is basing their compensation to participants on the basis of sales, even when those sales are generated by people you've recruited, well, then you're a perfectly legitimate enterprise. That's the legal test, it's the practical test.
Another issue that's been true in the past that is no longer true now is people used to be in network marketing loaded up with products that they couldn't sell, and they ended up a loser. They ended up with a bunch of product in their garage, they ended up with a bunch of products sitting in their kitchen shelves or whatever, and they thought they could sell it, and then they weren't willing to or able to sell it, and they ended up with a bunch of stuff, and they were bitter about it.
There was this thing called front loading where you had to buy, like, well, if you bought $25,000 worth of product, you got better commissions and all this. Today, it's almost all done by computer. It's direct mail comes from a warehouse somewhere else. You don't have to have all this inventory. You don't have to stock up. It's a paperless world now. Most of it's done online. You have a back office. It really works. And I mean, the technology has changed everything.
Third issue is people start talking about 99% of people in network marketing don't make any money. Well, we've talked about that over the course of this journey together. Almost $200 million a day is being paid out to network marketing distributors around the world.
The naysayers, the people who say that it doesn't work, are usually the ones who just don't know how to make it work for themselves. And so they're giving you an opinion, and I tell people, don't confuse people's opinions with expertise, because opinions are free. And don't confuse sincerity with the truth, because people can be sincerely wrong.
But here's the reality inside of network marketing. The vast majority of people that get involved in network marketing just become customers, and they get involved to be able to purchase product at a lower price. If you take Costco as an example, if a person goes into Costco and gets a membership to Costco so they can get a lower price on the product, we don't call that person a loser because they have a bunch of product that they walked out with a smile on their face. Yet, when some people want to take a look at network marketing, they say, well, those people, they're just using the product and they aren't earning an income, so they must be a loser. They're not a loser, they're a happy customer. That's the vast majority of people that are involved in network marketing. Now, a smaller percentage of those people decide to go build a business. They earn $300 a month, $500 a month, $1,000, $2,000. That's the bulk of earnings in network marketing. And then there's the few that really decide to take it serious, really decide to build a large network, really work to make that network very, very productive. And those people make huge amounts of money, and there's no cap.
What I do as an outside economist, just somebody looking at this industry like any other industry I speak and say, look, what's the realities of this? 1% do incredibly well. 10% generate some additional income at pretty low risk and effort. That's not, and 90% of people roughly end up customers.
One thing that I think is real when it comes to people's perceptions about network marketing is people put this, and distributors, I think, involved in network marketing have some responsibility for this. They have sometimes unrealistic claims about the product or about the income.
Most people who become distributors, they want the money, they want to be successful, but they don't have the skills. They don't know what to do. And when people don't know what to do and they're in a new business, they're scared. And when they're scared, they panic and desperation kind of sets in. So they think everyone they talk to has to get in. So if I talk to you and you say, well, no, I don't have time to do that, they're like, no, I need you. You have to do this or I won't be successful. So I start clawing on you. I start that desperation. So then I start making claims about the product, which are not appropriate, probably not even true. Or I start saying, let me show you how you can make all this money and you don't have to do anything, Eric. And so you just totally misrepresent the opportunity, and you're clingy with people because you think you need everybody to be successful, and you don't.
You know, one of the messages that I try to deliver most forcefully to companies as well as salespeople in direct selling is that you don't have to overpromise.
The reality is in network marketing, there's a lot of hard work involved. There's a lot of effort. You're going to have to develop yourself. It's a business like anything else. It's going to take some time, but in my opinion, it's better.
It's light years better for people starting today than it was even 5 years ago.
I think it's more widely accepted now, and people understand it is a business. It is being an entrepreneur. It is being a business owner.
Our belief system is based upon our evaluation of something. And frequently, if we reevaluate a situation, our belief about that situation will change.
The industry has changed and it's grown up. It's totally transformed.
You've got young people today that have grown up with social media, and they understand networks. They understand how people are connected through technology, and they understand how money flows through those networks. So when they see network marketing, they don't see it the way their parents saw it.
And we've all learned, the larger industry that you represent, has all learned from those mistakes and flaws and errors that have happened early on. Early algorithms didn't work the right way. That's all fixed.
It's like when they design a computer program, they design the program, then they run it, and then they go back through and they debug it. The MLM industry has been debugged.
This is the day of being virtual, being able to run a business from your mobile phone. I mean, it's incredible.
Companies are getting smarter. They're implementing more consumer protections. They're implementing more compliance training. They're doing more with respect to product research.
If you do get involved and you make purchases of inventory, even on a voluntary basis, if you decide that this business is not for you, you can leave and have that inventory repurchased by the company. There's no other business that offers that kind of protection on a voluntary, self-regulatory basis.
If you decide to look further into a network marketing business in order to generate more cash flow for your family, I would recommend reviewing the following 4 elements. First is the product or service. On the product or service, I would ask 5 important questions. 1, do you like it? Is it something you would feel comfortable sharing with others? 2, is there a recognized need in the marketplace? It's hard to create a need if one isn't naturally there. 3rd, does the product meet that need? Does it solve a legitimate problem for consumers? And 4th, is it priced to sell? Can it compete in the marketplace? And 5th, is it priced for profit? Is there enough margin for the company and the distributor to be able to generate income for the long term? If you can answer the questions on the product to your satisfaction, the next element to consider is the company itself. Is it well run? Do you believe in the founders or the management team? Do you feel they have what it takes to go all the way? See, it doesn't matter how good the product is if the management can't take care of the company. Good management can change with the times. They can handle adversity. They can make good decisions. Make sure you choose a company that can serve you for a long time. The third element to consider is the compensation plan. And with that, there are 3 important things to look at. First, a brand new person needs to be able to generate some money fairly quickly. It may be an obvious reason, but you can probably imagine the ripple effect of a distributor getting involved and having even a small victory fast. That can only help with the overall success of the organization. Second, a person should be able to develop a moderate part-time income in a reasonable period of time. As they develop their network and as their sales grow, they should be able to enjoy more benefits. And third, for the people who are really serious, for those who decide to really go pro in the network marketing profession, there should be the possibility to make a serious full-time income if they work hard and are committed to developing their skills. If you're comfortable with the product, the company, and the compensation plan, the last thing you should look at is the support that will be made available to you. Does the company have a website? Does it have a solid online reporting tool? Do they have comprehensive training available? Do they host events to help you build your business? If you decide to do this, what kind of a support system can you plug into? Choosing a network marketing company is a personal decision. But evaluating the 4 elements of product, company, compensation plan, and support is a great place to start.
Is the company promising that you're going to get rich quick or that you can make a lot of money without a lot of effort? That's a red flag. Is there a product that you really believe in that you think can be sold? Or are you being told by salespeople or the person who's trying to recruit you or by the company itself that don't worry about the product, all you have to do is recruit other people into the business? Red flag, warning sign. If you're hearing that, take a second or even a third look.
Get to know the customers, the products, the business, have some success, and see where the opportunities might take you to move up in the organization.
You want to find out how concerned are they about my education, my training, and my development? Is there a space for me to grow? Most important question.
Learn everything that you can about the product. Make sure it's something that you believe in, and learn everything you can about the industry and work that system.
You have to be very passionate about whatever that company is doing.
I would get involved. You can always test drive anything, you know, the product, the service, the community, and then lean into it a bit. If it feels good, then lean into it a lot.
Behind me is the Lincoln Memorial. And this is a place where Martin Luther King Jr. had his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. And at that speech, he talked about his dream for equality for everyone around the world, and that's a noble dream. But I think more people need to remember what it was like when they were kids and the dream was still alive in them, before it got beaten out of them by reality, by this paycheck, by these responsibilities, and by having to live for this job to pay the bills. I think people need to remember that, go back to that. Once they know that there's a better way, I think their future is going to be much brighter. They can live a better life. So if you're considering getting involved in a network marketing company, let me offer you just a few pieces of advice. First, network marketing isn't perfect. It's emotional, it's challenging. Like any entrepreneurial venture, it can have its up days and its down days. But if you have an entrepreneurial bone in your body, it's just better. Second, if you're gonna do it, decide to be professional. Decide to go pro. It's better to do that than just be this amateur sticking your toe in the water. Third, as any professional, you're gonna have to learn some new skills. And I promise you, inside of the network marketing profession, they're not too difficult to learn. Fourth, like anything worthwhile, it's gonna take some time. Don't expect that you're gonna get to the finish line right out of the gate. And fifth, it's worth it. It's worth it to be able to take charge of your life again. It's worth it to be able to control your own financial situation. It's worth it for the people you're going to be able to spend time with. It's worth it for the things you're going to be able to see and the experiences you're going to be able to experience. It's worth it for the causes you're going to be able to contribute to, the lives you're going to be able to touch, the customers you're going to be able to help, the friendships you're going to be able to develop. I promise you, it's worth it. Remember, most people are searching for answers just like you are. But I do have to tell you the catch to network marketing. If there is a catch, if you want to understand this from an emotional point of view, people say, well, it sounds too good to be true. It's not, it's hard work. But here's the catch. Most people still don't understand it. So you're going to have to endure the loss of social esteem from ignorant people. The uneducated will think less of you. Now, if you can handle that, you're on your way. If that's going to destroy you, you know what? Entrepreneurship in general probably isn't in your future. If you can face that catch, you can become unstoppable.
I want everyone to really contemplate this if they're not in network marketing. You're in a job, you probably have a mortgage, you have rent, you have debt, whatever's going on. You're in a prison.
You work just hard enough to keep them from firing you, and they pay you just enough to keep you from quitting. Come on! I've been there, done that, and bought that t-shirt.
In network marketing, if you run into failure, it's really just a homework lesson for yourself. There's no one to blame.
You really have no excuse not to be successful. You just don't. People don't want to hear that, but there's so much available to you.
If you want to be a good network marketer, be a student to the people above you, be a fellow traveler to the people on the same level, and be a teacher to those below, and know when it's appropriate to do which.
People who are not afraid of asking people to buy things, or not afraid of persuading people with a chance they may say no, these people own the future.
Nothing happens until something moves. So you got to go move, you got to go do something, or nothing's going to change in your life.
In the beginning, you're going to do a lot of things that you don't get paid for. But as you go down the road, you get paid for a lot of things that you don't do.
And your job is rehabilitate the spirit, the entrepreneur spirit in all of us. Get it back.
Either give it a strong yes or a strong no but no wishy-washy, dilly-dally stuff in the middle.
There's dreams and there are nightmares, but I believe that the biggest nightmare of all is when you don't pursue your dream.
You're going to see some monumental growth in this profession. It's an exciting, exciting time to be involved with the network marketing profession. The next 10 years, I see just exponential growth.
When that tipping point comes, it's not a matter of asking somebody, have you ever heard about network marketing? You're really asking them, which company are you building your wealth in?
We are here to fix the world, to improve relationships with other people, to improve other lives. And the real reward comes as an entrepreneur in any level from teaching somebody something and watching them soar. There is no greater reward.
Life's too short to spend it living someone else's dream instead of your own. It's too short to spend it living at a fraction of your potential. Can being an entrepreneur be a challenge at times? Sure. But here's what you get in exchange. It can be yours. Something that you built, something that you created, something that you made happen. This balloon represents your dream. It represents entrepreneurship. My wish for all of you is that you would reach out and grab it. The choice is up to you.
I kind of I had to think about that for a second because I get emotional when I watch these, when I'm sharing this, when I'm creating. And I'm hoping somebody out there will catch that bug. I'm hoping I will enlighten somebody's life. You may not like what I do, but if I can inspire you to go out there and be the person that you desire, that's all it takes. I'm not looking for a whole bunch of people, because I found out when you have a whole bunch of people and there's chaos, it makes it worse. You only need, I've got a book by, I forget his name, but I'll bring it out. 5 key people. That's all you ever need. And when them 5 key people catch on and catch fire, your life is set. And what I showed you today, there's no way that even if you opened yourself a free Pocket Options trading account, put the minimum in. You can put as much as you want to, because you have the ability to make your own amount of money. We're creating your own economy. Folks, don't sleep on this anymore. It's 2024. We've got a long way to go. For some people, they've moved the retirement age up. We don't even know what's going to be around, but what we need to know is that what we've already learned from the legacies that were left behind, we can live those today. All right, I'm going to take a little break before it's 2:19. We're a little bit late going into our trading psychology, but today is Friday, is Network Marketing Day, so I've got a treat for you. I watch this. I do what I call weekend seminars, and the person that I would rather spend my whole entire weekend watching, listening, taking notes And going and leading by example for a better life is my mentor, the Mr. Late and Great Bob Proctor. All right, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Get yourself some pop. Get yourself, if you hadn't had lunch, I apologize. But get yourself ready to be very, 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 very enlightened. And the lights will start clicking. And you'll get into that entrepreneurial spirit to make it happen for yourself. All right, folks. This is your host, Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group, live. And we will return in about 15 minutes. Thanks now. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for hanging in there. I am your host, Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group. This is an network marketing company that I have created to help people figure out together we can ease the financial gap, kind of put money back in our pockets. I was just out there. I had to walk to the store. I got my little self a beverage. Woo! I'm up here in Michigan, and she's here. Boy, I'm telling you, man, when I used to, well, man, it would be nice if we had some snow and it being this cold, but it's just like, wow, kind of a bitter cold out there. But anyways, I'm glad you were able to stick with me. We're going to get right into the trading psychology. Now, today is what I'm going to consider a network marketing day, because this is something that I think that you shouldn't sleep on. Now, this is just my opinion, okay? None of this is this is educational purposes only. I'm not a financial advisor. Hell, I got to do my shameless plug. I got my friend over, Jasmine. She does that type of work, so I will be meeting with her. Something I don't do. But in this section, we're going to get into the mindset of not only trading, but if you happen to mention it to somebody that has probably failed, more than likely they failed at network marketing. That's why they don't like it, or they've been turned down, or whatever the case may be. It is something that it is, you got to be strong. You have to be able to build a shield around you, because there will be some backlash. There'll be all sorts of things. But you know what? When Ford got done building his automobile in his basement and didn't know how to get it out of there, and he busted the wall down, they thought he was nuts. Or when Edison finally got the filament to hold light, they still, they were dependent on candles. They couldn't say they depended on this light bulb that they have. Folks, human existence moves on. There are new and better ways of doing old things. The old way of thinking is not going to work. So we have to take the time, and I need to hurry up because we will be still looking at opening bell. But I want to give you a little excerpt of the Sundays that I'll be diving more into the mindset using what I call the manifestation scrolls. And so just sit back. This isn't going to take too long. We'll probably getting to the opening bell about 3 o'clock. We'll go, because it's 2 o'clock now, and it's 2:40. But that video from Eric Worre, that should have just played over and over and over, and just get into believing that no matter what it is that you find that you desire, you want to do, there's no better way than entrepreneurship. There's no better way than to network market, to network yourself in the market. And I am the guy that's going to be behind the wheel. You're going to be in the co-pilot, and then I'm going to give it to you. And you're going to fly your own plane. You're going to build your own network and your own economy. Okay, so in further ado, here is Mr. Proctor with Born Rich. happen, Bob.
With every gift known to man, waiting in the palm of your tiny hand. Given a chance to dream, a vision that your heart has already seen. Pass the torch, one to another, carry the flame as far as you can. Pass the torch, sister to brother, the journey is yours, the journey is mine, a journey to understand. Holding on to the key, ready to unlock your destiny. Oh, rich, rich, rich.
World famous athletes, astronauts, international personalities who have really made a difference in our world. You and I, we all started out exactly the same, just like that beautiful little baby that you just saw. We were born rich. Rich in potential. We have deep reservoirs of talent and ability within us. You're about to embark on one of the most exciting journeys you could possibly get involved with. This program, You Were Born Rich, is the most effective personal development program in the world today. It's been designed specifically to help you realize all of your dreams, live the life that you really want to live. We're going to invite you into a live seminar so that you can experience the excitement, the high energy of actually being there. We have special guest Paul Hutsey on the program. You'll be meeting other personalities, people just like you and I, who have been involved in this program, and it's made a tremendous difference in their life. Consider this. Just like that baby, when you and I were born, we were natural-born risk takers. We had no limitations. We were free to step out and do everything we wanted to do. Now, some of the people that you are going to see interviewed have attended this seminar, some of them a number of times, most of them at least twice. The real benefit of having this seminar on the video is that you can stop the tape at any time and go back and play it over again. You see, reading and memorizing or just watching this really is not going to do you any good. You must understand and apply the ideas. Now, the exercise book, your action planner, that's in your program is vitally important. It's probably one of the most important elements in your entire Born Rich program. It's vitally important that as I suggest you get involved in an exercise, you take it and you really get involved. Stop the tape. Think of where you are and think of where you want to go. And complete the exercise. Don't put it off. Literally wear this book out. Now, what I'd like you to do is come with me, mentally prepare yourself as we go into a live seminar. There's a seat saved just for you.
You are about to embark on the most exciting journey of your life. Bob Proctor Seminars proudly presents You Were Born Rich, the most dynamic personal development program of its kind in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, here to lead you through your journey into your own powerful potential, Mr. John Canary and Mr. Bob Proctor.
Can we do better than that, Robert?
How you feeling?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Robert. Could all the people on this side of the room just remain silent for just a moment? Let's just try this side of the room, see who wins this contest, okay?
How you feeling?
Hold on, Robert. Whoa, my turn. Now, let's see whose side you're on here, all right? How do you feel? Sorry, old buddy.
Looks like you won.
We're going to get started with Robert.
All right. Well, I want to wish you a very warm welcome to our seminar here today. And we've got a special guest who is sitting at home. And we're inviting that person into our seminar, and they're going to experience everything you're going to experience. I know many of you have been through our seminars before. Some of you have never been through our seminars. But I think you'll find if you keep your mind wide open, just sit back and relax, you're going to find it a pretty interesting experience. I've often mentioned that we never give anybody a brain hernia with the information we use. It's all very simple, and it's very, very effective. You know, I've spent a long time studying the subject of why we do what we do and why we don't do some of the things that we'd really like to do. And I've come to the conclusion that the two main elements in a successful, fulfilled life is motivation and education. And if we get a proper balance of motivation and education, we're going to find that we're going to be led into some very wise decisions that'll inspire us into some intelligent action, and we will live a very, very fulfilled life. What I would like to suggest you do is flip to number page 2 in your action planner. Take your action planner and turn to page 2. You know, some time ago, John Canary gave me a little piece of literature about getting out of the comfort zone that was written by Bob Riggs in southern Florida. And there's some excellent information in here. Many of us are pretty comfortable in our life. We've got a reasonably good income. The mortgage is paid. There's food in the fridge. We've got a nice warm bed to sleep in. And everything seems to be floating along just fine. And you know, a person in that position could very easily think, why would I want to do anything to change this? Well, we have found that if your life is not going in one direction, it absolutely, by law, must be moving in another direction. And Riggs is talking about that here. He said many of us have established a comfort zone in our lives. We're just coasting along, taking the line of least resistance, just getting by. Now, he said this is a very common and understandable attitude. We've all worked hard to get to where we are, and it may seem a very good place to be. The problem with this is that once we stop reaching, stretching, seeking, and risking, we actually stop growing. Now, Riggs goes on to say that the comfort zone frame of mind is settling for what we are today. That may be fine today, but without continued growth, and I believe this is the key line coming up, we are now all we are ever going to be. Now, for me, that would be a fairly disturbing thought. He went on to say, if you're in a comfort zone, beware. The danger of a comfort zone is that it doesn't hurt, and it might even feel good. Many take that to mean it's a good place to be, but it's not. A comfort zone may be what is holding you back from real growth, real accomplishment, and your potentially exciting and rewarding future. Now, I've mentioned if we're not going in one direction, we must by law be going in another direction. You're either creating or you're disintegrating. Whenever we hear a person say, I like it just the way it is, we know that person is advertising their ignorance of a very basic law of life, because absolutely nothing stays the way it is. Now, if you'll take a look at the top of page 2, there is a concept there by Sidney Herbert Wood, and it's the test of an educated person. I think many of us have had a false concept programmed into our mind with respect to education. We, I think, have been raised to believe that education is going to school for a certain number of years and be able to correctly answer a series of questions. But you know, many people will go to school all their life and be able to correctly answer the questions, but then when it comes to getting out into the marketplace and really making it happen, they just don't know how to compete. Many are withdrawn. They don't even feel comfortable meeting or greeting a stranger. Well, Wood said the test of an educated person is, can I entertain a new idea? Now, I think you know, and I know, that if we're going to improve, we have to have a very open mind. I once heard that an open mind was being prepared to throw away some of our most cherished beliefs when a better idea comes along. Now, you'll find that the vast majority of people seems to back into the future, dragging all of their old experience with them. When they're confronted with a new idea, they ask, does it fit? If it doesn't, then they say it's wrong. Now, what we want to do is ask ourselves, would this new idea improve the quality of my life, or would it get me going in the other direction? Can I entertain a new idea? Today and tomorrow, you're going to be asked to entertain many new ideas, but every one of the ideas that we're going to share with you are going to be positive, they're going to be creative, they're going to be constructive, and they'll definitely improve the quality of your life. Then we see the second one, can I entertain another person? Now, there's many people that would feel totally uncomfortable walking up to a stranger and just saying, hi, how are you today? Pleased to meet you, Jan. Now, do you know some people, when it comes to meeting a person, their head is down, their hand is wet, they're shaking inside, their heart is pounding, and they only do it because they really have to. They would just as soon pull away from the new person. Now, that individual has not learned very much, if anything, about themselves, because we should feel totally comfortable meeting anyone, anywhere, at any time. And then he asks, can I entertain myself? Well, you know, many people are not able to entertain themselves. I spent half my life not being able to entertain myself. I always had to be around someone else. It was always, come on, let's have a party. I absolutely hated being alone. And that was because I really didn't like myself. Now, I have found through studying the ideas that we're going to cover here over the next couple of days, we can develop into very interesting and reasoning companions. Most of the time that we live, we do spend with ourselves. And you're going to find that some of the very best conversations you ever have are going to be with yourself. I get so excited about some of mine, I talk right out loud. That draws, a strange look from people from time to time, but you get such great ideas going in your mind that you just can't help it. Now, here in the first paragraph, we say that this program, You Were Born Rich, is based on the premise that you have rich resources lying dormant within you. I have heard many people laugh when they take a look at our program or take a look at the title of the book, Born Rich. You see, they think that means that you've been born into great wealth. Some people are, but some people are not. But everyone, without exception, has been born with tremendous resources lying within them. We've got deep reservoirs of talent and ability. And through following right rules and natural laws, we're going to find that we can draw that potential to the surface and we can bring it to bear, and it will cause the manifestation of prosperity in our material world. Now, in almost all the seminars that either John or myself does, we take and we put an R here in the board. Now, what I would like to suggest you do is you let that R represent the results that you're getting in your life. Now, there's three areas that we're going to suggest that you focus on. One is happiness, one is health, and another one is material wealth. Now, when I first started to study this material, I was not happy, I was not healthy, and I definitely was not wealthy. I had a chap sit down with me, and he saw something in me that I obviously wasn't capable of seeing in myself. His name was Raymond Stanford, Raymond Douglas Stanford. In fact, I named my son after him, Raymond Douglas Proctor. And Ray looked at me and he said, Bob, let this here represent results that you're getting in your life. Then he asked me if I thought he was a happy person. And I said, yeah, thought he was. He said, have you ever seen me sick? And I had to admit I hadn't. He said, have you ever seen me when I was broke? And again, I had to admit I hadn't. Well, he proceeded to tell me that he thought I was one of the most miserable people he had ever met. Well, and you know it was true. I was an unhappy human being. He said, you're always sick. Now, I didn't have a terminal illness, but I always had a headache or a cold or a backache or something. And he pointed at the area of money. He said, you're always broke. He said, you're forever trying to hit somebody up for a couple of dollars for gas. Now, if I was to put this in proper perspective for you, I was earning $4,000 a year at the time, and I owed $6,000. So you see, I wasn't really interested in being happy or healthy at the time. I figured if I could just get this money problem straightened out, everything was going to be great. He proceeded to tell me that there were certain laws governing happiness, and if you follow them, you can just keep getting happier and happier. That sounded a little foreign to me, but that was his opinion. And he pointed out that you and I have an ingenious system built within us to keep our body in excellent working order. And then when he talked about the area of money, he said, he said there's exact laws governing wealth. And he pointed out, he said, this stuff cannot talk, but it can hear. And he said, if you call it, it'll come. Well, I can assure you, I was ready to yell at the top of my lungs. I mean, if there was anything I wanted, it was some money. I figured it would take the heat off for a little while. Ray suggested that I go out and buy this book. It's Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich. And he said there's a secret in this book. And he said if you can find the secret in the book, you can have anything you seriously want. Now, you take a person that's unhappy, not very healthy, is in debt, you'd have a difficult time accepting that. I was 26, and I just couldn't accept the idea. But as Ray said, your way's not working, why don't you try his? And that's what I'd like to suggest to you today. If you're not getting the results you want, your way obviously isn't working. Why don't you try ours? Now, I often mention that John and I have got license to brag about every idea we use because none of them are ours. We don't claim that we've originated these ideas. In fact, we openly admit we haven't. We've just gathered them from books here and seminars there and great teachers all over the world. And what we've done is put them together in an organized, coherent manner. So, if your way is not giving you the results you want, I would suggest that you take a real serious look at these ideas. Now, I looked for the secret and I couldn't find it, but I found in one place here, he said a peculiar thing about this secret is that those who once acquire it and use it find themselves literally swept on to success with but little effort, and they never again submit to failure. What a marvelous promise. He said, if you doubt this, study the names of those who have used it, wherever they've been mentioned. Check their records for yourself, and you'll be convinced. Now, he lists upwards of 100 names here. He's got Henry Ford, William Wrigley, James J. Hill, George Eastman, Theodore Roosevelt. He goes on here, John D. Rockefeller, Thomas Edison, Luther Burbank, Woodrow Wilson. How could I relate to any of those people? I couldn't relate to them. But you see, in that first part, he said, check their names or check their records wherever they've been mentioned. So I did that. And I got out books on Edison, and I got books on Rockefeller, and I got books on Woodrow Wilson, and all the great people that he had mentioned here. And you know what I found? I found they were no different than you. They were no different than me. Many of them had very little formal education, which made me feel fairly comfortable because I didn't either. Many of them had very, very rough roads to start on. But I found out we were essentially all the same. Do you know what was different? The results they were getting. And as I studied on here further, in his chapter on persistence, and he mentions that persistence to the quality or to the character of the human being is like what carbon is to steel. He said the only thing that he could find in Edison or Ford that he never found in everyone else was persistence. They'd get a hold of an idea and they'd stick with that idea. And I look back in my own life and I never did that. I'd try something a couple of times, and if it was rough, I quit. I'd have people saying, oh, Bob, why don't you just give it up? I'd say, yeah, you're right, and I would. Now, you see, the people I was mixing with, they were losing too. I never stuck at anything. So I made up my mind, if I ever found this secret, I'd work it right until I died. Now, I did find the secret. It was in 100 different places in the book, and it was simply sit down, decide what you want, write it on a card, carry the card in your pocket, and read it as often as possible every day. Now, keep in mind, I was earning $4,000, I owed $6,000. I was sitting in a fire hall at the time, and I wrote on the card that I was going to have in my possession by New Year's Day of 1970, $25,000. Now, I wrote that on the card in 1960. You know, the idea of having $25,000, it was sort of a fantasy. I don't think there was $25,000 in the whole fire hall at the time. Now, I wrote that in the card in 1960. Keep in mind, I gave myself a decade to pull this deal off. I really didn't believe it was going to happen. But I found out a couple of things. I found if you write a lie on a card and you read it often enough, you're going to start to believe it. And you know, William James, back around the turn of the century, he said, believe, and your belief will actually create the fact. Well, I did what he suggested. I read this card every day. I'd carry it around and I'd just keep reading it. And one day, one of the guys in the fire hall got a hold of it and they pulled the card away and they passed it all around. Everybody started to laugh. Proctor's going to get rich. I had a chap in a seminar the other day that he said the same thing had happened to him. He was in a seminar and he got one of these gold cards and they passed it around at work and he said, everybody laughed at me, but he said, I'm winning. Now, I didn't read the card in front of anyone any longer, but I kept reading it. I'd go to the bathroom, and I'd sit in the toilet and lock the door, and I'd read the card. Or I'd be driving down the street, and I'd come to a traffic light, and I'd haul the card out, and I'd read it. Now, something very funny happened to me. 1 year later, I was earning $175,000 a year. Now, that's an enormous change, and it went well beyond $1 million in a year. Now, that was not supposed to happen. See, everything I'd been taught since I was a little boy indicated that if you don't go to school, you can't win. If you don't have business experience, you can't win. I had not gone to school. My second month in high school, they asked me to leave. I'll never forget how happy I was when they made that decision. As I look back, they were probably much happier than I was when they made that decision. But here I was, I was 16, I had very little knowledge, I had absolutely no skills, and at the very best, my attitude was poor. What chance did I have? I really didn't have any, but I didn't know that. And so I just bummed around from job to job, in and out of the Navy, in and out of factories, in and out of bars, mostly in and out of bars, until I was 26. Here I was at 26 when Ray sat down with me. I had very little knowledge, absolutely no skills, and my attitude had not improved greatly. But he introduced me to this idea. And I found out it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. You may not have a colorful background, and maybe you have. You may not have a lot of formal education, and maybe you have. But it really doesn't matter if you've got a goal and you're willing to stick to it and study the laws, you're going to find out that you can win. Now, that was like an emotional impact. And I had to find out what happened to me. And so I made up my mind that someone had either written in a book or they were talking about it. And I made up my mind I'd read every book that was ever written if I had to. And I'm going to tell you, I have one of the finest libraries on personal development, psychology, the area of the mind that you're going to find anywhere. And I don't just mean library of books, I mean library of tapes and records. And I would travel anywhere in the world that I heard of a good seminar to find out more about myself. Find out more about you. Find out what makes us tick. And you know a strange thing? I found as I studied me, I understood you better. Because we are essentially all the same. And that's just sort of the way it works. This seminar is nothing but the culmination of all that study. But it wasn't just study, it was a lot of practice, a lot of painstaking study, and an awful lot of experience. And John and I have seen great changes take place in our own life, but better still, we've seen phenomenal changes take place in the lives of the thousands and countless thousands of people that have studied these seminars. We've done these seminars as far away as Takapuna, New Zealand. We've done them all over the United States, every state in the United States. And we've done them all across Canada. People in England are studying this right now. As a matter of fact, this book, Born Rich, is being read in Russia right now. That's a fair distance away from here, and it's a lot different philosophy than most people in that country are used to. Now, we point out here that material wealth is a normal and a natural state for you to live in. Intellectual comprehension, come down to the third paragraph on page 2. It's vitally important. Intellectual comprehension of this program is not difficult. In a relatively short period of time, you will be prepared to correctly answer a battery of questions about this Born Rich program. If you read it, memorize it, you could answer almost any question in it. But that doesn't mean that you're going to win. You could very quickly say, I know. Someone mentions something, they'll say, I know. I know somebody that says that all the time. Doesn't matter what you say to her. Vera says, I know. All right. Now, knowing and doing are poles apart. And I point out in 2 or 3 places in the book that reading and memorizing are not going to make you successful. It's the understanding and then the application of wise thoughts that count. You must understand the idea, and you must go out and act on the idea, regardless of how much your old program wants to hold you back. You've got to bust out of that shell and do the thing that you've got to do. Now, John Ruskin here gives us an excellent concept on education. He said, education does not mean teaching people what they do not know. It means teaching them, showing them, leading them to behave as they do not behave. Now, the compensation that you're going to receive for following the ideas that you're going to be studying for the next couple of days is absolutely incredible. I could do nothing but keep expressing great ideas when I talk about the good that can come to you. You can do anything you want. You can have anything you want by following these ideas. Now, I choose to believe that every one of you wants something. Way down deep inside of you is a dream. And every now and then that dream floats to the surface of your conscious mind. And when it does, you quickly push it out and you say, I can't do that. Now, the truth is you can, you just don't know how. And if you can get that straight in your mind, I'm going to tell you, you busted out. Now, Vernon Howard one time pointed out in a magnificent book, Mystic Path to Cosmic Power, you cannot escape from a prison if you don't know you're in one. You cannot escape from a prison if you don't know you're in one. Well, I think we're all in one to some degree. But that dream you've got that comes to your mind, I would suggest you look at it real carefully. I was given a cassette tape by a gentleman in a seminar that we were conducting a couple of years ago, and it was a copy of a speech made by a minister out of Minneapolis. And there were a couple of lines in that tape that were absolutely incredible. He said the saddest thing when he's officiating at a funeral is not the death of the body, but the death of all the dreams. It's that house you were going to build and never built. Maybe that car you were going to get and never got. That trip you were going to take and never took. The business you were going to start and build, but never did. Well, the saddest thing is not the death of the body, but it is the death of all the dreams. We've got to do what's inside of us. Let's not go to the grave with the music still in us. Now, as we go through this seminar, John's coming on in a minute to lead you through the part about proper use of the seminar. But as we go through it, understand this. If you do not direct all of the information you're going to hear towards a specific end, the information will probably be rendered useless. So what I would suggest you do, as John's coming up here, just jot down in shorthand, in your book, anywhere on a blank space, that's something that you want. And look at the quote on the bottom of page 2. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, do the thing and you'll get the energy to do the thing. Do the thing and you'll get the energy to do the thing. Don't wait. Start right now whether you're ready or not. Just say, I'm going after it, I'm going to get it, and your present circumstance has got nothing to do with where you're going. Later on in the book here, you're going to find that there's a quote by a magnificent author. He said, your circumstances may be uncongenial right now, but they will not long remain so if you perceive an ideal and strive to reach it. Now think of that. You may not have much money. Your social life may be in a bit of a chaotic state. Maybe your business isn't going the way you'd really want it to go. He said, your circumstances may be uncongenial, but they will not long remain so if you perceive an ideal and strive to reach it. Now, flip over to the next page, and I'm going to invite John back on to lead you through how to get the proper use out of this program. And I don't suppose there's a better guy that I know to be able to do that, because I watched John start, and there's a story of him in Born Rich. I watched John start from ground zero and just keep making headway. John Canary learned how to use the ideas in this program so well that he's a very competent teacher of the ideas today.
Okay, this is such a great day because this is so much information that it works itself into what we're doing as traders. Because you're really seriously, if you're new at this, don't mistake this as some kind of game. Okay, it is a game, but what I'm trying to get across to you is that it's going to be different. It's going to be so different than things that you're used to. You have to get out of being used to certain things, which don't really have any kind of positivity in our lives. Like you were hearing the entrepreneurs say all of these things. But I'm going to quit rambling. We're going to get right into the closing bell. And if you'd like to hear more on the Bob Proctor's Born Rich seminar, I listen to them all week. That's how I binge. That's my binging. I will have that probably next Friday. We'll go into where we left off, and we'll work through, because it's going to be a couple days seminar. So if we just give you little bits to spark, we're trying to spark that curiosity. We're trying to take an old spark plug and put new spark into it. Okay? All right. So getting right into Trader TV Live. Thanks for being with me.
He was upselling you.
Yeah, he started upselling me at that point. That was a mistake by me. Anyways, yeah.
You gotta go in like
I got to go the other way around. Yeah. But I still told him I had no money, so it doesn't matter. But anyways, insurance. So right there, 236.70. I'm just saying that, like, if you want to play this game, I just feel like we might have just bounced on some of these levels, right? I mean, the market did go down on that Apple news. I wasn't even sure what it was there. Although we did bring it. Yeah, some sort of a class action suit. There it is. U.S. moves closer to filing. Sweeping moves closer. Okay, whenever I hear stuff like that, honestly, I say, another one. They're just trying to bring the stock down. And it's going to work. Another one. All these bad reports coming out for Apple, it's kind of like, okay, antitrust case against the biggest and the baddest. Good. That's good. You do that, U.S. government. Probably the largest employer, it's going to be Amazon, I would think. But, you're going to come at Apple. That's Walmart. That's great, U.S. You just come at an American-built company that's like, paving the way. All right. Anyways, that's fine. I'm not buying any. I've said that I'm not buying any dips. But this on Apple at some points, and I've converted all of my I'm just waiting. Like I'm completely fine. All my long-term stuff is completely chill, and I actually never want the market to go down. But some of these prices are getting pretty attractive right now. I just think that we wait for the next quarter. Like when does they're all coming. Me and Brendan were talking about this earlier, because the market recap show. By the way, thank you so much for the continued support of the market recap show. It'll be back on Monday. Tonight is podcast, we've been looking at it. We were talking. It's next Friday. They all start, man. It's all the banks. It's J.P. Morgan. It's Wells Fargo. They're all coming next Friday in the morning. Apple. Where's Apple? Feb 1. So you're 4 weeks away from basically where we're starting to talk every single day, and we'll be able to see, does the emperor have clothes? I mean, that's just what we're going to find out. And if they do, then you're going to see Apple just rip back up. But the thing is, Apple last year, and I'm giving away some podcast content. Am I allowed to do this, Brendo? Why not? Look, Apple missed on 3 of 4 quarters last year. Missed, okay? Still up 50% on the year on misses. All right, so
and declining revenues.
Yeah, exactly, and declining revenues, and wearable issues, and then now you have obviously the issues with the banning, and this and that, and now this BS antitrust. I don't even know what it is. I'm calling it BS antitrust case. Whatever. Apple's going to get hit. Stocks are going to get hit. Okay, you have to take profit when you see it. I've already, and again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. We talked about if you were nervous about Apple. There's come over to my chart quickly, Ramin, if you get a second, just quickly. If you were worried at all about Apple, the trade was very, very simple, and we talked about it over and over. We talked about it on AMD. I did it on NVIDIA,
and that is we bumped up to very, very key levels. This is the 3 trillion mark, baby. Came up to $200 and failed. It failed here. Like, for us to say, I'm surprised Apple's doing this, well, it did it right here, and it's almost picture perfect. It's almost the same. Straight to the downside with very few green days in here, you know, all the way to the downside until it finally found a base. But this time, look at this, up, down. It triple bottomed, and then it ripped back up to the upside. So 1, 2, 3 lower lows, you know. So we still got to start making some lows, man. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we bounce off here. Maybe we even get back to 188. But then I feel like we could start to bounce around. And honestly, this is probably way too conservative. But like, I don't really want to buy this until 172, 175, like, which probably is Monday, by the way. So I feel like down into here, I will start to nibble on Apple. Word is bond on that one. I will be buying some Apple down into 175.
There's someone in the chat, because when you're at a 200 period moving average, and this has come up a couple of times there, and I know I've said that I like to buy companies, or like if I'm looking to buy a company, that's a dip that I like. But I think dip buying is different for everybody, and dip buying on per stock is going to be different. Like the example was just made on Rivian. I've said I like the 50 and the 200 here. And if I was swing trading, look, I bought Rivian when it did this the first time. So I think I mentioned that a few times. And if were it a swing trade, would I have covered it? Sure. It's a bit of a shot play for me, right? Like, it's the kind of, if Rivian goes to zero, I'm not crying about it. Like, I'll be more pissed off at Mobileye than if Rivian goes to zero, just to give you some context. But I would not just sit on a bid in front of a moving average on a stock like Rivian and be like, yeah, that's where I'm going to buy the dip on my long-term account. But were I buying Apple, then I would just sit there. I'd probably already be filled. But the only reason, I'm not, I love Apple, I'm not buying them on this dip, is I built my long-term account, built a core position in the SPY. Last year, I built a core position starting last year in the Qs, which I was only ever owning the SPY as my I own the market kind of thing. So I was buying the Qs all year long and had a position in Apple alone. So I'm not really looking for spots to add to it because I think I have enough. But that's the kind of stock where if you like it, if you really like it, it's a stable company. I think it's a little more comfortable just sort of buying the dip. Like an example of that, I mean, Amazon, if Amazon gets to its 200 period moving average, like, come on, like, I'll stink bid this all day in the 130s. No, like, that's just, I'm not going to put it in now because Amazon's not getting there next week. But
what?
Amazon's not getting here. I mean, it's what's going to have to drop $15, $16. It's very unlikely. I shouldn't say never. I think it's unlikely that it makes that kind of a drop. But this is an example of a stock that I'm looking to pick up a little more. That's one I'm comfortable buying this year. So I would have a bid out in front of the 200 period moving average. And if it runs through, it's not like I'm panic selling it. I'm holding it for the long run. But Rivian's not that kind of a stock. If I'm in Rivian, I want to see something strong about it before I take the trade. Just Curtis in the chat just saying Snap is making some moves here.
Hopefully down.
I was actually interested. AMC was moving a bit and then it kind of slowed down. But Snapchat, that was a daily.
Snapchat's still so damn strong.
Yeah. So I mean, it's up today. I thought maybe it was making a move right now. That's all. When I saw that in the chat, but still up 1.8%. That's not bad.
Snapchat was one of those names that I sold off. I mean, we sold it at north of 17. But the thing is like
that's a great sell.
That's a great sell. But I'm surprised how strong it is. That's all. I thought like when. Thought it would have got clubbed.
17 today? No, that's a bad wick on my daily.
No, well, it got to 16. Hold on.
Oh, that's why.
Got to 1670. Yeah. Okay. But the highest was still close, man. 1670. That's not far away. But anyways, yeah, that's a bad wick. So okay. This is another name that I bought it honestly, and it's kind of like I kind of got lucky because we bought it at 1080 or 1050, and we bought it like on this move back up here, thinking that we were going to, it must have been right here. No, it wasn't on this break. It was down into here. So it was down here. So we bought it down here 1050 on this bad report. And then when we saw it start to go back up to the upside, I said, hey, what if someone buys these guys out? Like it's so low. That never happened. And then we went all the way back down to 850. So I actually held a 1050 long down to 850, which might have been
problematic, but it wasn't. And then we wound up getting out at 17, and we still have a piece of it. So I was just surprised at where this name is right now. That is Snapchat. All right. A name that we haven't really looked at much today, I don't believe, is going to be Alibaba. This is a name that, again, what's up to Reliable Rudy and everybody there in the chat? I really like FXI. I like to look at FXI. I would prefer to own Alibaba. I think you're going to get better returns if China figures itself out in a stock than in the FXI, which is the big China ETF. But Alibaba, again, remember when I said to you guys, like, we'll always look back, and it's so easy to data mine and to look back at charts and say, well, look, man, we didn't hit the 50 period there, hit the 50 period here, and hit the 50 period here. We should have either sold any longs that we had or gotten short. Well, easier said than done on Alibaba, I feel like. This is going to be a problem at 70. Now, I actually think that because it's been so poor, and I wish I knew how to overlay, you know, the S&P 500 has really outperformed anything in China, needless to say, let alone the NASDAQ. FXI is the ETF that I would overlay with something, Qs, whatever. I feel like there's going to be some relatively good performance here. I'll show you the FXI if you guys are wondering about that. It doesn't. Actually, I don't need to overlay anything. It'll be obvious once you see it. Yeah, this is down pretty dramatically here for the year, right? So you're going to see this anyways coming through. FXI is large cap China. So it's an ETF. So here it is from January. You know, $33 all the way down to 23. So it's chopped 50%. Basically, right? $33, take half of 33. No, sorry, 33%, 33, yeah. All the way down $10 off of $33. So it's down a third, while the rest of everything in the world is up like at least 25% this year, right? So I just wonder, Neil, if there's going to be an opportunity that...
You know what I'm scared of?
Well, I think that's the problem.
There's a big IPO that this Shein company.
Shein, yeah.
They're like one of those. I don't know. It's not a discount clothes retailer. I think they actually have some higher end stuff. I don't know too much about it, but it's a pretty hyped up IPO coming out of China. So I do like. I would hesitate to want to buy Chinese internet retail, like a Baba or a Pinduoduo. I just feel like the timing of that could get nasty if you make a temporary top when you have a big IPO in the same sector. A lot of times you're doing that because you've been canceling IPOs left, right, and center. When you're doing that, a lot of times they can signal a bit of a top, and it's tricky to want to buy it. Everybody wants to try to pick, because you know at some point, like Sean said, at some point these are going to be great longs. Man, come on, like look at all of the metrics on, if you're a value investor, look at them on Amazon, or not Amazon, on Alibaba, and compare them to like an Amazon, and you'll be impressed. There was a question, and Mr. Mems, like I'm not going to sit here and say Shein is a terrible company. I'm just simply saying like the hype around it. I'm not necessarily one that's going to believe in it, but if it gets a ridiculous amount of hype, and regardless of what you think about the quality, and it comes out stupid high, sometimes you get a little bit of a top in that sector and that related group. There was a question in the chat just now, what do I think about Eli Lilly? It's a rocket ship. That's my first thought about Eli Lilly on the daily chart. But I'm going to assume you're a little bit concerned about this triple top that it has on the daily. If you're concerned about a stock reversing off of its highs when it's doing this, I don't know, like usually that means you bought the top, because if you bought it at most of the consolidations it has, it still looks pretty healthy. You just got the direct-to-consumer news, which it's holding up pretty well today. There was a bit of a dip by. So it looks like it might be doing a pullback off a recent top and looking for another consolidation level, which I guess it hasn't found yet. But I like this company. There's a certain chance that when they start figuring out how addressable the market is for these weight loss drugs, and maybe how much is going to get covered and how long people are going to be on them, maybe there's a little bit too much hype. But I think right now, everybody wants to be in them. I'm talking about, obviously, them and Novo Nordisk. So the hype is there. I've trimmed 30% of mine on the way up. Pretty much each of these times that we've wicked the 600, I've taken 10% out of Lilly. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm now a little bit more comfortable with what I'm holding in it now. So I think it's just finding itself a top. Where it happens to dip down to, I wouldn't be necessarily concerned on a daily trend until it got back. It would have to pull back like $30, $40. I mean, that thing's been a rocket ship. Nick Dubs, It looks like it's curling, but I'm concerned it will retrace 600 first. I guess, yeah, it just depends on where you're long. You know, it's easy to say if you're in the money, I'm not concerned about it pulling back. But if you took a recent swing on it, breaking 600, yeah, if I was long 600 right here as a swing trade, I'd have a little bit of concern about that rejection because it's already rejected it twice. I probably wouldn't be in love with it, the price action today. I want to get back to Apple because it just bounced again. Why couldn't it just go to 180? We talked about trades being straightforward. Sometimes the really straightforward trade you want doesn't necessarily set up, which would be Apple getting down underneath 180. Get a tens at least to take a bounce trade. Like I don't want to take a long too far out in front of 180, given the way the market is trading this afternoon. I feel like I want to be pretty tight with the risk that I have on any long trade, and it's not giving me a bounce to go back into the short either. So it's a little bit frustrating on Apple's part. The other thing I'm looking at right now is AMD. If this can make it's underneath VWAP, first thing. I've only gone short at the 140 level, took it out of VWAP. I don't think it's getting back to VWAP unless something happens crazy late, but this 138.50 looks pretty good if there's a little bit of a late pop. So I might look for something in AMD, which has been trending a bit down since making a top, literally like right when we came off and went to the midday. Oddly enough, AMD made its random high there at 11. I think that had something to do with NVIDIA's move. I think back to it.
Yeah, I'm surprised a bit, but 500 again. I'm surprised.
NVIDIA is super strong today.
I'm going short just quickly.
Well, it was anyways.
PayPal's just under $60. I don't want to take that. Tesla's right now is still moving. It's $2 in the money. It's making the move down. Like I was saying, man, Apple's going to be, well, actually, that's hilarious. Apple and Tesla are within pennies of each other for me today. And we've left Apple alone during this move, but I'm not leaving it alone on this break. We break through 180, I'm going short Apple. It doesn't matter about the time of day for me. It could be at, well, if it's at 358, I probably won't be at my desk. But if this is any time before 350, and I'm talking about like 345, 347, 348 will probably be my cutoff, like 348. And the reason is for that is that in just a couple minutes, we're going to get this imbalanced look and what this total is. Now, we only see on here New York names. Come on, Apple, here we go. We only see New York names on here, but at 350, they'll all populate with NASDAQ names. And look what this market's doing. We told you, oh yeah, we knocked over those bears because of the donuts. But this is why we're holding on to the short, man. We're still short Palantir. We're still short Tesla, which is really coming through. Remember I told you guys, everybody could trade their own ways and all that kind of stuff. Right now, sure, it's $2.40 in the money. But if you like this spot for Tesla, we've bounced off here now basically 4 times. Once right here, once right here, once right here, and this is the 4th time. So if you think this is good, then good. But I don't. I'm going to wait. Let's see. The market's not even bleeding now. Like this is just like it has a headache. Like it's down 0.17. Like this is nothing. So let's see if we can get really accelerated here. Let's see if we can give Obi those heart palpitations again here on the way back in. So we'll see if that does come through at some point here. But if the market continues, then we'll do that. I'm just going to cancel. Like honestly, my stop here for Tesla, I told you what it was. It was 50 cents. So we're doing pretty good on this one for sure. Actually, it might have been even less than that. All right, that's that trade. I'm just looking at my stop orders. We already have the one for Apple. I think the one for Apple is going to be the key. We might as well just watch this together, honestly. This is coming in right now. Now, let's just talk about this trade because this is, I sort of got sidetracked about the dentist there. I told him risk manage is the #1 thing, because we were talking about cavity prevention and stuff like that. And I just brought it back into his world. Nice. And it was just like, yeah, it's like, that's part of why you brush your teeth and stuff like that is because that if you don't do that, there could be some damage way later on. And I was like, that's exactly the kind of way that I look at trading is that you can make all the calls in the world. You can eat all the sugar in the world, but you got to brush your teeth. So the thing about this trade is...
Hold off on the sugar.
Yeah, hold off on the sugar for other reasons unless you have Ozempic or something. But look at this move to the downside right here. I'm just saying that where's the out, right? So I don't know. I was probably just going to use the 50-period moving average because it's really, since this news, we broke VWAP. I mean, how easy was that trade? Unfortunately, we were in Tesla. I mean, look, we made a lot of money in Tesla, it's fine. But this move right here broke VWAP, broke to 50, broke to 200, all at the same damn time. But you had to be quick to be on that move.
News, right?
You had to be quick, yeah. So that trade, if you took the 182 short, great. But let's just hit the 180 short and let's just respect that. So right now, I'm doing the math in my head. We've already talked about the kind of day that we're having, many multiples, you know, so it's great. The thing is, though, is like, how much do we want to give back? So I've already done the work. I'm taking enough shares that I won't be upset. Remember I said choose peace over violence? I will not be upset if it gets back 50 cents. So I'm thinking a break of 180. It's the easiest trade in the book besides all the other ones I had. If you break 180, watch out for an instant push back. I have to take the short because I want the short. But we've seen it so many times. We got burned, I think, on 500 break of NVIDIA. I remember, I think it was maybe 300 break on Meta. I don't think was the greatest. Lots of different opportunities like that. So 180, I think everyone's going to be looking at it. We have a catalyst, we have a key price level, and Apple's really been woodshedded over the last couple of days. So it's like a perfect storm. It's 50 cents worth of risk, or wherever the 50-period moving average is when it does break. So I feel like irresponsible if I don't tell you guys that, because that's going to be the next trade that I'm in. I'm holding Tesla till the close. Palantir, I might just get out of it because it's just making me upset looking at it. And then Affirm, we only have a small piece left, and it's looking like it may need to come out here as well. Let's put a bid on Affirm at 42.70. If it comes down, I mean, look at this, one trade. You guys, you'll find out why later. We're going to be hashtagging real trading and stuff. It's just like, look, you only have one trade to make today. There's Affirm. I mean, I think the Apple shorts are better. I think the Tesla short is better. But, oh, you know a name that we didn't look at that I'm seeing is just moving a little bit right now is ARM. Just because it broke. Nah, it's not. Sorry. I thought it was. It's not doing anything. I'm just keep getting it because we're breaking some of these levels here, but it's not. It just broke 367. I thought it was a little better than this.
There's that. That's.
Oh no, 666 is the bottom.
That's what I'm actually thinking about. Like, well, I'm not thinking about it. I want to buy a dip on this. It's just I'm looking to hold. Ideally, I want to hold it out until they report maybe another quarter. But there's a chance it might. There's a chance I might want to just do it before that, right? So we'll see. I haven't made up my mind on it, but my intentions are to get a little bit more there.
Feb7.
It's not that long to wait. It's just
the market's gonna dance before.
I know that's like there's a real chance like. And I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but I have an inkling that we could have a bit of a dip. The financials already start next week, right? So you could have a dip into that. Then you could already be making a turnaround in the middle to late of January. And if I didn't get something, I'm trying to build a position in ARM for the long term, right? So I know I want to buy in this quarter. I could just probably just sit on the 50 period, to be honest with you, and just throw it out there. That's the easy way to go. Put them out, like maybe. If I don't want to add another like 30%, put like 15% or something a little bit smaller in front of the 50 period, so that whatever happens, I get something and I'm not pissed off about it. There was Matt Winch says, why not look for solid trades? That's the idea. That is 100%. I'm only in one thing left because I covered taking profit on the last two, and I was just looking for like what is the next trade going to be. At one point, we haven't even talked about these guys in about a million years, AMC. And at one point, there was a volume spike, so I got a bit of an alert there. I'm like, ooh, is AMC going to be the next solid trade? Does it break out here off 520 and then give a nice consolidation higher and show some strength? Obviously, you can see that it did not. So, okay, that kind of went out the window, but that's what I was looking for. I wanted to see the volume spike. I wanted to see a consolidation higher, maybe holding some of the volume, and then you could go for the long there, but the volume immediately dropped off, so nothing to see there. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. But without volume, who cares? Oleg saying Mobilize moving. That's one that we didn't trade today. Day 2 earnings play, 1.8% upside. They got, I mean, the daily chart, you guys know what happened to the stock yesterday. If you're watching, not bad. It's a slow climb to the upside, but the volume's not fantastic. It's a little tight to the top here. I don't see an obvious entry in Mobileye, but if I was looking at this in the midday, I could see all the reasons why you might have wanted the 2950 long. But now that it's all the way up here, that's right in the middle of the range on Mobileye. And when I look at it on my 3-minute chart here, like the consolidation off of VWAP, which is actually, that's a trade I kind of like that one's already happened. you'd almost need it to pull back in and give you some 30s that are mobilized. So I'm still looking for things out there. Apple doesn't even seem to want to get to 180, which what might happen is if the market's down on Monday, you could gap through this level. So it's frustrating as a day trader because you want to trade off these levels regardless of the direction, man. Like you just want to trade the level when you get a chance at it. I think there's a chance you could gap under by the time Monday comes in, but there's still 25 minutes to go. It is bouncing off of it. I know I like it up here at 181.25. I'm beginning to think that's going to be unlikely for a reload into the short. It might be better to try to catch Rivian on the way back into the upside as that's starting to come back up. It's still really not loading.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, don't trust VWAP on that one because it's missing some data. But it's right in here that I'm looking to catch Rivian at one in the teens. It's at 13 now. I'm looking for the high teens, like 19s. I'm looking to go short here, Rivian.
All right, well.
What?
No, it's just I made a mistake. Well, we're out. We'll end the day. It'll be a couple dollars away from Apple. But Tesla, we're out. I meant to put in 238, and I must have put in, I don't know if I put in 138. I don't even know what I put in, but it punched me out. I was going to stop out of this if we took down VWAP. You guys heard me talking about how we didn't necessarily want to get out of Tesla, but we did. We just got out of it. 237.08 was the exact price. So we just got out of it. I made a mistake. I thought, actually, I know what the problem was. I thought I was on another stock, and I wasn't. Yeah, it's okay. Anyways,
the balance was 460 to buy. Sorry.
Okay, 460 to buy. Okay. Anyways, we're out of Tesla. I'm happy as hell with the trade. I just would have liked to have held it. And this is not a situation where I necessarily want to get back into. I mean, I could get back into it. What?
What's that line this one? Oh, this is not a big deal.
What
it's like
line?
a random line. Can't you see that? The white line.
Oh yeah, this white line there. That's
What the
moving
heck is
around. What the
that?
heck is that line?
Is that an indicator?
Indicator. What, this line? I don't know what the hell that is.
I can't unsee
Oh, it's the price. It's where the price is right now.
Oh, I gotta add that.
What? What do you mean added? I can barely even see it. What is that? That's not. What have I done?
The reason I'm kind of intrigued by it is like.
Oh no! Now it's going
No, but
down.
as it's coming to like,
Hold on a second, let me see. How
like the other wicks, like is your other indicators or whatnot.
No, it's good. I like
You can
it.
see it retrace back to like morning levels without actually having the crosshairs. I think that's
No, I would like it. I didn't even know.
Well, I want to turn that on if you
Value
can figure out what the hell
label.
that is.
Yeah, I'm going to display line. Anyways, we'll look at that after. I don't think.
That's cool.
Hold on a second. Let me just go back to another stock. We just got out. First of all, just got out of some Apple. So here on a second. All right. So let's see if it's here on Palantir. We just got out of some Palantir. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's not. It's like a glitch. Yeah. See, it's not there for this. So okay. As my kids say, Dad, it's glitching. Right now, is it glitching? Okay. All right, that just means they need a faster computer. I get it. All right,
It's a
so
feature, not a
yeah,
bug.
it's a feature. Yeah, exactly. It's a speed bump. All right, so there it is, man. We're out of that. I'm pretty happy. It's 340. Like I said, we were going to sort of slow down on everything into the close, but unfortunately, that ends that trade, which it's not going to be horrible, man. I mean, we were going to get out at 238, so if it actually ticks 238, then I just made myself $1 kind of by accident. So, all right, we'll take it, and I just don't want to get back into it, right? So that's that. The only trade that I can see myself getting into is now 50 cents away. We did say, and I know Neil mentioned it as well, taking that Apple long off 180, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that as long as your out is at 180.
179.99. Like
Right,
essentially-
yeah, like, well.
Well, there's two types of
It has
trades.
to break.
Yeah, there's two types. There's some trades where if I saw a level, I would hit the bid at the one or at the even dollar and not wait for it to break. And that's almost always if a stock is cheap. Like if it's a $1 stock and there's like 10 million shares on the bid, sometimes I would rather just hit a piece of the bid instead of let it break. In Apple's case, once it triggers on the 99, I'm firing a stop order.
Me too.
But there are times that I'd rather hit the bid, and especially on a penny stock, because sometimes you don't want to, when everybody is taking size on a penny stock at 101, you don't always want to be that person that's trying to exit on the other side of the dollar. You just get extra slippage. If you see a 10 million share bid go down to like 8.5 and then it starts, I don't know, like sometimes you punch out and it goes up, but I'd rather just risk the 1 cent and actually only lose the 1 cent every now and then. Speaking of which, I told you I wouldn't say anything about Fisker unless I was getting the heck out or it moved. Well, it's not moving. I still have my bids down here. I'm not even letting this break. I had a stop at 35. I'm just going to move it down. It's as I said, it's not moving. I want to be looking short until this stock is at $1. And some days the consolidation short's going to have a big drop in the afternoon, and some days it's going to do nothing. But for now, let's get to the desk so Brendan can take care of some business.
Brought to you by IG.com. Trade Forex pairs like Euro USD with spreads as low as 0.8 pips and zero commissions at IG. Terms and conditions apply.
Beginning of the day.
There's something Chesapeake here. Southwestern and Chesapeake are nearing a $17 billion merger. So CHK right now, deal could be finalized. Here we go. This update, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Get your Benzinga Pro and get it now. We have a discount code. You can go get that. And Scan also, sponsored by IG. Right there on the screen, you can get that. Not for news, but you can go over there. Link in the description. It's Benzinga Pro. Trade with the pros. Okay, I hope I'm allowed that. All right, here we go. Energy, Chesapeake Energy, Southwest Energy, and Joy are close to a merger that would create roughly a $17 billion company. As one of the largest nat gas producers in the U.S., a deal could come together as soon as next week, according to people familiar with the situation, provided the talks don't hit a last-minute snag. Ooh. So, okay, so there we go, man. You don't want to hit any snags, but there it is from Benzinga Pro. Again, go over, support those guys. There it is right now. It's Chesapeake, man, and it's on one. It's nicely done to the upside, and it's a good time, man. We saw Pioneer and Exxon come together.
There's been a lot of these.
Yeah, there's been a lot of them. We saw Chevron and somebody come together as well, and you know, hopefully that works out. I feel like in the energy space, there is a lot of value to be had in some of these names. We talked about it yesterday on the recap show. We talked about dividend stocks and how I liked ExxonMobil. The recent deal with Pioneer, I feel like, was a pretty good one and not even very aggressive. They also have a nice plan to restructure through some of their initiatives for clean energy as well. So I think there could be something with all of that as well. So yeah, join us and potentially look at XOM for your long opportunities in oil and or CVX. I continue to look at XLE. I sort of have a Canadian equivalent, but XLE's kind of been hot garbage for a while as well. So I don't really. We'll talk about this more on the podcast. Watch tomorrow, man. Get your reading going tomorrow, or your reading and viewing and all that kind of stuff ready tomorrow with the podcast. But XLE has really been nothing. January to right now, it's virtually flat. So not great. I feel like if you want to collect dividends, you don't want to be in an ETF like this.
You brought that up.
You want to be in something like Chevron.
I had this up, and we never got. There wasn't a moment we're doing the rundown to talk about the financials, but I was randomly, like right before we came on air, I had this up. XLF.
Right.
Should actually say what you're talking about there. Stop burying the lead, Neil. I do that all the time at home. But XLF is on a great. Look at the. Whatever, I don't know, there's probably a name for this pattern because there usually is something, but I just see there's your support at like 30, there was your resistance 36. This is a weekly chart from May of 2024. Look at how big this level has been at 37 on XLF. And you are consolidating for the last 3 weeks above that level and not dropping down. And to boot, what happens next Friday, or next week, starting next Friday.
A boot?
A boot? You get some financial earnings.
Yes,
you start getting those names coming through. So this is something that is in a great spot to explode. I mean, I have plenty of exposure to financials, but this is what I'm going to have my eye on. I'm looking for some ideas where I might want to add in the short term that isn't just buying the dips on the stocks that I already have and like. But that's one that stands out because it's a huge level on a weekly chart to be going from resistance into support, which is, if you can't tell, one of my favorite things out there in trading. It's one of those rules, double click to get that back in. It's one of those, not rules, it's one of those setups that they can be easy to find because anybody can look to see where a stock bounced or where a stock retraced. Like you can miss that trade. Like where's your Affirm top? Just pull up Sean's Affirm chart.
Well, it's 44.
Yeah, so look at 44. Like if tomorrow, 44, which is top because it was a double top. I'm not saying
I should have shorted that.
Not tomorrow, Monday. like let's say on Monday, a firm has some kind of positive news for some reason, I don't know. And it's gapping above to like 44.5 or something. I'm just throwing it out there. If it pulls back in and there's any strength at 44, I'd like the long there because
It's a
it
good
was
level.
it was such a good level, and you identify that whether you traded it or not by what did the market do there before. So it's always a good
It's like
indicator.
the only stock I'm in right now. It's funny you mentioned that.
Well, that's to be honest, man. Like that's the chart that was up, and it's the first thing that came into mind. Trying to pick out a level. So
it's the kind of same thing here with Palantir, the same level, man. The 615. If it can get up there,
long's over.
Yeah, we like it here. The reason why, again, that was the close, so we pick on that one. If Palantir can get going again, we're gonna watch out.
Oh,
for
no
that.
way.
Here's Palantir. Remember I talked about stocks that we like that are been getting hit. Here's Palantir's level, man. It's coming in. Like this is one that probably. I mean, we can't have the hat and not buy this when it hits the 200 period. I'm going to be buying Palantir down here.
Where is the hat?
Right over here. At $15, we're buying Palantir, and that's pretty damn close. So Monday, man, when I sit back down here, maybe over the weekend, I don't know, I have too many things to do, but we will put out some bids to get this on Palantir. Good trade today, well short, and we've made money here. This afternoon, man, Tesla was a banger there. We already talked about that. We've let a firm go all the way back down. My out for a firm is breaking through $43. Just got to make sure we have that in there. Ooh, no, my stop was $44.02. So again, look at this, man. We're in the money $1. My stop was 17 cents away from this. So pretty good so far. And then Palantir already got out just now. Hopefully it drops in. We're 3 minutes away. 3 minutes away from the imbalances. And by the way, that Chesapeake that we brought to you, that's still going.
Yeah.
So it's near the highs now. And again, you just got to do the math. I'm not familiar. I'd have to go back over to Pioneer to figure out what XOM paid for them as far as a premium. It's just like this is already 4%. It seems pretty good. I would say probably somewhere south of 10 is probably what they would wind up paying for this. So
I think usually my rule was always like something along the lines of if you have more than one deal in the last year in that sector, it's like okay, well, if you have 3 of them, you take a blended average, but try to put more weight into the last premium in some fashion, and then you can come up with a potential. I was looking at this for a potential trade, and then I remember what happened to me when I did the same thing in Spirit Airlines. So it was like last year or something. There was deal talk on Spirit Airlines, and it did a gap up and was going all crazy, and it was wild. So I got into position looking for just like it was like a buy the dip, like a situation like this. It broke the high, and then buy a dip, and you're long, and it's breaking back out the high, and then the stock halted. The only problem is it didn't open up until the next day. So I ended up getting caught overnight trading late afternoon. In the last 15 minutes, I was trading it was a potential deal. They halted it, news pending, which was the company commenting on it, and then I ended up. It wasn't good. I think I lost like $1 on the trade, but there's nothing you could do about it. I was just getting out in the next day wherever it happened to open. So I don't like being in something like that when you're day trading and you have to be out in 10 minutes, and there is that risk that they could say, hey, we're awaiting a response, and all of a sudden there's something official coming out of it. I threw another bid in their Fisker to get out of it. That's what it's all about. Nick W, would you mind giving me your thoughts on Nike? I have puts and thinking about selling at 93, 94. Okay, so here's the last time I looked at Nike. There we go. The last time I looked at Nike, I was like, that's not a stock that I don't like the chart. Let's put it that way. But I'm not going to sit here and say just because of the way it reacted and what it just recently did. And again, Nick, you just asked about like last week about a golden cross. This one just made a death cross, and it looks very bearish. The last time it was down here, there was a big support. You can see this little move down in here to 98. There was big support off that 50 period. But that is one heck of a rejection off the top. So like if I was already in a short, I'd be loving life. I don't know that I'd want to put a short on all the way down here from any kind of a setup. When I look at it, looking for a setup, I don't necessarily see one because the way I would trade it, to me, that's a short here. It breaks this. You get this open at 106. Your stop is at 110. $4 worth of risk. Room to 98. That's exactly 2-to-1 off of 106. Off of 106 to 110 out, and then supports at 98. That's exactly 2-to-1. Like to me, you've already dropped that first $4. So like when I'm looking at trades, I was asking myself, where am I wrong? Where am I getting out? What's my entry? And where do I think this bad boy might go? And if it doesn't really line up, it's just too much trouble. for me. But it is looking pretty weak. The imbalances dropped. And
What? Oh my God.
Okay, I mean, nothing. NPW is like a little small dollar stock. That's nothing. No one cares about Kenvue. TLT is over $1 million. Amazon 1.2 to buy. Intel's a 1 million sell. Intel always pairs off pretty quickly, usually. So those are the big two names out there that I'm seeing. Nothing really too exciting, but the early look was 460 to buy. It's 1 billion to the buy side, and the market's green, believe it or not. So that poll that we threw up here, 75%. Yes, Bears win again. I voted for red. What's interesting is the shorts all worked at that time, so they were all good. But the market is going to end up with the no side. Late week rally.
Well, no. You never know. You never know.
Okay, you're right. We have 10 minutes to go, and it's only 0.9.
So I voted green, as you guys know. We talked about it because I just thought there could have been such a bad week and such a bad month. I thought that maybe we could get to Greensville. I'm still not. I still think it's I don't. No matter which way you voted, only one way is going to be right. But I just feel like, I think everybody's won right now. I mean, it was a good poll. It's just at zero. It's just for fun. Like, I'm actually really surprised that the market is just closing like this. It's just like right at zeros. So whether or not we make a move, we've seen like 0.5% move in like the last 5 minutes. So if it finishes strong, then I think that's good. I think that's great for next week. And then you're gonna be looking at some of those levels that we already talked about today and say to ourselves, maybe we missed an opportunity to buy last week. But Michael Noss has talked about it, the first 5 days of the month being pretty negative, and then it's resulted in a pretty decent year. So, the market is not red often, and we'll be talking about that again on the podcast. So get ready to join us tomorrow for the podcast. Check it out tomorrow morning. Just go over immediately right now over to, nice shirt, by the way. Go right away over to Apple and just bookmark it, or Spotify, and just hit follow or whatever, and you'll be able to see that tomorrow morning. All right, out of Palantir, it broke through 16, so that was out. Out of Affirm, it broke through 43. So we were really happy to take VWAP there, and guess what we wind up taking again? VWAP again. So back-to-back VWAP jacks. We did miss that very bottom. We were pretty lucky that we keystroked, and sometimes you got to work out. You got to get lucky to get lucky, right? So there it is, man. We got out by accident at 237. Our 238 wouldn't be out yet either. So whether or not this market tanks from here, I don't have any more positions. I don't have any more script orders. I don't have any more pending orders. So we're flat, we're done. Let's just have a quick look at Apple to see if Apple has any love behind it right now. No. So the imbalances there didn't seem to affect anything on Apple side of it. Neil talked about it. Brendan gave it to us. It's $1 billion to buy. And oops, I got to get rid of this. It's not 2 BACs. I just get rid of that BRKR. And only look at NYSE and NASDAQ. So Bank of America with the big buy, that's probably Warren thinking he doesn't have enough shares yet. You do, Warren, you do. Ford is a nice upside as well. Is that through 12 yet? No, I think that gets interesting at 12, of course. Kenvue, that's the beat up name from J&J that they dropped. And there's Amazon that we really like for the long term as well. This was a name that we bought in that $100 mark as well. Someone messaged me and said, actually, you remember Snake from university?
Of course I remember.
Snake messaged me and was like, dude, when is Amazon getting back to 150? And I said never to him. So I got to send him a message again that we already did. So this was, yeah. Well, actually, the funny thing is I didn't talk to him since, and it was back when Amazon was down here near $100. So I got to give that guy a call. It was back. It was back in the springtime there. So
the funny thing is everyone's like, why is Sean's buddy called Snake?
Yeah, well, it's from Degrassi. There's a guy in Degrassi that looks exactly. Dare, I'll have to show you this guy's picture. You would think that it is Snake.
He was your roommate in first year.
Yeah, all the way through. Yeah.
I didn't know his real name until after we graduated.
Yeah, his real name is Adam.
Yeah, I didn't. I think it was a couple of years after. I'm like, you said something about like Adam. You're talking to Adam. I go, who are you? Who the hell are you talking about? He's like Snake. I'm like, oh, Snake. Yeah, no worries.
That is going to be green, eh? Well, the whole market's green. I mean, up 0.7.
I got something that's not green. There's something for next week that I'm big time interested in. You know what? Now that I look at this, hopefully Li Auto's not doing this for Sharif's sake, because XPeng. And they had a vehicle launch. The reason why this is not good, they had a vehicle launch which was hyped. I saw the headline and read like the first couple lines. I didn't really care that much about XPeng, so I didn't think I was going to trade it to the long side, so I didn't really care that much. But if you have news that you think is good and you flat bottom break and close at the lows, that's bad. So this this is $13. Look at the flat bottom. On the daily, there was a good level at 12. If you show me a flat bottom break at 13 with the next level down at 12, I'm generally speaking gonna like it. So I'm gonna get out the trusty iPad and put in XPeng. Whatever, I'll do it in a second, because I should be getting out of Fisker. There's 5 minutes to go. I'm on the bid. I'm probably just gonna have to cross the midpoint to get out. And there you go. I actually ended up punching the midpoint. And then it hit the bid. So I'm out of Fisker. But anyways, XPeng, when I see something like that, I just want to, it doesn't mean it breaks 13, but if it breaks 13, I don't want it to do it without me looking for a short off a level like that. So XPeng is going on the list for next week. Apple really did bounce, but it didn't bounce off 180. And that's the thing about trading. Someone said look for straightforward trades. You know, I thought the bouncing off 180 was straightforward. It didn't quite get close enough that I was going to execute. But if you took it and that suited your risk reward, congratulations for you. It is a good level to be sure. And Molfar, remember NEO at 7. I do remember. I'm not saying XPeng can't bounce, but if it does break, I do want to go short. Like, I'm not going to go short at 13.05. I'm going to go short if it breaks 13 even. I want to make sure that level gets taken out. So only about 3.5 minutes to go. All positions out. All orders canceled, and now all my scripts are canceled.
Yeah, same thing. Like, I'm at CPU usage of 100 again. So I guess just as the day rolls through, man, Chrome is just turning out to be a crazy pig. And I just need to figure out, people said yesterday to use, Edge, Microsoft Edge. Well, Bing is the search, but
yeah,
you know, they should just change.
Why don't they just make it the same thing? Why you gotta confuse me, Mike?
They should just, why don't they just call their browser Bing? It's not like anybody uses Edge anyways. Just call it Bing and rebrand it. There was a story there about Copilot, and I can't forget what the, they were gonna put Copilot onto something, and I don't remember what it was.
No, it was in the Windows. There's a key, so there's a
Oh, that's what it was on keyboard. That's
right now, like
what it was.
if you hit Windows.
What?
Okay, I think, is it Windows C? Windows, if I hit Windows C, I don't know. It's supposed to, so there it goes.
Oh, Cortana opens up.
Can we come? There we go. So I hit Windows C, and then it's like well, I'm not gonna necessarily do
Cortana, though.
That's Cortana. I thought it was supposed to. Anyways, that clearly didn't do anything.
No, but it doesn't matter. The idea is that it's getting better and bigger and better for everybody's use of ChatGPT and OpenAI and all that kind of stuff. So, man, it's changing the world as we speak. You saw Michael Noss today with that cool picture. He actually sent me some more pictures as well, because I was like, that's cool. I asked him to put all of Trader TV live in the middle of that picture.
Yeah, the Bears, the Bulls.
Yeah, like, why not just put all of us?
The Bears.
Yeah, like me, you, Sharif, Brendan, Adair, everybody just standing in front of that corner of Broad and Main, or Broad and Wall Street there, because that would be cool, in and amongst the Bears. But he said you can't use whatever the ChatGPT or whatever version he has.
Have us kung fu fighting and kicking the crap out of the Bears. That'd be.
Yeah. It's just the only people that you can use images are the AI generated. Like you.
Oh, you can't.
You can't just say use Neil from Trader TV Live. Now I'm sure there are other ones like Bard and all that stuff. That's what I'm waiting for, is a smarter image AI, which I'm sure it exists already. My wife uses Canva Pro. Which I know is pretty good.
My bro uses it all the time.
He likes Canva Pro? Okay, yeah, instead of Photoshop. So, all right, let's just go over to Apple real quick here into the end of the day just to see what happens with Apple. Apple, a nice bump off 180. Look, write this down on your sticky note in your iPad, on your notebook, because that 180 level is going to be in play on Monday. Like, I had someone that messaged me and said, Apple's not getting to 183, Tesla's not getting to 240. Well, those are levels that we looked at, we waited for them, and they happened, right? Apple right off the jump was pumping again. And this is back-to-back days that it's done this, and we've just sat there and said, thank you very much, and grabbed that short. So we'll wait to see if Apple does this. Adara, we have 30 seconds or 40 seconds if you're busy. Oh, I was gonna say she's not even there, Kat. All right, she's going here. Adira will be there for the close. I was going to get Kat, but she's not here.
Her coat's there, but.
Oh, yeah, she's here somewhere. But again, I want to give a big thank you to CompuCare. Is it CompuCare team?
Delicious, by the way.
There in the chat. Delicious. I did get your note about you not having a Twitter account. Unfortunately, I haven't updated anything to Instagram yet. When I do, I'll hopefully tag you on that one. Thank you so much. Everybody around here loved them. The guys, I was too.
Polish them.
I feel like it was more than 2 dozen. That's felt like that was.
Oh, that was more than 8? That's more than 2 dozen. That's
that was a
like,
30 or
like
40 donuts. That's what I figured. Like, so anyways, thank you so much. The guys behind us are crushing those, and if they're not, they will after this. And Neil will as well, and I will, and we all will. 2 and 1.
Bring it. Nah, it doesn't really matter.
All right. Well, I just saw for now. My Chrome is completely disabled right now.
All
It's not
right,
working
it
at
is
all.
the weekend.
Off Snap a second ago.
Me too.
We have made
I
a
cannot move
full
my
trading
It
week.
is,
Thank you so much for being with me
There it
today.
is.
And we are.
I've alerted
I have to get prepared for tonight.
No tabs
Tonight
are
is going to be the meet and
computer will be
greet
fine
for.
It's amazing that we trade on these really great computers and everything like that, and it's like, thank God our software is.
Well, that's so the cool thing
I
is
am
like,
going
anyone
to
that day
cut
trades
these
the
guys
world
off.
knows this, is
But stay tuned for later on tonight. I will not be on live, but I will be live on Facebook, and then I will be creating a Zoom. So the people that want to participate in tomorrow's training, we get your account set up tonight. We get your trading. Once we get your account set up, if you want to add Bitcoin, this will be the time to do that also. So that will be happening tonight. Only 1 hour from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Then I will have to prepare for tomorrow. That's Saturday. I think I'm starting at 8. I have to actually look at the schedule on the thing. But look on my YouTube channel under attention. All right, folks. Be safe. Be nice. Have a safe weekend if I don't see you. And we will be back bright and early Monday morning at 8 a.m. This has been your friend and sponsor, Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group, wishing you a fair adieu.